After Yi Futian had spoken, many people were dumbfounded. Their gazes were frozen on the handsome young man. He only cultivated musical sorcery to better himself? In the battle just now, Yi Futian's musical sorcery was able to push the Qin clan's brightest pupil, Dharma Plane prodigy, Bai Qiu, to such limits. Now he was telling the emperor that he only cultivated musical sorcery to better himself and that it was not his expertise. Bai Qiu's expression darkened. Up to this point in the battle, there was nothing he could say he was proud of. He wanted to get sweet revenge on Yi Futian for what he had done, but by the looks of it, his efforts were nowhere near good enough. What was the meaning of what Yi Futian had just said? From far up in the skies, Hua Fenglu dry coughed. On the black-winged eagle, Hua Jieyu sat there just blinking her eyes, while Yushang sat wide-eyed. He looked at Bai Qiu with pity. But forget about everyone else. Even the emperor was not prepared for Yi Futian's utterance. He faltered momentarily and then looked at the handsome young man on the Fenghua platform. With a smile he said, "That's fine. Then you may battle with a skill of your expertise." "Thank you, your majesty." Yi Futian bowed to the emperor. After that, he turned to look at Bai Qiu with a smile. "I would also like to see what your expertise is," Bai Qiu said with a darkened expression. He placed his hands on the guqin and the music started once again. If he couldn't defeat Yi Futian, then all pride would be lost. The moment Bai Qiu's fingertips met the guqin, thunder and lightning filled the sky. The winds and the clouds shifted. He was playing the same piece as before. Yi Futian stepped forward. A majestic bright light accompanied the release of his golden rock spirit. In a split second, everyone's eyes were drawn back onto Yi Futian as they watched in shock while the life spirit appeared behind him. Twin spirits. A shiver went down everyone's spine. Yi Futian previously battled as a musical sorcerer and revealed his guqin spirit. Now his golden rock spirit has also been unveiled. Twin spirits. The audience finally understood. Not only had they underestimated Hua Jieyu, they had also underestimated Yi Futian. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Hua Jieyu, the seven-starred Glory Plane trio, were mysterious newcomers. It seemed like they were destined to stir up trouble at the Fenghua banquet. Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu had already revealed their true talents. Now it was Yi Futian's turn. His musical sorcery was able to force Bai Qiu to attack at full power, but he told the emperor that he only cultivated musical sorcery to better himself. He wasn't solely a musical sorcerer. After that, he released a second life spirit. Bai Qiu, who had already begun to play, was also shocked. His cold eyes swept over to Yi Futian. Bai Qiu was supposed to have the advantage, fighting Yi Futian as a Dharma Plane cultivator, but Yi Futian had stolen his spotlight from the very start. Thinking about this, Bai Qiu released his realization of Dharma. Gyukins appeared in the air, and when he played, all the Gyukins harmonized. A wave of frightening energy washed over the platform. The airflow became wild. The sound of the Gyukins metamorphosed into sorcery. Lightning struck down on where Yi Futian was, but he ducked quickly and it struck onto empty space. "He's so fast." Everyone looked towards the figure in the sky. Yi Futian's wings fluttered behind him. Wind sorcery wrapped around his body, making he even faster. He reached out his hand, and the metal spiritual qi immediately formed into a golden rod, which Yi Futian wrapped his hand around. Yi Futian took one step forward, and a force of invisible energy erupted from him. More flashes of lightning struck at him, but this time, Yi Futian did not duck to avoid it. Instead, he waved the rod forward and the bolts of lightning disappeared with a loud bang. Yi Futian stood stable like a mountain, his aura growing stronger by the moment. The music continued frantically. The storm was taking form. At the same time, the sound of the guqin continuously crept into Yi Futian's ear, wanting to drag him into the mood of the music. The sky was dark, but lightning lit it up intermittently. Bai Qiu's music contained the double attack abilities of spirit and sorcery. With a peculiar look in his eyes, Yi Futian took advantage of the large force of spiritual energy from the eye of the storm to reject the influence of the music. In a flash, he turned into a bolt of golden lightning and struck toward his opponent. As a musical sorcerer, it was only natural for Yi Futian to understand the weakness of musical sorcerers. Musical sorcerers were able to completely overpower powerful cultivators who cultivated only martial arts and not the element of spirit. More powerful musical sorcerers were also able to utilize their music to release attacks with sorcery. However, their weakness was very obvious: close-range combat. What would happen if someone got too close to a musical sorcerer during battle?
But of course, it was not an easy task to get close to a musical sorcerer. Seeing the Yifutian was closing in, Bai Qiu continued to play. The music formed a storm and headed for Yifutian, wanting to destroy everything in its target location.
However, Yifutian moved in a curved line, perfectly dodging the attack. He did not try to meet the storm head-on. Bai Qiu's fingers moved unbelievably fast. They moved across the guqin wildly. The attack of sorcery formed by the music suddenly changed directions. Attacks of the spirit element were able to cover all directions, but those of sorcery were not. Everyone watched as the attack continuously changed directions. Yifutian, who was zipping through the air with the help of his large golden rock wings, kept waving the long golden rod around. There was an odd rhythm to his movements. Around him, a large force of power seemed to be gathering slowly. He is collecting power. The spectators watched Yifutian's every action. While dodging Bai Qiu's attacks, he was simultaneously collecting power. His shining figure in the skies gave off a mystical feel. The force around him was getting stronger by the minute. Naturally, Bai Qiu had also taken notice. But what of it?
Under the continuous spiritual attacks from his music, how much longer was Yifutian going to last?
Just then, Yifutian's soaring body halted. The storm charging at him was destroyed, stricken by the rod. Yifutian floated over Bai Qiu arrogantly. The frightening force of power revolved above Yifutian, causing him to look majestic and imposing despite his not quite large physique. Clouds filled the skies while thunder and lightning harmonized. Crazy winds turned into sharp blades that cut through the air and flew towards Yifutian. The rod in his hand danced. The incredible force of power destroyed the incoming storms without rest. His wings fluttered, and with a step forward, the rod swung down hard, splitting the storm in two. The power in his attacks. This scene sent shivers down everyone's back. The storm had been destroyed by a single swing of the rod. It was as if all the power in the world belonged to Yifutian.
His golden body shined bright. Instead of moving forward, Yifutian traveled downward towards Bai Qiu, following the way created by the rod. This time, there was no more dodging, no more changing directions. Yifutian was going to face Bai Qiu's attacks head-on. He had gathered enough power for genesis of the 9 heavenly attacks. Anyone who got in his way would die. Wild winds roared in the skies as the thunder dragon spirit growled. Its power was shocking and powerful that it would be enough to collapse the sky. The long rod danced and the force got stronger. Everything on earth was at the mercy of Yifutian. Using the force of power, the second attack of the 9 heavenly attacks was administered. The skies were undisturbed as Yifutian wiped out the storm.
Once again he descended, getting closer to Bai Qiu. The look in Yifutian's eyes was extremely odd. The spiritual energy in his mind kept getting disturbed. However, with the help of the strong spiritual energy and will, he was able to control the force. When he attacked with the 9 heavenly attacks, there was an explosion of spiritual energy. His spiritual will had also leveled up. Bai Qiu's expression changed. His music revealed a hint of distress. How was it that such powerful musical sorcery still could not stop Yifutian's advance? Bai Qiu watched the figure approaching himself slowly. His expression did not look too good. The force of power gathered around Yifutian grew stronger. In fact, it was so strong that it could crush everything in its way. Bai Qiu's fingers danced across the guqin, and a wave of spiritual qi exploded. But at the same time, Yifutian moved. With the help of the incredible force, the rod swung down once again, wiping out everything. The air was about to explode.
The long rod struck down towards Bai Qiu's attack spell without any obstacles. Wind sorcery enveloped Bai Qiu and carried him away in retreat. His music lost its flow. As Bai Qiu retreated, the golden rod escaped from Yifutian's hands and bolted towards him in a flash. Seeing this, Bai Qiu withdrew his guqin spirit immediately and sped up his retreat with wind sorcery. At the same time, he had to create a defense spell. The golden flash zipped through the air, and though its power was slightly diminished by Bai Qiu's defense, the rod still landed an attack on him. With a scream, Bai Qiu spat a mouthful of fresh blood. He lost color in his face in an instant.
His body was thrown back and landed at the edge of the Fenghua platform. The crazy storms dissipated slowly. On the battle platform, Yi Futian stood arrogantly. His gifts were like no other. Right now, everything was silent, but deep down, everyone was shaking in disbelief. Yi Futian, a 7-starred glory plane cultivator, had defeated Dharma plane prodigy, Bai Qiu. His ferocious silhouette and domineering aura had been imprinted in everyone's mind. The members of the Qin clan looked pale. Bai Qiu was the representative of the Qin clan's young generation, but he was just defeated by Yi Futian, who was in a plane 3 levels lower than himself. Oh, the humiliation. Prodigy? Number 1 of the younger generation Qin clan members? Candidate for the Fenghua rank?
Xianxia from Kangyi College watched everything unfold from up in the skies. Her heart was anything but at ease. She thought back to when she had guided Yi Futian to the pretest site. At the time, she had pointed to Bai Qiu and told Yi Futian that he was a Dharma plane prodigy from the Qin clan and one of the top contenders for the Fenghua rank.
When Bai Qiu had asked for Yi Futian to be his musical attendant, her opinion was that Yi Futian was extremely lucky to be thought of so highly by him. She had even purposely revealed her own level of cultivation with hidden pride. It was hilarious to think back at everything in the past now. Xianxia had already been eliminated while the 3 of them shined the brightest. No one felt at peace. Just then, everyone saw Yi Futian watch Bai Qiu as he climbed up from the side of the Fenghua platform. Yi Futian smiled and asked, "Do you still want me to be your musical attendant?" Hearing his question, many people looked over at Bai Qiu. Had he actually asked for Yi Futian to be his musical attendant? This was just too.
Bai Qiu stared at Yi Futian coldly, only to see Yi Futian's carefree smile. To Bai Qiu, he said, "There's no need to look at me like that. Even if you continue to cultivate in the Qin clan for another 1 or 2 years, you won't be able to surpass me." Spectators were reminded of what Bai Qiu had said after Yi Futian's battle yesterday and the arrogance in his eyes when he said it. Looking at him now, all they felt for him was pity. The happenings of this year's Fenghua banquet was probably going to be something Bai Qiu would remember for the rest of his life. It was indeed unforgettable. Bai Qiu was the most popular contender for the Fenghua rank. He was proud and confident.
Seeing that Yi Futian was talented, he wanted the youth to become his musical attendant. In his opinion, Yi Futian should have taken this chance. Later, they continuously clashed and he wanted to solve it all at the Fenghua platform. He stopped Wang Yu from going against Yi Futian because he wanted to personally humiliate him. In the end, Bai Qiu was defeated. The Dharma plane genius of the Qin clan, the most popular contender for the Fenghua rank, had lost to someone in the 7-star glory plane. Tragic wasn't even enough to describe it. Can Bai Qiu still enter the Fenghua rank? Many of the spectators thought. Then they looked towards Yi Futian. They'd all underestimated him, but he had his eyes on the Fenghua rank. They even felt that it was very possible for Yi Futian to enter the top 3 of the Fenghua rank. This battle had been too shocking.
"This guy is crazy," Princess Xianxia said beside the throne. She smiled at Yi Futian. She couldn't believe that the youth who had played the guqin with her that night was actually so powerful. This is confidence. Emperor Yi chuckled, a pleased look flashing past his eyes.
Everyone knew that Yi Futian had been right. If nothing extraordinary happened, Bai Qiu would never be able to surpass Yi Futian, let alone in 1 or 2 years. He'd never be able to erase this humiliation. Dragging his injured body, Bai Qiu took a step toward the sky. His entire presence felt decadent. The pride of the kingdom, so arrogant and confident before, had lost all spirit after this fight. Yi Futian looked up at the sky to Wang Yu.
His eyes glinted and he said coldly, "Get down here." Wang Yu from the Dharma plane dared to take revenge on Hua Jiu because she defeated Lin Yuyao?
He was flirting with death.
He wants to challenge Wang Yu after defeating Bai Qiu? The spectators shuddered. He really was taking them on one by one. He was at the 7-star glory plane, but he looked down on all these geniuses from the Dharma plane. Wang Yu's brows furrowed. He had seen Yi Futian and Bai Qiu's fight, and he was surprised by how strong Yi Futian was. If Bai Qiu hadn't stopped him, he would have been the one down there. He would have underestimated Yi Futian. Now he had witnessed Yi Futian's aggression, and he became more serious.
Blazing wings spread open, filled with the wild aura of fire. Wang Yu sped down and hovered in the air before Yi Futian. Yifutian opened his arms. The metal elemental spiritual qi gathered once again, transforming into a golden staff. He stepped forward, instantly creating an explosive burst of power. Boom! Fire ignited in Wang Yu's body. He was bathed in the firelight and the Dharma wings flapped. Wild wind blew as he pounced at Yifutian, not giving him time to gather his power. He'd witnessed the earlier fight, so he knew that Yifutian's battle technique grew stronger as time went on. He must defeat Yifutian before he gathered his power. The golden wings of the rock glowed behind Yifutian. With the help of the wind spell, he rose up and spun in the air. Wind kept beating down as invisible power gathered and strengthened around him. Below him, countless flame dragons snapped at Yifutian, wanting to seal off the air. They curled toward Yifutian's flying body, the blazing heat burning him. Yifutian's spinning body sped up. His power was shocking, and everyone watched as the two kept rising upward. Just as the flame dragons were about to catch up to Yifutian, a beautiful arc streaked past. Rather than rising, he smashed downward with his staff Genesis. With one hit, the flame dragons were all destroyed. The staff also continued rumbling toward Wang Yu. The man didn't dodge. He released his life spirit, a terrifying flame bird. His body seemed to burn. Countless flame bird apparitions charged at Yifutian with horribly hot flames. The golden staff swept through everything and crashed into Wang Yu's body. Wang Yu transformed into a frightening flame bird. His hands were like sharp claws, breaking the staff directly. There was a burst of horrifying power. The fire swept up and burned towards Yifutian. Yifutian used the powerful reverberations to bounce back and soar in the air. Everyone watched as a shocking strength coursed through him, and he dove down again. However, Wang Yu was the pride of the Dharma plane, and he was skilled in close-contact fighting. He didn't fear this at all. His giant wings flashed and countless flame birds circled around him. The rich flames swept through the air. His wings flapped and all the flame birds seemed to charge at Yifutian. They collided again. Everyone watched the two figures in the air with terror. Flames filled the void and Yifutian's body seemed to burn. Wang Yu was skilled at close-contact combat and didn't fear Yifutian's power. The spectators shuddered. Yifutian might not win this fight. At this moment, Yifutian grew stronger. He cast down the third strike of the 9 heavenly attacks. The moment the two collided, a terrifying gust of air currents spread in all directions. The two came to a deadlock and then separated. Yifutian was still higher up. He stabilized himself, and the strong power around him was still terrifying. This power is too much, the spectators thought. They stared at the two figures in the air, their hearts trembling. Yifutian was too powerful to be able to fight in close contact with a Dharma plane mandate sorcerer skilled in combat. Wang Yu stared at Yifutian. "What other tricks do you have?" he asked coldly. Yifutian looked down on him. Inside, his blood began rumbling as the Imperial Tactics was activated. Rays of dazzling light streamed out of every part of his body. Then the majestic power grew stronger. It even showed signs of an emperor's power. The frightening intent burst out. Then his staff began spinning again. He went through each of the 9 heavenly attacks. Each one required extreme cooperation of his spiritual intent to display the true power of 9 heavenly attacks. Yifutian used to only be able to perform the first 3. But after the fight in Donghai City, the mysterious emperor's intent passed a special technique to him, changing his body. With the cooperation of the Imperial Tactics, the 9 heavenly attacks could shine even brighter. Everyone witnessed as his grandeur intensified. The power of the 3 earlier hits was amplified on his body. A gust of animosity burst forth and Wang Yu's expression changed. Boom! Brilliant fiery wings flapped. Wang Yu moved up, charging at Yifutian. He had felt danger. However, the moment he charged, Yifutian looked over. His wings flapped and there was a burst of sound. Yifutian rushed toward Wang Yu in a shockingly imposing manner. The fourth strike of 9 heavenly attacks swept through, creating a flurry of afterimages in the air and flattening everything. The flamebird charging at Yifutian was all shattered. Wang Yu's expression turned more uncomfortable, but his eyes shone with terrifying sharpness. He continued charging at Yifutian. The various afterimages of the staff transformed into one. It became a staff that struck down. Wang Yu felt the unstoppable strength come down on him and his face paled. Then the spectators heard a pained cry. The golden staff had broken through everything and crashed against Wang Yu, smashing him to the ground. However, it was not over. Yifutian's wings flapped and he followed. The golden staff continued striking, each one beating Wang Yu's body. He cried out continuously as he was forced down from the sky. After suffering countless hits, Wang Yu crashed onto the Fenghua platform with a loud boom. Blood spurted from his mouth and his face had lost all color. There wasn't an ounce of strength in his body. Everyone was dazed. They looked from Wang Yu's fallen body to Yifutian, still standing in the air above him. They could sense that Wang Yu would be unable to participate in the later fights. Yifutian couldn't truly disable him, but at the very least, he was unqualified for the Fenghua rank now. Does it feel good to take revenge for others? Yifutian asked coldly. Wang Yu had bullied Fox because of Lin Yueyao. Since this was the case, Yifutian would follow his lead. Everyone was speechless. Wang Yu had used his Dharma plane to bully Hua Jieyu for Lin Yueyao. They couldn't say anything against Yifutian, who challenged him for his girlfriend Hua Jieyu. Plus, Yifutian had used his 7-star glory plane abilities to challenge a Dharma plane and make him lose completely. In the air, Lin Yueyao looked down at Yifutian, feeling unsettled. Yifutian had already defeated the 2 strong cultivators of the Dharma plane. He was practically unmatched and unbeatable, even overshadowing Yu Xing's earlier performance. Everyone could practically see his name in the top 3 of the Fenghua rank. They looked toward the emperor and saw that he was smiling. The emperor's eyes were calm and no one knew what he was thinking, but he must appreciate this kind of talent. Take him away. The strong cultivators of the Wang family looked uncomfortable. One waved his hand and people walked onto the Fenghua platform to help Wang Yu down. They'd thought that he would shine brightly today, but unexpectedly, he'd disgraced them. There was nothing wrong with pursuing girls or being furious about love. However, it was embarrassing to lose to the boyfriend of the one he bullied. Many looked to Yifutian. He didn't seem ready to back down. At this time, he raised his head slowly and looked toward the Kangyi College students. His gaze fell upon Yu Jiang. Smiling brightly, Yifutian said, "Your turn." As soon as he spoke, Yu Jiang's gaze hardened, but it was not only him. All the strong cultivators in the air focused their gazes there. Was he going to challenge all the strong ones in the Dharma plane? Of course, Yifutian had no intentions of fighting every single Dharma plane participant, but if he wanted to get into the top 3, he had to demonstrate the best of his talents for the emperor. In all honesty, revealing his twin spirits and defeating 2 Dharma plane cultivators was already enough, but Yifutian did not want to risk anything. Because of this, it was better to defeat 1 more person in the Dharma plane as a safety measure. If he must defeat 1 more person, then Yu Jiang was naturally the best target. Yu Jiang did not look too good. He watched as Yifutian stood in the air, looking at him with a smile. At last night's dinner, Yu Jiang had stepped in with a couple words of his own when Yifutian ignored Bai Qiu's suggestion of a collaborative performance from Yifutian and Hua Jieyu. This must have been Yifutian's revenge. At the time, Yu Jiang thought that a mere 7-starred glory plane cultivator had no right to be pretentious and arrogant in front of Bai Qiu. But after the 2 battles just now, Yifutian's power and strength made Yu Jiang realize how right it was for him to be arrogant. If Bai Qiu did not want to perform, what gave him the right to request that Yifutian played and for Hua Jieyu to dance along? Stepping forward, Yu Jiang's eyes did not display much confidence. Neither Bai Qiu nor Wang Yu was any weaker than Yu Jiang, but they had both been defeated. The difference between the 3 was that Bai Qiu majored in musical sorcery, Wang Yu in martial arts, and Yu Jiang in sorcery. Walking up to Yifutian, Yu Jiang did not say anything. His life spirit released the realization of Dharma. Both of them were released at the same time, forming a tree. The tree grew taller and taller, seeming to have been formed by spiritual qi. The branches and leaves extended outward nonstop, and Yu Jiang stood at the center of the tree. Yu Jiang was a wood elemental sorcerer. He only cultivated in 1 element, but because he was a mandate sorcerer, he was able to cultivate this 1 element to its greatest potential. His powers were just as frightening as the rest. The giant tree's branches rustled toward Yifutian. Gathering the spiritual qi around him, he was able to release the lock of 1,000 vines. In a split second, the vines blocked the sky and tried to encapsulate Yifutian. Because of his life spirit and the realization of Dharma, The wood elemental sorcery that Yu Jiang used was much more powerful than that of other wood sorcerers. In a flash, Yi Futian moved backwards. At the same time, a fire dragon appeared. Growling, it raced towards the vines ahead. Fire sorcery was able to affect wood sorcery to a certain extent. But this was also true vice versa. Yu Jiang's sorcery was far more powerful than Yi Futian's. The vines brushed over the fire dragon and continued to travel towards Yi Futian. He can also use fire sorcery. He cultivates in sorcery. Everyone watching Yi Futian was speechless. Once again, they thought back to what he said. I only cultivated musical sorcery to better myself. Boom!
A wild flame erupted from Yi Futian. Unless amounts of fire spiritual qi rushed into his body. Very quickly, Yi Futian was bathing in the burning flames. His body was like an incinerator ready to turn everything into ash. Even the long golden rod in his hand was enveloped in flames. The colors of the gold and the flames together were captivating. Of course, Yi Futian knew that he couldn't go up against a powerful cultivator in the Dharma plane with just sorcery. Although his sorcery was pretty powerful, it was visibly much weaker than his abilities in martial arts. He cultivated the enhancement methods passed down from Emperor Yi Qing, and then later acquired the imperial tactics. Every fiber of his body incredibly powerful. With just pure strength, he would have been able to defeat everyone below the Dharma plane. However, those in the Dharma plane were able to release the realization of Dharma. It was necessary to use tactics never seen before, like the 9 heavenly attacks, to bridge the gap in planes. It was the only way to defeat an opponent in a much higher plane. Even though it was true that Yi Futian was a full attribute mandate sorcerer and was highly gifted because he cultivated in battle tactics, he was still stronger in martial arts under comparison with sorcery. When the vines came closer, his body soared through the air. His rod danced and a great force of power collected. The vines kept chasing after Yi Futian like there was no limit to where they could go. Yi Futian ignored the vines and continued to fly in the sky. He then swung his rod downward and a fearsome burst of flames rushed to engulf the vines. An apparition of the rod appeared and attacked Yu Jiang. Yu Jiang's face was emotionless. Countless vines appeared in front of him and blocked off the attack. However, that could not be considered a real attack. Yi Futian's rod swung down once again. His movements in the sky were not those of a battle. It looked more like he was practicing using the rod. This guy! Many people watched Yi Futian as he waved the golden rod enveloped in flames around in the sky. They began to realize that he was indeed practicing. To practice while in combat with Yu Jiang. What did Yi Futian take him for? Yu Jiang had realized as well. His expression was not too good. He moved up along the tree and straight for Yi Futian. The tree rustled loudly as would spiritual qi exploded in the air. Behind Yu Jiang, the giant tree shined brightly and began to grow outward continuously. It blocked the sky like a mystical tree. The giant tree vine curling toward Yi Futian looked like a coiling black dragon. The binding of the black dragon was a wood elemental spell and needed to be initiated with a strong force of wood spiritual qi. Yi Futian continued to mess with the rod. It was as if he could not see what was going on. When the vine got closer, he struck down for the 3rd time and the wood elemental black dragon was destroyed. Yu Jiang's expression fell. Watching Yi Futian wave the rod around, collecting more power, he knew that things were taking a turn for the worst. Yi Futian destroyed Wang Yu with 4 strikes during the previous battle. Now he was collecting power in preparation for his 4th strike at Yu Jiang. Just as everyone thought, Yi Futian was indeed cultivating. Previously, he made it to the 4th attack of the 9 heavenly attacks because of the imperial tactics. Now, he wanted to accomplish the same thing with his own powers. His will was strong. Right now, Yi Futian had no other thoughts. Everything around him had nothing to do with him. A large force of power gathered around him. Felt heavy. The 9 heavenly attacks were aggressive but hard to control. Strong willpower was needed to initiate it. Yi Futian's movements seemed to have slowed. Just then, the binding of the black dragon descended upon him once again. The vines came with frighteningly sharp thorns. They moved toward Yi Futian. Boom! Yi Futian emitted a shocking force of power. Next, the rod swung down and the black dragon exploded into pieces. Flames lit up the sky.
Yi Futian followed the motion of the rod and descended like a burning man. Everything he passed turned into ash. This continued until the rod finally met with Yu Zhang's body. The hit smashed Yu Zhang down onto the Fenghua platform. Everywhere around the platform was extremely quiet. Their eyes went to the handsome figure in the sky. Yi Futian had defeated 3 Dharma plane cultivators in a row. He was good at musical sorcery, martial arts, sorcery, and was gifted in multiple elements, such as the element of spirit, metal, wind, and fire. Just as Yi Futian had predicted with his gifts, he was most definitely going to be in the top 3 on the Fenghua rank. He was only in the 7-starred glory plane but was already one of the best among the group of 15 just in terms of combat skills. Besides the couple people in the 2nd-level Dharma plane who would be able to touch him. Yi Futian did not spare a second glance at Yu Zhang, who had fallen to the ground. His wild aura disappeared and, in a flash, he was back on the black-winged eagle. Many people continued to stare at Yi Futian. He was handsome and had a bright personality. He always had a light smile on his face, giving others a very comfortable feeling. But this handsome young man who didn't look like could hurt a fly had just brutally defeated 3 extremely talented Dharma plane cultivators. Then, their attention shifted to Hua Jieyu, who was beside him.
Presently, there was no one else who thought it was unfitting for the two to be together. They were the perfect couple, a match made in heaven. They were both unbelievably gifted and incredibly good-looking. When they stood together, Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yuyao, as well as the pride of all clans, could not hold a candle to them. Furthermore, there was still Yu Sheng standing behind the couple. He was also so talented it was unnatural. People thought, what kind of group is this?
After the shock had passed, the battles continued. Participants in the Dharma plane made exchanges on the platform. Young Lord Yi Wuchen and Kangyi College's Zhuo Qianfan could be described as invincible. There was no one who could lay a hand on them.
Without incident, these two would be the 2 most powerful people at the Fenghua banquet. Besides them, there was a prodigy-level person who was not from the Kangyi Kingdom. He was also very powerful. After they were defeated by Yi Futian, Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang continued to battle. However, they had lost their air of arrogance. They had been taught a lesson by a 7-starred glory plane cultivator and no longer had the right to be arrogant. But to be honest, they were not weak at all. They were victorious battle after battle against those in the same plane.
This helped everyone understand. The 2 of them weren't weak. Yi Futian was simply way too powerful. Even if it had been someone else in the 1st-level Dharma plane who fought against Yi Futian, the results would be the same.
If that's how it was, Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang still had a chance to enter the Fenghua rank. Wang Yu was the most pitiful. He was beat until he lost his power to battle. He didn't even get a chance to demonstrate his talents. There was no reason for the emperor to pick him. In the glory plane, Lin Yuyao and Hua Zhixin battled. Both beauties were talented, but with the advantage of being in a higher plane, Lin Yuyao won. Despite that, Hua Zhixin perfectly displayed her combat skills in this battle.
In terms of gifts and talents, Hua Zhixin wouldn't have lost to Lin Yuyao. After the 2 of them fought, there was no one else to compete. In the glory plane, there was also Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Hua Jieyu, but who would they fight? They might as well challenge those in the Dharma plane. This saddened the 2 young women. Today, on the Fenghua platform, the one who shined the brightest would have, without a doubt, been Hua Jieyu. She stole Lin Yuyao's spotlight. Yu Sheng fought another battle with someone in the Dharma plane.
However, he did not win. The reason for that was simple. The opponent could fly and Yu Sheng couldn't, so he could endure take the attacks. This pissed off Yu Sheng big time.
In the end, even though Yu Sheng hadn't been beat into the ground, he still stepped off the Fenghua platform feeling very melancholic. Although he did not win, no one dared to underestimate Yu Sheng's gifts. This guy was also able to fight Dharma plane cultivators. If only he could fly, then he would have had a chance of defeating those in the Dharma plane. As the battles came and went, the Fenghua banquet was getting closer to the end. No one would have ever expected for 3 7-starred glory plane cultivators to come out of nowhere and display such talents at the Fenghua banquet. It was a little bit quiet since there were fewer people went to battle on the Fenghua platform. Only the strongest were left. They were the young Lord Yi Wuchen, Zhuo Qianfan from Kangyi College, and Li Yi. Other than Yi Futian's trio, Li Yi was the other dark horse. No one knew him before, and he was not from this kingdom either. Among the talents from the other nations, Li Yi would be the most outstanding if Yi Futian's trio wasn't there. His life spirit was the sun bird, a 3-foot golden bird with the attributes of both wind and fire. He cultivated both sorcery and martial arts at the same time, and his martial arts techniques were peculiar. When fighting, the fire inside him seemed to come not only from the spiritual qi of the world. It was more frightening than it. At this moment, Li Yi came out and looked at Yi Wuqian.
Yi Wuqian had shone so brightly on the Fenghua platform, but he still wanted to try. Yi Wuqian landed on the platform quickly. He looked calm as usual, his body standing there like a sword. Such temperament became especially obvious when he was about to fight. It was as if the intent of the sword surrounded him. Li Yi also reached the realization of Dharma through his life spirit. He turned into a huge golden bird. The flames could burn everything, and were far stronger than Wang Yu's. "You still won't release the Dharma?" Li Yi asked. "No need." Yi Wuqian was still calm, his tone full of confidence. The illusions of golden birds pounced toward Yi Wuqian with monstrous flames. For a moment, Yi Wuqian's body was set on fire, but he stood still with sword's light swirling around in a storm. They slashed through the illusions of the golden birds. What strong sword intent! People felt their hearts fluttering. The sword intent around Yi Wuqian seemed to turn into a substantive sword moving around his body. It was amazing. Before the Fenghua banquet started, Yi Wuqian had been cheered the most. Everyone took him as the strongest, and Yi Wuqian didn't disappoint them. Li Yi moved quickly toward Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian stepped forward only one step, and the sword intent swept as if it gathered an endless amount into one sword. He was that one sword. Li Yi halted. Yi Wuqian seemed to be a real sword to him instead of a man. The flames went out. Li Yi turned and flew away. "I was defeated." Hearing Li Yi's voice, the people felt somewhat confused. In the beginning, Li Yi chose to challenge Yi Wuqian even when knowing his mightiness. Why did he concede before the fight? They didn't understand, but for Li Yi, he knew he was defeated as soon as Yi Wuqian stepped forward. He hadn't reached the other state, not only technically but also spiritually. Yi Wuqian drew back his foot and returned to the air. Many eyes fell upon Zhuo Qianfan, who was the only one left who was considered a threat to Yi Wuqian. However, Zhuo Qianfan was not going to fight. Perhaps he was not confident enough. Of course, as long as he didn't fight, no one would know who was stronger. Yi Wuqian didn't have the desire to challenge him. He was confident enough to believe that there were no rivals on the Fenghua banquet, and there was no need to challenge anyone. The Fenghua platform became quiet again. It seemed that no one continued to fight. An elder of Kangyi College went on the platform and said, "Anyone else?"
"Otherwise, this is the end." No one responded. The elder looked at the emperor. Emperor Yi nodded slightly. The disciples from the Kangyi College bowed and departed. People all looked at those young people in the void. 10 of them would be called out by the emperor and shine brightly. There were many guesses about the ranking. "Go up to the platform," the emperor said, smiling. Everyone went to the stage, including Yi Futian's trio. Only Wang Yu was lifted up pathetically. The pitiful Wang Yu glared at Yi Futian. He didn't want to come since it was impossible for him to be on the list. However, this is the rule of the Fenghua banquet. His father ordered some people to carry him to the platform. Yi Futian didn't look at Wang Yu. Wang Yu definitely hadn't expected to have such consequences when he was fighting for Lin Yueyao. The 15 people all appeared on the platform. Yi Wuqian still looked calm, as if he didn't care about anything, while Zhuo Qianfan smiled handsomely. Lin Yueyao looked around with a complex expression. Her beautiful eyes flitted between Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. She had never thought that there could be another woman who shone brighter than her. Yu Jiang and Bai Qiu had lost their previous arrogance because of that man on the platform, Yi Futian. Although they performed well in the later rounds, people would only remember the round with Yi Futian. The youth was too talented that they could only serve to make him look better in comparison. Gradually, they looked up at the throne in front. The emperor smiled at them and said, "Number 10 on the Fenghua list, Lin Yueyao." The emperor's voice made people's hearts tremble. Lin Yueyao, the first beauty of Kangyi Kingdom, was very talented. She had been renowned even before the Fenghua banquet. Now, she was indeed on the Fenghua list but in last place. To appear on the list was unattainable for most people. However, there was nothing to be proud of for Lin Yueyao. In her 2 fights, she was defeated by Hua Jieyu and won Hua Zhixin slightly. No one could complain about the emperor's ranking. It was reasonable. Number 9, Yu Jiang. The emperor continued to announce. The hero of the Kangyi College was 9th. Although he was defeated by Yi Futian, he still performed outstandingly. He deserved the 9th place.
Number 8, Bai Qiu, the emperor went on. Many people also guessed this outcome. Yu Jiang, Bai Qiu, and Wang Yu were the 3 talents in realization of Dharma, but they were all defeated by Yi Futian.
However, it was proved later that Yu Jiang and Bai Qiu were not weaker than the others in the Dharma plane. It was just because Yi Futian was too monstrous. Therefore, Yi Futian must be one of the top 3. It was absolutely a miracle that a man from the 7-star glory plane could be one of the top 3. Number 7, Hua Zhixin. Hua Zhixin, another beauty, was the 7th. Hua Zhixin herself felt a little bit surprised. She looked at the emperor with puzzlement. She had only fought with Lin Yueyao and she was defeated. Why would the emperor put her in 7th place? It was unexpected not only for Hua Zhixin but also for many other people. However, they knew that it couldn't call a defeat since Hua Zhixin had used the 8-star glory plane to fight with Lin Yueyao to that extent. If she was on the same plane as Lin Yueyao, it was quite possible for her to win. Lin Yueyao was also stunned. She had battled twice, defeated by Hua Jieyu but victorious over Hua Zhixin. However, the emperor ranked her at the last and set Hua Zhixin at the 7th place. It was natural to be upset. Number 6, Li Yi. The emperor continued. Li Yi, a strong cultivator in the Dharma plane, was 6th. There were 5 people left. Yi Futian's trio were all in the top 5. Other than them, there was also Yi Wuchen and Zhuo Qianfan. These 2 hadn't been defeated yet. In fact, Yu Shang was just like Hua Zhixin. He had only fought once and was defeated. So what? Who was Yu Shang's competitor? It was the genius in the Dharma plane and it shouldn't be counted as a defeat. He had left because he couldn't hit the other. As for Hua Zhixin and Lin Yueyao, Yu Shang just didn't want to fight with them, which made sense to everyone. No one was surprised by the result. There was another man who was defeated in his only fight but was also strong. It was Wang Yu, but he was different. His rival was Yi Futian, who was only at the 7-star glory plane. They were on the same plane but different levels. However, he was defeated to a miserable extent as everyone could see. After that, he had no chance to prove himself as Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang did. He could blame no one. It was destined that his name couldn't appear on the list. Next was the top 5. Everyone was looking forward to the result. Emperor Yi looked at those people on the platform. Everyone tensed. The remaining people were really difficult to rank. Of Zhuo Qianfan, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Shang, who would be the 5th? Zhuo Qianfan hadn't been defeated yet, while what he had showed was just as powerful as Yi Wuchen. Therefore, Zhuo Qianfan and Yi Wuchen must be the 2 strongest. Some people wondered whether Zhuo Qianfan didn't challenge Yi Wuchen to deliberately avoid him. As for Hua Jieyu, she had only fought once and defeated Lin Yueyao, crossing 2 planes. Yu Shang was also strong. There would be dispute no matter who was the 5th. Do you have anything to say? The emperor smiled and asked. Everyone's expressions grew complex.
Zhuo Qianfan smiled and said, Your Highness, though I haven't fought with Yi Wuchen, there is a greater possibility for me to be defeated if we battle. From Yi Wuchen's matchless demeanor, he must be the top one. As for me, just take me as I was defeated. Many people looked at Zhuo Qianfan in surprise. He seemed to be uninterested in the ranking. Many people admired his attitude, for he took the initiative to admit that he would be defeated and recommended Yi Wuchen to be the top one. But Yu Xing glanced at Zhuo Qianfan coolly. For him, the first place should be Yi Futian. Zhuo Qianfan didn't have the right to judge and disturb the emperor's decision. Yu Xing knew that Yi Futian might not be so interested in the rank either. He didn't challenge anyone else after defeating the 3 talents in the Dharma plane. This meant his goal was only the top 3. He attended the Fenghua banquet only for his teacher's injury. Whether it was 1st or 3rd place was not so important to him. However, Yu Shang cared about this.
Zhuo Qianfan was from the Kangyi College, while Yi Futian had humiliated Yu Zhang, who was from Kangyi College too. Although Yu Shang had a bad temper, he was definitely not dumb. On the contrary, he was very smart in certain aspects. Zhuo Qianfan's words made him seem generous, but in reality they carried a hidden meaning. He said it on purpose. Any place in the top 3 was honorable and could make a request to the emperor, but first place and the 2 places afterward were still different. Many times, people only ever remembered those in first place. Plus, if Yi Wuchen was first, that meant the determining factor was ability, then it would be only fair to give Zhuo Qianfan second place. I only had 1 battle and was defeated. I should be in 5th place, said Yu Shang. He suddenly looked in the emperor's direction and said, Zhuo Qianfan and Yi Wuchen are both second-level Dharma plane cultivators, Yi Wuchen being the stronger of the 2. Although Zhuo Qianfan was not actually defeated in battle, he did not battle with Yi Wuchen and has admitted that he is lacking in comparison. Zhuo Qianfan did not fully prove his worth. He should be 4th place. Zhuo Qianfan and Yu Zhang were dumbfounded by Yu Shang's words, especially Zhuo Qianfan. His gaze turned sharp as a knife. Yu Sheng had pointed out in front of everyone that Zhuo Qianfan had not proved his worth. That makes sense, the emperor smiled and nodded. Even though you only fought 1 battle, it was with a Dharma plane cultivator. Had it been anyone in planes lower than the Dharma plane, you would have easily won, he said to Yu Shang. As for Zhuo Qianfan, you have incredible abilities and is obviously very generous. You are indeed a student of Kangyi College. Emperor Yi announced with a smile on his face. 5th place on Fenghua rank goes to Zhuo Qianfan. Hearing Emperor Ye's compliment, Zhuo Qianfan let out a small smile, but that smile froze on his face when he heard the second half of the sentence. However, he recovered quickly. In the air above the Fenghua platform, many people had their attention trained in their direction. The conversation between Yu Shang, Zhuo Qianfan, and the emperor was full of hidden meanings. In the end, Emperor Yi had placed Zhuo Qianfan in 5th. Kangyi College was the most well-known place of cultivation in the imperial city, but although they had 2 students on the Fenghua rank, none of them made it to top 3. Hua Jieyu, 4th. The audience did not think much of it. Emperor Yi continued to announce the results, and in 4th place was Hua Jieyu, not Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng had asked to be placed 5th, but now the emperor had left him for the top 3. Yu Sheng actually made it into the top 3 despite his loss in the only battle he fought. This seemed senseless but right at the same time. The Fenghua rank did not only look at wins or losses, but combat power and abilities as well. When making a decision, it was only natural that the emperor also took gifts, talents, and potential into consideration. For example, even though it was Hua Jieyu who defeated Lin Yueyao, Yu Shang would have been able to as well. Hua Jieyu also battled with Wang Yu but was unable to contend against him. Yu Shang, on the other hand, was able to face his opponent's realization of Dharma. The ranking between the 2 was clear, and that was why Yu Shang placed before Hua Jieyu. Yu Shang felt surprised himself and looked strangely at the emperor. It seemed Emperor Yi felt his gaze because he chuckled before saying, Yu Shang, 3rd. Hearing that Yu Shang was placed 3rd in the end, many people looked at the emperor in admiration. The rankings from 3rd to 10th place looked simple but was actually very complicated. Yi Wuchen was the most powerful cultivator at the Fenghua banquet, and Yi Futian was the most fearsome. He was able to defeat people in planes much higher. The 2 of them were rightfully in the top 2. Next, it was time to see who got 1st place. At this moment, everyone stared closely at Emperor Yi, awaiting his answer. However, what he did was turn his gaze over to the last 2 participants. He smiled and asked them, What do you guys think about this? Yi Wuchen's gaze fell on Yi Futian. He said, I am a 2nd-level Dharma plane cultivator, and you, a 7-starred glory plane cultivator. In the battles before, I didn't challenge you to a battle because it would put you at too much of a disadvantage. But since His Majesty has asked, I really want to experience the tactics you used with the rod. I'll only defend, no attacks. How does that sound? The 9 heavenly attacks was truly a majestic sight, but at Yi Wuchen's level of cultivation, it would be too much for him to initiate a challenge with Yi Futian. Yi Futian gave him an odd look but nodded anyway. All right. Having arrived at an agreement, the 2 stepped on to the center of the Fenghua platform. They stood opposite of each other. Yi Wuchen stood there exuding the intention of sword. He seemed sharp as a sword. In Yi Futian's hand, the long rod appeared. Boom! Yi Futian took a step forward. An invisible force suddenly exploded. Boom! He took another step, this time stronger than the last. Step by step, Yi Futian walked closer to Yi Wuchen. With every step the force of power escalated until a powerful storm began to revolve around Yi Futian's body. Yi Wuchen remained standing quietly. No matter what Yi Futian did, he remained stationary. When the force escalated all the way to the top, Yi Futian's wings appeared and took him up in the air. Like a bolt of lightning, the long golden rod struck down and, in the air, a bright light flashed by. Just then, Yi Wuchen took a small step forward. Only one step. A wave of sword intent charged towards the rod, striking down at him. A loud crash. He was not able to destroy the golden rod. Instead, the intent of sword was repelled back at Yi Wuchen. Yi Futian used the force of repulsion to his advantage. He soared through the sky, his force even stronger now. The rod struck down a second time, stronger than the first. Yi Wuchen reached out his hand to point into the air. The intent of sword filled the air and raced into the sky. Yi Futian could feel an invisible storm of swords hitting the long rod. Even though Yi Futian had a great force behind him, he was still unable to advance forward. He soared through the air once again and administered the third attack of the 9 heavenly attacks. Yi Wuchen lifted his head to look up at the sky, and the intent of 1,000 swords gathered by him. All of them rushed towards the rod coming down at him. The third attack had also been blocked. Having been fended off once again, Yi Futian stood arrogantly in the air. The force of power flowed around his body. His gaze sharpened and fell on Yi Wuchen below. Unknowingly, an intent to battle brewed in Yi Futian. Compared to Wang Yu, Bai Qiu, and the rest, Yi Wuchen's abilities were much stronger. He was on a different level from everyone else. The long rod danced in the air and its apparitions appeared. A large wave of intent of battle washed downward and an explosion sounded. With the great force of power pushing forward, the rod struck for the 4th time. The tens of thousands of apparitions combined into one. The intent of sword rushed towards the rod once again, but this time, it was destroyed. At this sight, Yi Wuchen moved quickly. With a step, he lifted into the air. His body morphed into a sword. The intent of sword joined his body and charged at the long rod. Finally, when the rod struck again, the endless amount of sword intent filled the finger that Yi Wuchen pointed out with, and a large sword appeared. When the two weapons meet, they were both destroyed, dissipating into nothing. Yi Futian stood in the air and looked at Yi Wuchen. With a smile, he complimented, "Incredible." Yi Futian did not care too much about wins and losses. Although Yi Wuchen was in the 2nd-level Dharma plane, he was incredibly gifted to begin with. So, even though he was in the same plane as Bai Qiu and others, they could not be compared. This gap between Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen was too large for Yi Futian to overcome. Yi Wuchen nodded and returned to his original position. Yi Futian also returned to stand beside Yu Xing and Hua Jiyu. The results of this round were not as surprising to everyone. The gap was too great. Emperor Yi looked at the two of them and then his gaze settled on Yi Wuchen. "Wuchen, how would you feel if I placed you first?" Everyone's heart began to race. Had the emperor already decided who was going to be first place on the Fenghua rank? Yi Wuchen was invincible during this year's Fenghua banquet and was definitely qualified to be first. Yi Wuchen lifted his head to look at Emperor Yi. Under the gaze of all spectators, he opened his mouth slowly and said, "Yi Futian is more qualified than I am." His words dumbfounded everyone. They all looked at him in shock. But Emperor Yi only smiled, seemingly very satisfied at Yi Wuchen's reply. He looked at Yi Wuchen and smiled. "Then as you wish. Second on the Fenghua rank, Yi Wuchen." At this announcement, everyone was shaken. They were surprised by the emperor's decision. The emperor had asked Yi Wuchen what he thought of being first. This made everyone think that he was going to be in first place. But now countless pairs of eyes landed on the Fenghua platform right at the handsome figure standing between Hua Jiyu and Yu Xing. They all knew that after today, Yi Futian would be famous throughout the entire Kangyi kingdom. Beside Emperor Yi, Yi Lingxi smiled at Yi Futian. He was finally receiving the honor he deserved for his gifts. He defeated 3 Dharma plane cultivators in a row and was destined to shine brighter than others. "First place on the Fenghua rank, Yi Futian," said Emperor Yi with a smile. Everyone was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All eyes were focused on a single person, truly the center of attention. Zhuo Qianfan and Yu Jiang of the Kangyi College stood frozen. Yi Futian?
First place?
While Zhuo Qianfan was placed fifth. By Qiu and Wang Yu looked coldly at Yi Futian. Hua Zhixin hid a smile. She was happy for him. Lin Yueyao looked conflicted. Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian. He had been chased from the Nandu nation, carrying rage and hate. He had come a long way to arrive at the Kangyi kingdom.
He never expected to stand out so much in this country. This was the kind of person Yi Futian was. No matter where he went, he would always be the most outstanding, the brightest existence. No one could go above him. Yuxing burst into laughter.
His smile was silly, making him look like a completely different person than the wild fighter from before. He was so happy it was like he had gotten first place. It was possible that Yu Shang wouldn't even be this happy had he actually gotten first place himself.
Far away, Hua Foglu, Nanda Wenin, Tang Wan, Tang Lan, and Yi Xian were all looking at Yi Futian. A great big smile met all of their eyes. The young man already stood out from the rest in the city of Donghai.
It was Emperor Luo's imperial order that ended his journey in the Nandu nation abruptly. It was fortunate that the emperor of the Kangyi kingdom appreciated Yi Futian's gifts and gave him the honor he deserved. Out of all the gifted and talented young cultivators in the Kangyi kingdom who had gathered for the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian was first.
Emperor Yi smiled at Yuxing and asked, Yuxing, have you thought about what request you would like to make? Yuxing lifted his head and his eyes met with Emperor Yi. He scratched his head.
He actually hadn't thought of any request he would like to make because he never thought he would make it into the top 3. Your Majesty, you seem like a pretty nice guy, so I won't ask you for anything, Yuxing said with an honest smile.
To him, Yi Futian's honor was more important than everything else. The sight of Emperor Yi was a lot more pleasing to Yuxing now. Everyone was shocked by Yuxing's utterance. A pretty nice guy? Even Emperor Yi was dumbfounded. He then let out a light-hearted laugh. To Yuxing, he said, no one has ever said that to me before. I'll remember what you said. The nobles around Emperor Yi also laughed. His Majesty seemed to really appreciate Yuxing. But everyone was surprised to find him, a humanoid monster when fighting, so simple and honest. No one expected that Yuxing would give up such an opportunity which many people longed for. Emperor Yi even joked that he had the chance to marry the princess with this opportunity.
You idiot! Yi Futian scolded under his breath while still smiling. He looked toward the emperor. Yu Shang, there is no jesting in His Majesty's words. Since you get the top 3, you should ask for something or you are looking down upon His Majesty. Hearing Yi Futian's voice, everyone looked at him, startled.
That handsome figure, standing there quietly, looked to the emperor straightforwardly and sincerely as if he was really thinking for the emperor's good. Even Emperor Yi was astonished. His words seemed to be quite reasonable.
That's right. Yu Shang, if you don't ask for a reward, you are looking down upon me. Think about it again. The emperor smiled at Yi Futian and Yu Shang. These 2 little kids are really interesting. Yu Shang was bewildered.
He looked at the emperor and then looked at Yi Futian. Hua Jiyu chuckled. He was the same as before. Wuchen, what's your request? The emperor looked at Yi Wuchen, smiling. Your Highness, I would like to pay a visit to the palace's library, Yi Wuchen answered. The emperor's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, you make some good requests. Okay, I promise you. Thank you, Your Highness, Yi Wuchen said. The emperor finally looked to Yi Futian and asked, Yi Futian, what do you want? Your Highness, I want to have my teacher cured, Yi Futian said with anticipation in his eyes. This was the reason why he attended the Fenghua banquet. Many people were somewhat surprised. Since Yi Futian was so talented, who would his teacher be? And this person seemed to have been injured, so Yi Futian asked for the emperor's help. Where's your teacher and how was he injured? The emperor asked. Yi Futian looked back to the crowd's direction and shouted, Masteress! Hearing Yi Futian, Nandu Wenin and Tang Lan walked out from the crowd. They helped Hua Fenglu to the Fenghua platform. Many people were shocked at the trio. Without mentioning their talent, this group was just too good-looking. Yi Futian and Hua Jiu's good looks went without saying. Now among these 3 people, Hua Fenglu was handsome with a gentle demeanor while Nandu Wenin next to him was so elegant, noble, and as beautiful as the queen beside the emperor. Tang Lan was also very attractive. Father, mother. Hua Jiu went forward. People suddenly understood their relationships.
No wonder Hua Jiu had such charming features. Then people looked at Yi Futian. This guy had snatched his teacher's daughter. Amazing. At the same time, they also vaguely guessed the reason why Yi Futian attended Fenghua banquet to show his talent. He attended it for his teacher. My teacher's life spirit has been destroyed. Later he forced his life spirit to fight, which caused great trauma to his spiritual force. Yi Futian explained. I heard that only sorcerers from spiritual elemental can cure my teacher's injury.
Please help me, Your Majesty. Can you still release your life spirit? The Emperor asked, looking at Huafenglu. Huafenglu nodded slightly. Then a light shone as if his life spirit appeared, but instead of it the people saw broken fragments of a guqin. People inferred that Huafenglu must be a music sorcerer from Yi Futian's music spell. Emperor Yi also figured out this fact and nodded. No problem. His injury can be cured. Yi Futian expected this but was still very comforted to hear this from the emperor. He bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Weren't you the one who said that a man would never go against his words? Since I've promised you, I will definitely meet my words, the emperor said, smiling. Yi Futian smiled too. The emperor had seen through him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hua Jiu expressed her thanks too. Would her father's injury finally be cured? Nanda Wenin and Tang Lan looked at Huafenglu and smiled. They then looked at Yi Futian, gratified. Huafenglu was very calm but felt warm inside too. Although this disciple was sometimes shameless, he was still fond of the youth since Yi Futian was very like him.
Yusheng, are you ready? The emperor once again asked Yusheng. Yusheng looked at Yi Futian and said, I want to find my teacher. Yi Futian immediately understood him. Thinking of Xiang, Yi Futian also missed him. That old man must be safe. Let me explain, Yi Futian said. From the emperor's attitude today, Yi Futian thought it would be proper to tell their true identity since the two countries were rivals. Okay. Yusheng nodded. Yi Futian looked to the emperor and said, I want to ask Your Majesty's forgiveness first. The emperor looked at him in puzzlement. Another forgiveness? These guys seem to have some secrets. Say it. I will not punish you, the emperor said. We are not from the Kangyi kingdom, Yi Futian said. Hearing this, many cheery people became silent and studied Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian, Yusheng, and Hua Jiu had displayed amazing talent at this banquet. Now they said they were not the people of this kingdom. They took 2 of the top 3 places. This was a slap to the talents of Kangyi kingdom. The emperor was slightly stunned but recovered instantly.
They were so gifted but not the people of this kingdom. They must have attended the Fenghua banquet for an ulterior motive. Go on, the emperor said. We come from East Sea Prefecture of the Nanda nation. Yi Futian's words raised an uproar in the surrounding crowd. The Nandu nation was the enemy of Kangyi kingdom. People from the enemy nation came to their Fenghua banquet and shone so brightly. I cultivated in Donghai Academy, but on the last day of the divine calendar, Yi Futian continued, Emperor Luo suddenly ordered to execute us. Thanks to the elders' fight to the death to protect us, we escaped safely to the Kangyi kingdom. Emperor Yi nodded lightly. He looked at Hua Jiu, smiled and said, No wonder I am familiar with her life spirit. She must have an uncommon identity, right? My masteress comes from the Nanda clan, the past noble family of Nanda nation, but the Nanda family was also ordered to kill us. Yi Futian did not conceal anything since the emperor had guessed it. The East Sea Prefecture was in such unrest.
If Emperor Yi wanted to investigate, it was very easy to find out. It would be better for him to tell everything straightforwardly. The past royal family. So she was a former princess. Emperor Yi smiled and continued, What does this have to do with Yu Sheng's request? Yu Sheng's teacher was also one of the elders, Xiang, the former headmaster of the School of Finance Star in East Sea Prefecture. Yi Futian answered. In order to help us escape, he left to fight the pursuers. Yu Sheng naturally worries about him. He wants to ask whether Your Majesty could help find his teacher. Emperor Yi looked at Yu Sheng and the youth nodded. In the distance, Yi Qingshuan's eyes reddened.
She had been worried about her father all these days. She hoped Emperor Yi could agree. Countless eyes fell upon Emperor Yi, including Yu Futian and Yu Sheng. Although they were from Nanda nation, they were being chased by the killers from Nandu. Therefore, Emperor Yi could not blame them. Yi Futian guessed that the emperor might agree, but before the emperor did so, he was still unsure about it. Emperor Yi looked at the people in front of him. Geniuses from Nandu and members of the old royal family. Why did Emperor Luo want to kill them? Emperor Yi could guess a few reasons why an emperor would order to kill these young people. They threatened the royal power. A cultivator's nationality should not restrict them. Though you are from the Nandu nation, now that you have come to my kingdom, you are my citizen. Emperor Yi said, "It's their loss to expel you." Hearing the emperor's words, Yi Futian and the others felt reassured. Emperor Yi looked to Yi Futian again and smiled. "What you and Yusheng asked is not a big deal. I promise you. In addition, the three of you are in the top 5. You deserve the reward. You and Yusheng made requests, so I will give Hua Jieyu the reward. She is the descendant of the old royal family, a former princess. Now that she has come to the Kangyi kingdom, I shall confer her the title of a non-family princess and give her the freedom to enter the palace. What say you?" Emperor Yi had figured out Yi Futian's importance in this group. Hua Jieyu was his girlfriend, while Yusheng was willing to listen to him. Even his master and masteress trusted him very much. This was why Emperor Yi was talking to Yi Futian. The surrounding people were shocked that the emperor wanted to make Hua Jieyu a princess. According to the emperor, Hua Jieyu was rewarded for the three of them. The reward of the title of princess was reasonable as a combination of the first, third, and fourth place rewards. After a while, many people recovered from the shock. They immediately understood the emperor's intention and their eyes were full of admiration. The group was wanted for death in the Nandu nation, but Kangyi Kingdom's emperor rewarded them heavily, even conferring Hua Jieyu the title of princess. Not only did he strengthen ties, this action also represented Emperor Ye's generosity. Yi Futian naturally understood this. He wasn't hung up on Nandu nation's status. Hua Jieyu's title of princess was just a title, but it represented Emperor Ye's attitude and required a response. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Yi Futian said without any hesitation. Everyone was stunned by this. What a surprise for today's Fenghua banquet. Hua Jieyu was conferred the title of non-family princess. Hua Jieyu was still in a daze. How did she suddenly become a princess of the Kangyi kingdom? Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin also froze momentarily. Then they broke out into a smile. This way, it could be said that they had gained a footing in the Kangyi kingdom. This would solve many of the worries they had. Many nobles stood to bow at Hua Jieyu. "Greetings, Princess Jieyu." Even though Hua Jieyu was an outsider given the title of princess and did not equal a real princess, everyone understood the emperor's intentions. From now on, Yi Futian's trio was definitely going to be of an extraordinary status. The people must show respect to the emperor's decisions. Besides, it was very logical for Emperor Yi to confer the title upon Hua Jieyu. Conferring her was equal to conferring Yi Futian. The man a princess was in love with would naturally become a prince in the future. "What should Jieyu call Your Majesty?" Yi Futian asked the emperor. "It's just a title, not of importance. For now, she can call me however she pleases. When she gets used to this title, she may even call me Godfather if she is willing," smiled Emperor Yi. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian and then at her parents. She was not perfect without proper etiquette. Emperor Yi was so nice to her and had agreed to heal her father. How could she be casual with what she called him? She looked at Emperor and bowed. "Greetings to Godfather from Jieyu." Emperor Yi smiled brightly. He went on to say, "Talented young men and women have demonstrated their gifts at the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet. Hua Jieyu has proven herself to be beautiful and capable like no other. I am very happy to have her as my goddaughter." "Congratulations, father," said the princes and princesses beside him. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." The nobles congratulated once again. They stood and held out both hands while they bowed to the emperor. Some people in the crowd looked toward Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao, who was still standing on the Fenghua platform. Emperor Yi had said that Hua Jieyu was beautiful like no other. There was no need for explanation. Hua Jieyu was indeed more beautiful than Lin Yueyao. Now, Hua Jieyu had been bestowed the title of princess and was the recipient of everyone's and less praises. It seemed like the title of Kangi Kingdom's #1 beauty was going to have to transfer over to someone else. Jiayu, I don't have a welcoming gift prepared at hand, but I will personally make a request to the Imperial Advisor for him to help your father, Emperor Yi said, smiling. Many people looked at Hua Fenglu enviously. He must have been so proud to have such a disciple and such a daughter. Thank you, Godfather. The smile on Hua Jiayu's face was big and bright. The Imperial Advisor must have been a person of great power, seeing how the Emperor said he would make a request. As for everyone else's rewards, I have already prepared them in the Kangi Kingdom library. According to your placing on the Fenghua rank, you may choose one out of 3 things, a treasure, a spell book, or battle tactic book. You may all follow me into the Imperial Palace. Emperor Yi stood up and continued. The Fenghua banquet is now officially over. After he was done speaking, he turned to guide the Empress on to the carriage. The princes and princesses followed after them. Yi Futian and Hua Jiayu looked at each other and smiled. The Kangi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet had finally come to an end with great results. They hadn't wasted a trip. Master, let's head into the palace, Yi Futian said to Hua Fenglu. Let's go. Nandu Wanin sighed loudly and said, Do you think there's a chance they could repair your life spirit as well? My life spirit was shattered into pieces. It's not that easy, said Hua Fenglu. He did not have high hopes. As long as they were able to heal his injuries so that he could live like a normal person, he was happy. A large group of people followed the emperor into the imperial palace. However, there were still some people who remained standing around the Fenghua platform, not wanting to leave. The Fenghua banquet was a gathering of cultivators in the Kangi Kingdom, but instead, the spotlight had been stolen by the trio from the Nandu Nation. The 3 of them did not seem to be of any special background, but they were all incredibly powerful. At the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian got first place. Hua Jiayu was given the title of princess, and Yushang received high regards from the emperor. They 3 of them were destined for greatness. Besides that, everyone witnessed just how powerful Yi Wuqian was. He was invincible on the Fenghua platform. However, Lin Yueyao, who was the center of attention and the most outstanding female in Kangi Kingdom before the Fenghua banquet, was completely outshined by Hua Jiayu. She had received a mere last place on the Fenghua rank. Even Hua Zhixin had placed higher than her. Only when they saw the large group of figures disappear slowly did the people around the platform go their separate ways. Afterward, the news spread rapidly all over the Imperial Kangi city. In the Imperial Palace, the carriage was moving forward. Just then, an Imperial bodyguard beside the carriage came to Yi Futian. His Majesty has requested you. Yi Futian nodded and headed for the carriage ahead. Lin Yueyao, Bai Qiu, Zhu Qianfan, and the others watched Yi Futian's silhouette with a mix of emotions. They were all thinking something different. Yi Futian arrived next to the carriage. Your Majesty, he greeted the emperor seated in the carriage. There are still many things you have yet to explain. As talented as you are, what is the royal Luo family's reason for wanting you dead? Asked Emperor Luo. Your Majesty, it might have had something to do with a prophecy told by the Nandu nation's left minister, Minister Zhua, answered Yi Futian. I know that Minister Zhua is an astrologer. Explain, said Emperor Luo. I once traveled with Minister Zhua. It was then that he might have told my fortune. He bestowed the decree of the minister upon me afterward. Then by chance, he also told Jiayu's fortune. Because of this, the Crown Prince became aware of us. He went all the way to Donghai Academy to see me. He asked for me to follow under his leadership and told me that he would make me his minister once he became the emperor, but I rejected. Then came an imperial order from Emperor Luo. He made me the Crown Prince's study attendant and Jiayu the Crown Princess. Our only choice was to defy the order and flee for our lives. Yi Futian did not keep anything from Emperor Yi because he could easily find out the truth by sending someone to Donghai City. The emperor's eyes brightened. Based on what Yi Futian had said, many things became clear. It was obvious that Emperor Luo gave such an order on purpose as an excuse to get rid of Yi Futian and Hua Jiayu. Looks like you and Jiayu were destined to become emperor and empress. Emperor Yi laughed at Yi Futian. But I've never even thought about becoming emperor. I had no intentions of stealing the Nanda nation throne, said Yi Futian. He did not mention that he indeed was fated to be emperor but not the emperor of a country. You didn't think of it before, but after what happened, there's a chance of it happening.
This is probably what they call fate, smiled Emperor Yi. Yi Futian did not say anything. He was not going to become the emperor of a country. Those were not his intentions, but the royal family of the Nandu nation must be eliminated. He was willing to do anything to make sure this happened. The Luos found an excuse to kill you, and yet you were able to escape? Emperor Luo was curious. If Emperor Luo gave out such an order, then it would only make sense that he would have made sure that there was no way Yi Futian could make it out alive. We barely made it, said Yi Futian. My grandmaster sacrificed his life to make sure we survived, and Yusheng's master, Senior Yixiang, is still missing. He did not tell the emperor that even though such grave sacrifices were made, they never would have made it out of Donghai City alive if it hadn't been for the emperor's will in his body. What Yi Futian didn't know was that even with the emperor's will, he almost didn't make it out of Donghai City. Your grandmaster is very respectable. As for Yixiang, I will send people to find him, but since he is on the run, he may be in hiding. It won't be easy to find him. Unless you are able to let him know that you're here, said Emperor Yi. Yi Futian nodded. He understood what the emperor was trying to say. They continued through the imperial palace. The empress and others left first. Emperor Yi ordered someone to lead Yi Wuchen and others on the Fenghua rank to the imperial library while he personally led Yi Futian's group to another place in the palace. Accompanying them was Princess Xianxia. Deep within the imperial palace was a mountain. It was quiet on the mountain. The only things on the mountain were the ancient trees and a single residence. Everything was peaceful and quiet. Emperor Yi personally guided Yi Futian and the rest on to the mountain. As soon as they entered the residence, an elder came out to welcome them. The elder had white hair and a white beard. He looked wise like a sage. However, his eyes were shut tight, even in the presence of the emperor. On the way up, Yi Lingxi had told them that the imperial advisor could not see. "You're here, your majesty," greeted the imperial advisor. Even though he was blind, it was like he could see who had arrived. He walked directly towards the emperor. "Teacher, it's been a while since I came to bother you," said Emperor Yi. Yi Futian and the others had a look of surprise on their faces. The imperial advisor was Emperor Ye's teacher. "Your Majesty, have you come because of him?" The imperial advisor turned in Hua Fengliu's direction. "That's correct. Teacher, the Fenghua banquet ended today. This is Yu Futian, Hua Jiyu, and Yu Xing. The three of them are unbelievably gifted and have a lot of potential. They may even surpass me in the future." Yi Futian ranked first, and his request was for his master's injuries to be healed. "Originally, I did not want to disturb you, but then I took Jeyu as my goddaughter. So, the only thing I could do was to ask you to help heal her father," explained Emperor Yi. "They are extraordinary indeed," nodded the imperial advisor. He turned to Hua Fenglu and asked, "How are your injuries?" Hua Fenglu released his broken life spirit once again, then leaned against Nandu Wanin fatigued. He didn't even have energy to speak. Yi Futian spoke for him. Master forcefully summoned his life spirit in a battle after it was disabled. "I can heal him, but it's not something I can do in a day, especially since his life spirit is shattered. It will take a long time to recover fully," said the imperial advisor. "You can repair his life spirit?" asked Yu Futian with a shaking voice. Even Hua Fengliu's heart skipped a beat. He had never even dared to dream of it. "There's nothing surprising about teacher being able to do what others can't," chuckled Emperor Yi. Hearing this, everyone was surprised and happy. All of them bowed to Emperor again. "Thank you, Your Highness. You guys should be thanking my teacher," laughed Emperor Yi. The imperial advisor waved his hand. "Since His Majesty has requested, it is only right for me to oblige. He will need to stay here for treatment. As for the rest of you, if you don't mind that there isn't much to offer here, you guys can stay here as well." "Thank you, Senior." Yi Futian put his hands together and bowed at the elder with great gratitude. Hua Jeyu was excited. Her father's life spirit could actually be healed. Nandu Wanin's eyes were getting red. All these years, she'd never had any high hopes. "Then you guys shall stay here with teacher. If anything happens, you go down the mountains and find someone to report directly to me." Emperor Yi instructed the group and then departed with Princess Yilingxi. Just when the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet ended, in the Nandu nation's imperial city, cultivators gathered for their countrywide event. The Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet was about to begin. Countless strong cultivators gathered here in the magnificent imperial city of Nandu Nation. There were 36 prefectures in the Nandu Nation, with many cities in each prefecture and academies in each city. At this time, the younger generation of talents from all the cities gathered here in Nanda City for the Tingfeng banquet held by the Nanda Nation. Different from the Fenghua banquet of Kangi Kingdom, the Tingfeng banquet had no preliminary test. Any young person could participate and show their talents. The Fenghua banquet was held every 3 years in Kangi Kingdom, so efficiency was highlighted and it was fast-paced. As for the Tingfeng banquet held every 10 years, it was grander. People from the East Sea Prefecture gradually arrived at the imperial city. Not only young participants came, but also those strong cultivators who wanted to witness the grand banquet. The strong cultivators from Donghai Academy of the East Sea Prefecture definitely would not miss such a grand banquet. Yan Xiao, the headmaster of the School of Emperor Star, led his excellent disciples together with the other headmasters. Stepping into the city, a group of demon beasts flew in the sky. The disciples looked over the magnificent ancient city below, feeling slight butterflies. They wondered whether they would stand out in this Tingfeng banquet. Amongst the crowd was Zhuqing, who was thought the most highly by Yan Xiao, the headmaster. Standing on a beast, Zhuqing looked over at the capital, full of ambition. Talented as he was, there was a big possibility for him to win a place for himself even though there were countless talents gathered at this banquet. However, Zhuqing was not completely confident. No one knew how many powerful figures were born during the past 10 years. Nobody dared claim that he could stand out. At this time, a figure appeared in Zhuqing's mind. If that talented youth was here, he must be the winner. However, it had been only about 1 month since the Donghai City event. He was probably still on the run. Zhou Mu was also with the group of people as well as his teacher, the art saint. Lin Xie was also here. She had matured from when she met Yi Futian on the ship in the East Sea. 17-year-old Lin Xie was now more beautiful and her body more curved. At the beginning of this year, she attended the spring quarter examination held by the Donghai Academy and passed. Hearing that the Tingfeng banquet was to be held, she wanted to have a look too. In the distance, another line of figures descended. Someone called out, "Headmaster Yan." Yan Xiao turned to look and smiled. The disciples from the Nandu clan are going to attend this banquet too? These people arriving were from the Nandu clan. Yes. One of the strong cultivators from the Nandu clan nodded slightly with complex feelings. What happened to the Nandu clan on the last day of the divine calendar changed a lot of things. They had to show more reliance on the royal authority in order to survive. Therefore, they came to the Tingfeng banquet. The two lines moved on silently. Above them were countless other strong cultivators. As they advanced, they could make out the grand palace before them. It was even more solemn and sacred under the sunlight. At this time, Emperor Luo stood in the main hall of the palace reading a message from his guard. The message was about the Fenghua banquet held in Kangi Kingdom. It was held every 3 years and many outstanding persons would emerge. Nandu Nation would naturally pay attention to such news. However, Emperor Luo generally wouldn't care about such things. Countless talents emerged every 3 years. How could he, the emperor of the Nandu Nation, have enough energy to care about these trivial matters? But this message was sent to his hands because several names that should not have appeared were on the Fenghua rank. First place was Yi Futian. What a familiar name. As the emperor, he should not pay attention to a youth. However, Minister Zhua, Minister Hua, and the prince all showed a great interest in him. Therefore, 1 month ago, the Emperor Luo had sent a decree that everybody in Nandu Nation shall listen to him for he stood for God. However, Yi Futian still escaped from Nandu Nation. The emperor didn't expect that he would next see Yi Futian's name on the Fenghua rank of the Kangi Kingdom, joining the Fenghua banquet as a full attribute genius with twin spirits. Of course he would win. Emperor Luo laughed. Yi Futian had displayed his horrible talent at the Nanda clan, so the emperor was not surprised that Yi Futian was the winner. Once he attended, he would definitely win the first place. The fourth was Hua Jiyu. This name was also quite familiar to him. She should have been the crown princess of Nandu Nation. Declare my will. Emperor Luo raised his head and delivered an order again. Just like last month, it was still about Yi Futian. He knew this decree was even more impossible to complete, but he still sent it. In the Kangi Kingdom's palace, Yi Futian and Yu Shang were cultivating in tranquility on a hill while waiting for their teacher to recover. They didn't go out. Yi Futian knew that since he had won the first place on the banquet and revealed the Nandu event in public, he must be more careful. Master! When practicing the music, Yi Futian saw a figure coming. He stopped playing and smiled. It was Hua Fenglu. He walked alone and looked more energetic than before. He would recover completely soon. Nandu Wanyin and Tanglan had been by his side all these days. Sometimes Yi Futian knew that Aunt Tang still wanted to be with Hua Fenglu despite her words. Even the masteress had accepted her dedication to Hua Fenglu. When Hua Fenglu first returned to Donghai City, it was Tang Lan who took care of him. How do you feel? At this time, a wise imperial advisor came near and asked Hua Fenglu. I feel much better. Thank you for these past few days, Hua Fenglu responded. Take a good rest. Don't use your strength over the next few days. You still have to wait for a long time before the life spirit's complete recovery. You'd better not leave the mountain these days, the imperial advisor told him. I know. Hua Fenglu nodded. The imperial advisor looked at Hua Jieyu and asked, I sensed your cultivation yesterday. Can I have a look at your life spirit? Okay. Hua Jieyu nodded slightly and moved forward a step. She released her gorgeous life spirit like a noble queen with a crown. The imperial advisor stood still, but his body shivered involuntarily. He turned to Nandu Wanyin and asked, How about yours? Nandu Wanyin felt puzzled but still released her life spirit. Her life spirit was not as gorgeous as Hua Jieyu's, but it was still extraordinary. The imperial advisor trembled. He slowly knelt and prostrated on the ground to pay his respect. Greetings, my princess. The group's expression changed. Yi Futian stood up and looked at this scene with some astonishment. I was the imperial sorcerer of Nandu Nation, Mo-he, the old man said with a trembling voice. I never thought there would be a day where I could see His Majesty's descendants. Senior, please rise. Nandu Wanyin was shocked. No one here had expected that the imperial advisor of Kangi Kingdom used to be the imperial sorcerer of the Nandu Nation. Of course, he was from the previous Nandu Nation, not the present one. Are you the descendant of the Emperor Ju? The old man stood up slowly and asked with a trembling voice. Yes, he is my grandfather. It is said that he escaped to the Nandu clan in the Donghai city after the Luos took the power. Nandu Wanyin nodded. His Highness did the right thing. If he did not leave, he would only die in the end. Luo Tianyin would not let him go. The old man's voice was tinged with hatred. What happened in those years? Why did my grandfather and parents leave Nandu clan and never come back? What does this have to do with Emperor Luo? Nandu Wanyin asked. Luo Tianyin was Emperor Luo's real name. She only knew that 300 years ago, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing unified the divine prefectures of the East. Forces in the world were in unrest. The emperor of the Nandu nation ran into an accident and the whole nation was in a chaos. Countless forces fought for the throne. The Nandu clan had lost too many strong cultivators for this. And at that time, Luo Tianyin turned out to win with his noble plane and ascended the throne. Since then, the Luos replaced Nandu royalty. After Emperor Luo took power, panic rose through the nation. In order to show the emperor's bearing, Emperor Luo ordered a nationwide amnesty. He forgave his rivals. Soon, the whole nation bowed down to him and the Nandu nation was stabilized. The Nandu clan returned to Donghai City and survived this crisis. Luo Tianyin, that bastard, used to be His Majesty's personal bodyguard. Because of his great talent, His Majesty treated him as a disciple. During a turbulent time, His Majesty left the nation for the pursuit of stronger power. Luo Tianyin and I followed. However, Luo Tianyin was wildly ambitious. Taking advantage of His Majesty's crisis, he made his move when His Majesty let down his guard. His Majesty's fate was taken and I lost my eyes. Perhaps even Luo Tianyin thinks that I died. The old man shook and said, Luo Tianyin went against the heavens and changed fate to ascend the throne and replace Nandu's royalty. In order not to be despised by the world, he did not hurt the Nandu clan but still had dirty underhand tricks. Princess, you said His Majesty and your father disappeared. I am afraid they were investigating the things of that year and had misfortunes. Why don't you announce his evil deeds to the world? Hearing about the past events, Nanda Wanin was furious.
If I do so, the Nanda clan will perish completely. The old man sighed. I settled in Kangi Kingdom with a disguised identity for so many years.
I taught the emperor how to cultivate so the Kangi Kingdom can become stronger and one day overthrow the Luo reign. Yifutian didn't expect this secret and suddenly understood many things.
The reason why Emperor Luo declared in Donghai City to confer Hua Jieyu with the title of Crown Princess was not only because of ministers was augury. The poor Nanda clan didn't know that the emperor would definitely not let Hua Jieyu rise unless she became subordinate to him and became the crown princess. Moreover, Emperor Luo had once gone against fate. He was not afraid of fate at all. Now he becomes stronger.
As the emperor, how would he fear the two fated youths? When they were discussing this issue, a messenger from the Nandu nation came to visit the emperor of the Kangi Kingdom. In the main hall of the Kangi Kingdom's imperial palace, an ambassador from the Nandu nation had arrived. Emperor Yi met him seated on his throne. "Greetings, Emperor Yi," said the ambassador. He knelt down on the floor in a deep bow. "Rise," said Emperor Yi.
"Thank you, Your Majesty." The ambassador rose from the ground and looked at Emperor Yi. "I have come under the order of His Majesty of the Nanda nation. We heard the traitors of our country, Yifutian and Hua Jiyu, were here at the Kangi Palace. His Majesty has sent me in a request that they be returned to the Nanda nation for punishment. They are already citizens of the Kangi Kingdom. Furthermore, I have already conferred the title of princess upon Hua Jiyu and she is now my goddaughter.
Relay the message to your emperor. They no longer have anything to do with your country. Do not use the term traitor in reference to them anymore," Emperor Yi said with a cold demeanor. He was dignified and stern.
They were once citizens of the Nanda nation's East Sea Prefecture and have defied the orders of the emperor. They are traitors and deserve capital punishment. Is it really proper for Emperor Yi to handle things this way? The ambassador asked the emperor without fear. How preposterous, said someone on the sideline. They stared at the ambassador with cold eyes, but he only lifted his head to look at Emperor Yi calmly, neither haughty nor humble. I will repeat myself once more. They are now part of the Kangi Kingdom. Hua Jiyu is a princess and, in the future, Yifutian will be a prince. Did you hear me clearly? Said with a natural sternness. Noble will befell the ambassador and he could feel an invisible force pushing down on his head.
Our country is willing to trade a city for each of them. The ambassador bowed his head. If I want one your cities, I will fight for it myself. You may head back to answer to your emperor now, said Emperor Yi. Battles always happened at the borders of the two countries. One day the border cities belonged to the Nandu nation, the next to the Kangi Kingdom. It changed hands every couple of days. To an emperor of an entire country, of what use was one city?
The ambassador reached both hands out, bowed down, and said, the Nanda nation's Tingfeng banquet is about to begin. We are inviting emperors of each country to attend.
Our emperor has sent me here with an invitation, inviting Emperor Yi to attend. He fished out an invitation and submitted it with both hands. Someone took the invitation and then handed it to Emperor Yi. He read it over and smiled. Very well. Tell your emperor that I will be attending the banquet. The Nandu nation awaits Emperor Ye's presence. I will excuse myself now. The ambassador bowed his head and retreated backward. He continued out of the hall before bowing once again, and only then did he turn his back to leave. After he left, Emperor Yi put down the invitation in his hand and went into deep thought. Emperor Luo is actually inviting emperors of different countries to attend the Tingfeng banquet. Was he that confident in this year's banquet? Standing up, Emperor Yi walked out of the main hall. Yifutian had no idea of this. Although he knew that the results of the Fenghua banquet might attract attention from the Nandu nation, he never thought they would send someone so quickly.
On the mountain, Imperial Advisor Mo He said to Hua Jieyu, Princess Jieyu's life spirit seems to have evolved. Back in the old Nanda nation, I used to follow His Majesty around and have a pretty good understanding of this life spirit. Princess Jieyu, you can continue to cultivate here and I can teach you what I know. Hua Jieyu's eyes sparkled and she quickly nodded. Thank you, Senior. I have hidden my name for so long, not even His Majesty, Emperor Yi, knows my true identity.
In public, you can continue to call me Imperial Advisor, said Mo He. Okay. Everyone nodded. Yifutian was moved. Who would have thought that in a foreign land, they would be able to meet the imperial sorcerer of the Nandu nation's previous royal family? Years ago, the royal Nandu family was stripped of their title and moved out of the East Sea Prefecture to avoid danger. They did not dare to even think of revolting because they were afraid that Emperor Luo might try to kill them. Once an imperial bodyguard, Luo Tianyin, had become emperor. One imperial order from him was able to scare the wits out of the entire clan. What a joke. "Someone's here," said the imperial advisor. He walked outside and moments later, Prince Yi Danshan and Princess Yi Lingxi arrived.
Greetings, Imperial Advisor. The two of them bowed at the elder in respect. No need for formalities, Your Highness, said Mohe. Imperial Advisor, we are here for Yi Futian and the others, said Yi Danshan. Mohe nodded.
Yi Futian walked over and asked, "What is it, Your Highness?" Not long ago, an ambassador of the Nandu nation came to see Father, asking him to hand you two over, Yi Danshan explained. Yi Futian's eyes faltered. That was quick. Father rejected, of course. However, the ambassador then brought out an invitation, inviting Father to the Tingfeng banquet. Father wants to bring all 10 of the cultivators on the Fenghua rank along with him and wants to know if you guys would be willing to do so. Yi Danshan asked Yi Futian.
The Tingfeng banquet. Yi Futian was frozen. It was a familiar name. Once upon a time, back in the Nanda nation, Minister Zhua had wanted him to head to the imperial city in the spring to attend the Tingfeng banquet. Yi Futian had the same idea himself and prepared to make the trip.
But in the span of a mere month, which seemed like such a long time, hearing about the banquet it seemed so foreign. Was the Tingfeng banquet about to begin? "We'll go." Yi Futian nodded without hesitation. He wanted to see Emperor Luo for himself, the man who ruined his life with one imperial order. As for his safety, Yi Futian was not worried. Even though the Kangyi kingdom and the Nandu nation had been rivals for hundreds of years, there had never been any battles significant enough to ruin either country. Even when there were more serious battles, both countries knew their limits. There was a strange equilibrium in the relationship between both countries. It was something that no one would destroy. The reason was simple. Both emperors were powerful cultivators in the noble plane. Neither person had an advantage over the other.
What truly determined the fate of a country was not the strength of its army but the ability of its leader, the ability of the emperor. For example, in the old Nanda nation, the emperor had fallen and led to the entire family being overthrown, becoming history.
If Yi Futian attended the banquet with Emperor Yi, Emperor Luo wouldn't kill him even if he wanted to, because what would happen if Emperor Yi charged into the Nandu nation's imperial palace in a fit of rage?
Fighting with a person in the noble plane would only mean death. Even between rival countries, there was a mutual understanding. No one was allowed to cross the line and break equilibrium, or else there would be heavy consequences.
That was, unless one of the emperors was already strong enough to kill the other on the spot. In the world of cultivation, personal abilities were more important than anything else. Even royal power was the result of a person's abilities.
Since Emperor Yi had Yi Danshan come to ask Yi Futian to attend, it was obvious that he had also realized this point. Emperor Luo wouldn't dare to touch Yi Futian, especially not in his own country. Are you all going? Yi Lingxi asked, looking at Yu Xing and Hua Jieyu. Jieyu shouldn't go. She should stay to take care of Master, said Yi Futian. In reality, Hua Folu was fine under the care of Nandu Wenin and Tang Lan. Besides, his injuries had already gotten a lot better, but Hua Jieyu had to stay and cultivate with the imperial advisor.
It had to do with her future in cultivation. All right, nodded Yi Danshan. I'll go ask the others now. I'll come find you again when it's time to go. Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Futian nodded in response. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi left afterward. Are you really going to the Nandu nation's imperial city? Hua Fenglu asked Yi Futian.
Yeah. I had already planned to do so. This is the perfect opportunity. Yi Futian smiled. Be careful, warned Hua Fenglu. Master, don't worry and focus on your treatment.
You have to repair your life spirit, or else it'll be really embarrassing for you when I surpass you in a couple of years. Laughed Yi Futian. Okay. When I'm fully healed, I can guide your cultivation properly. Hua Fenglu smiled at his disciple. Yi Futian shivered at the fake smile on his face. Master, your gifts are peerless. When you're fully healed, you'll definitely do great things. I cannot compare. Only then did Hua Fenglu nod in satisfaction. Deep down, Yifutian was cursing him for being so shameless. He's such a bully to his disciple.
The next morning, a group had gathered outside the imperial palace. They were the brilliant cultivators from the Fenghua banquet. Their attention fell on Yifutian, Yusheng, and Yidanshan when they stepped out. Everyone had a different look on their faces. Wasn't Yifutian from the Nanda nation?
Going to attend the Tingfeng banquet was the perfect chance for them to check out just how powerful the cultivators in the Nanda nation were. Where's Hua Jieyu? Lin Yueyao could not help but ask when she noticed that Hu Jieyu was missing. She has other business to attend to and won't be coming with us, Yifutian answered. He was quite surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Yueyao would ask about Jieyu. Lin Yueyao nodded her head lightly and didn't say anything else. Moments later, a group of people came out from the palace. It was Emperor Yi and his people. Besides the emperor, there were a few very dignified-looking individuals. They must have been people of very high cultivation. A loud roar came from within the imperial palace. Everyone looked up and saw a fearsome creature headed toward them. The scary beast was a flood dragon. The flood dragon approached and moved to stay near Emperor Yi. Let's head out since we're all here. I wanted to bring you guys on this trip to show you guys cultivators of other countries. Do not limit yourselves to the Kangi kingdom.
There may be a day when you will leave here. Emperor Yi smiled and walked to the flood dragon. Everyone followed the emperor onto the dragon's back. With a loud roar and a huge gust of wind, the flood dragon lifted into the air, rising higher and higher. It broke through the clouds at an alarming speed, headed in the direction of the Nanda nation. The Kangi kingdom was over 100 kilometers away from the Nanda nation.
However, because of the flood dragon's high cultivation, it moved with the wind and they arrived in the Nanda nation's imperial city in a single day. Presently, powerful cultivators from all around the country had gathered in the imperial city. Emperor Luo had also invited emperors from other countries to attend the banquet. Countless beasts soared through the skies, filling the air with their cries. But when the flood dragon flew by, everyone stared from far away. They looked at the line of people mounted on the dragon as they tried to guess their identity. The flood dragon was a ferocious beast like no other. It must be a powerful demon beast. What kind of person would be able to control such a beast? Emperor Yi stood on the dragon's back quietly, allowing the wind to blow freely on him. His long hair blew in the wind. Beside him stood Yifutian, who was looking down on the imperial city. "What are you thinking?" asked Emperor Yi with a smile. Yifutian must have been experiencing a wave of emotions. Coming back here, I was thinking about when I can finally wipe out the imperial Nanda palace, Yifutian replied as he looked out far ahead. A light smile crossed his face, his tone calm. As the dragon came closer to the palace of the Nanda nation, a line of figures flew over. The dragon roared ferociously. "Stop," Emperor Yi said. Then the dragon halted. Those comers bowed and said, "Your Majesty, what's the matter?" the emperor asked. "We were ordered by our emperor to welcome you. The accommodation has been arranged for you," the man said. "Lead the way," Emperor Yi said lightly. The other nodded and walked in front, leading the way. Soon they arrived at a giant palace near the imperial palace. Though the two nations were rivals, courtesy was necessary since the emperor was invited here. Everything in the palace for the stay had been arranged well for them. Since Emperor Yi was the emperor of the Kangi kingdom, only people from the Kangi kingdom could share the palace with him. "Yifutian, come with me. Emperor Luo won't hurt you, but don't leave the palace for safety reasons. If you really have to go out for some reason, let Jingyu go with you," Emperor Yi warned Yifutian. Jingyu was the emperor's bodyguard.
The emperor had assigned Jingyu many things in his daily life. "I'll be careful." Yifutian nodded. Although Emperor Luo wouldn't hurt him in public, there was still the possibility for him to arrange an assassination or kill him by another's hand without any evidence left. Emperor Yi couldn't blame it on him then. The group settled down in the palace while the outside world was stirred up. The Tingfeng banquet was to be held the next day. The decennial banquet was more magnificent than the Fenghua banquet of the Kangi kingdom. The whole nation paid great attention to it and all the heroes would attend. A sensation was inevitable. Everyone was looking forward to the opening of the Tingfeng banquet the next day.
1 hour later outside the palace, a row of figures strode over and went directly into the palace. The leader was a beautiful woman. She seemed like an unordinary person. Following behind her were her strong bodyguards. Jingyu stood before her and said, "This is the Emperor Ye's palace. Any intruders will be killed without pardon. I'm looking for Yi Futian." The woman looked up to Jingyu and Jingyu suddenly grew hesitant. "Since this is Emperor Ye's palace, what do you think we can do?" the woman continued. Jingyu thought for a while then said, "Follow me." He led the way and the woman's people followed behind. They came to a place in the palace where Yi Futian's group lived. Seeing many people coming over, Lin Yueyao and the others went to Yi Futian's room out of curiosity. Yi Futian sat in the courtyard. When he saw the newcomer, he was stunned. "Yi Futian, why did you join the Kangyi kingdom?" the woman asked angrily. She seemed to come here for an explanation. Yi Futian looked up to this beautiful but capricious woman and said indifferently, "Are you talking to me?" This woman turned out to be the princess of the Nandu nation, the daughter of Emperor Luo and the sister of the crown prince. "My teacher gave you the minister's decree and my brother let you be minister but you rejected him," Luo Mengyan said. "My father even conferred you with the study attendant of the crown prince. What did we do to you? Is it just because of Hua Jieyu? Is Hua Jieyu the reason why you joined the Kangyi kingdom? Get out." Yi Futian looked at her coldly. Was this girl stupid? What did they do to him? "You." Luo Mengyan pointed at Yi Futian and shouted, "You are a jerk. I'll kill you." She pounced forward. Yi Futian stood up and stepped forward too. As if remembering something bad, Luo Mengyan froze in place. "I'm here to accompany His Majesty, not for recalling past days. Princess, please leave." Yi Futian responded nonchalantly. Only then did people know that this woman was the princess of the Nandu nation. Many people looked at Yi Futian curiously. What did this guy do to the princess? "It's your own choice to betray Nandu nation, but you shouldn't trouble my teacher. Because of you, my teacher doesn't pay attention to the outside world anymore and even neglects me. It's all because of you." Luo Mengyan's eyes grew red. Yi Futian was surprised. He didn't mean to trouble Minister Zhua. It could be said that this whole thing was triggered by Minister Zhua, but he knew that Minister Zhua was thinking for his good. The emperor's decree should have nothing to do with Minister Zhua. Did the astrologist minister not care about anything anymore? Yi Futian took out the decree of the minister and threw it to Luo Mengyan. "Return it to Minister Zhua and tell him that I won't blame him." "You won't blame him?" Luo Mengyan took the token and asked indignantly in return. "You can leave now." Yi Futian was kicking them out. Luo Mengyan looked at Yi Futian coldly and turned away. People around the court moved aside, but Luo Mengyan stopped and turned around. She asked, "You said that your girlfriend is more beautiful than me? How beautiful is she that you could betray the Nanda nation for her? You don't deserve to be compared with her," Yi Futian answered indifferently. Luo Mengyan is so naive. Does she really think that Emperor Luo and the Crown Prince were thinking for his good? Or maybe it's just hard for her to think of her father and brother as bad people. Luo Mengyan looked coldly at Yi Futian and left. After she left, Lin Yueyao asked Yi Futian in confusion, "What have you done to the princess of the Nandu nation?" Yi Futian looked at Lin Yueyao and smiled slightly. "Do you want to try?" Seeing Yi Futian's mean smirk, Lin Yueyao said, "No, thank you." With that, she left. Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang watched the whole thing silently. As the top beauty of the Kangyi kingdom, Lin Yueyao was always very aloof, but she had struck up a conversation with Yi Futian several times. However, Yi Futian just directly ignored this beauty, which annoyed the onlookers very much. The difference between them, but Yi Futian's girlfriend was indeed more beautiful than Lin Yueyao. "Let's go out for a walk," Sui Fan suggested. All the strong cultivators gathered here in the Nandu nation. They could go take a look. Since the emperor of the Nanda nation invited them, he wouldn't stoop so low as to play tricks on them. "Good idea." Yu Jiang nodded and went out. Yi Futian didn't go with them but continued his cultivation. The next morning, people from the Nanda nation came to the palace and visited Emperor Yi. He went to greet them and Yi Futian's group also showed up. The people from Nandu nation bowed and said, "My Majesty ordered me to invite your Highness to the Imperial Palace so that all their Majesties can attend the Tingfeng banquet together." "What about them?" Emperor Yi asked. looking to Yi Futian's and others. Only the emperors have been invited. The rest shall go separately. They can meet your majesty in the imperial palace. The man answered and smiled. Emperor Yi didn't respond but turned to Jingyu. You take them there. Yes, your majesty. Jingyu nodded. Emperor Yi followed the people and left. Let's go, Jingyu said. Other than him, there were many other strong cultivators of the Kangyi kingdom. The group of people went out and walked directly toward the imperial palace. Outside the palace, there were people from other kingdoms also moving toward the imperial palace. The Tingfeng banquet was held outside the north gate of the imperial palace where there was already a sea of people. The number of the attendees of the Tingfeng banquet was bigger than that of the Fenghua banquet. When Yi Futian's people arrived, they were almost submerged by the sea of people. Outside the north gate there were 9 tall platforms erected in a row which was surrounded by a vast open space. The throne and the stands were set opposite the platforms. Ordinary people would not be allowed to enter that area. People from all over the Nandu nation were gathered here, naturally including the people from the East Sea Prefecture. The Nandu clan stood in the crowd and watched the throne and the stands in front of platforms where the royal families sat. The Nandu clan could sit there before, but at this time they could only stand in the crowd. 1 month ago, if that thing did not happen, Jieyu would be the crown princess now, a Nandu youth said. Then we could also sit over there. All of this was destroyed by Yi Futian. Don't think about it anymore and don't mention Hua Jieyu again, an elder reprimanded. Hua Jieyu was a sinner of the Nandu nation. They had to cut all ties with her. Okay. That youth nodded and looked at the crowd. The youth would participate in this banquet so every strong cultivator here might be his opponent. He continued to observe and stopped when somewhere. He frowned, looked backward, and found a line of figures. Yu Futian, the youth called. People from the Nanda clan all turned to him. An elder said, nonsense. How could Yu Futian appear at the Tingfeng banquet? He is there. The youth pointed somewhere with great shock in his eyes. He didn't believe it either, but he definitely had seen Yi Futian. The Nanda clan all looked toward the direction he pointed in and their eyes fell on a handsome figure. Every cultivator of the Nanda clan was stunned and their eyes flashed. Yi Futian dared to attend the Tingfeng banquet? Did he want to die? Go take him down. The strong cultivators from the Nanda clan immediately bolted in that direction. They had never forgotten what had taken place in Donghai City a while ago. Hua Jieyu was taken away and a group of strong cultivators of Nanda clan also disappeared. And Yi Futian was the reason. Don't let him go, a youth shouted, worrying that Yi Futian would mingle within the crowd. This guy is really bold. How dare he come back to where the Tingfeng banquet is held? Take him and give him to the emperor, someone said. He'd even planned how to execute Yi Futian. Yi Futian went against emperor's order. He was a criminal and must be handed over to Emperor Luo. Yi Futian's group headed closer to the battle platforms. Just then, a harsh voice shouted, Yi Futian. The surrounding area was crowded and in disarray. Because of this, Yi Futian did not notice the members of the Nanda clan. It was not until he heard the shout that he turned his attention over and saw them. Nandaku was among the group. The look in his eyes was ice cold, ready for blood. Whoosh! The members of the Nanda clan did not waste any words and released all types of spells at Yi Futian. A figure stepped out from beside Yi Futian. With a slight step forward, just one step, the wood sorcery targeted at Yi Futian was destroyed. At the same time, a fearsome force of sword intent filled the air. The temperature dropped and every member of the Nanda clan was encapsulated by the force. They could not help but shiver at the drop in temperature. The small area in which they occupied seemed to have been frozen. The members of the clan stared at the figure that appeared in front of Yi Futian. Shock filled their eyes. They could not believe there was such a powerful individual by Yi Futian's side, protecting him. Did the disappearance of their fellow clan members in Donghai City have something to do with this person? When Yi Futian had appeared in front of their very eyes just a moment ago, they had no other thoughts but to capture him. But seeing this powerful individual, the clan members seemed to have broken out of their daze. Why had Yi Futian shown up at the Tingfeng banquet? There's no need for you guys to be in such a rush. I will pay a visit to the Nanda clan in Donghai City sooner or later. Yi Futian quickly glanced at the clan members and continued on his way. He did not want to get pulled into the situation with them right now, and obviously, Jingyu could not start a massacre at the Tingfeng banquet. Jingyu and the others moved forward together, leaving the members of the Nandu clan to stand in place, watching Yi Futian as he walked away. No one chased after him. They were all intimidated by the powerful feel Jingyu gave off. What on earth was going on? It was true. Everyone thought it was odd that Yi Futian had the guts to show up at the Tingfeng banquet, an imperial event held by the emperor. Jingyu was strong, but no matter how strong he was, he could not go up against the emperor of the Nandu nation.
Emperor Luo was a cultivator in the noble plane. He was the only one in all of the Nanda nation. The Nanda clan could not even take care of themselves as of late, so of course they did not know what had happened in the Kangi kingdom. To be honest, only the royal Luo family would care about what happened in the neighboring countries. Thus, never in a million years would the Nanda clan members guess that Yi Futian came with the emperor of another country. Many imperial bodyguards appeared to maintain order.
They stood around the 9 battle platforms. Up ahead, a crowd of powerful cultivators had arrived. Some of the guards cleared the road for them while royals, nobles, and clans stood on the sides to welcome them. From the imperial palace, a group of figures headed their way.
The 4 people at the front of the group seemed to be chatting happily as if they were the best of friends. The 4 of them had a certain aura around them. In the blink of an eye, the noisy area quieted down and everyone paid undivided attention to the group approaching.
They knew that Emperor Luo was in the group, but who were the other 3? The 4 figures arrived at the platforms and sat down in their own respective seats. Their status seemed to higher than people expected. Today is the beginning of the Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet. I have specially invited the emperors of the Kangi kingdom, the Yunchu nation, and the Yen kingdom to come watch the competitions. We shall enjoy the performances put on by the youths of the Nandu nation.
They are our future, and I hope that our younger generation cultivators will not disappoint our 3 guests from afar, smiled Emperor Luo as he introduced his fellow emperors. Immediately, the area was filled with discussion.
Besides the one side of the country that was bordered by the sea, the other 3 sides were joined with bordering countries. Today, the emperors of those 3 countries had come to attend the Tingfeng banquet. This year's Tingfeng banquet was graced with the presence of 4 emperors, the 4 strongest cultivators in the noble plane. Below where the 4 emperors sat, everyone began to sit down. Beside Emperor Luo, Crown Prince Luo Junlin as well as other princes and princesses had arrived, but only Luo Junlin could sit next to the emperor. This was the obvious difference in status among the children of the emperor. Below the throne were the left and right ministers. Ministers who no longer had the same energy in his eyes as he once did. It seemed like he was no longer interested in anything. On the other hand, Minister Hua looked fresh and energetic. Even though things in Donghai City were not a success as planned, to see ministers fail was the best thing for him. Jingyu, Yi Futian, and the others headed to where Emperor Yi was. As citizens of the Kangi kingdom, it was only natural that they stayed by the emperor's side.
The Nanda clan members kept eyes on Yi Futian. When they saw that not only was Yi Futian not avoiding being seen by Emperor Luo and was even headed in his direction, some of them had already made predictions. They shivered at the thought.
Isn't that Yi Futian and Yu Shang? Among the large audience, there were some people who came from Donghai City. They froze at the sight of Yi Futian. Naturally, the people of Donghai Academy also took notice. Yan Xiao frowned. What's going on? His gaze shifted to Emperor Luo and Minister Hua. They did not seem to care at all, as if they already knew Yi Futian would be here. Zhuo Qing and other students of Donghai Academy were all confused at the sight of Yi Futian. Lin Xie had obviously seen him as well. Her beautiful eyes froze on him. She never imagined she would see Yi Futian at the Tingfeng banquet. One step at a time, Yi Futian's group arrived at the very front of the area, right below where Emperor Yi was seated. The members of the Nandu clan felt their hearts skip a beat. It seemed they finally understood. The reason why Yi Futian dared to show up in the Nandu nation was because he had royalty backing him, the emperor of the Kangi kingdom. Those from Donghai Academy looked very interested. Their mouths hung open as they watched Yi Futian take his seat slowly. Yi Futian went to the Kangi kingdom? In a little over a month, Yi Futian had escaped from the Nandu nation to its rival country, the Kangi kingdom. Furthermore, he had been recognized for his talents by Emperor Yi. Now, he had returned on the day the Tingfeng banquet began. However, he was not a participant of the banquet but one of the audience. Zhuoqing felt disheartened immediately after seeing Yi Futian. Zhuoqing was here to participate in the banquet and did not even know if he would even be able to impress with his performance, but then, there was Yi Futian. He was already seated by the emperor, though not Emperor Luo. Yan Xiao glanced at Zhuoqing, who was beside him. Then, he turned to another person and said, Tianhao, that's the person you've always wanted to meet. Full attribute genius with twin spirits, Yi Futian. Do you think you can defeat him? Yun Tianhao stared at Yi Futian. In reality, he had taken notice of Yi Futian very early on. It was because they knew each other, but that was when they were younger. They battled once at Qingzhou Academy. As a top student of Haiyan Academy, Yun Tianhao lost to Yi Futian. After that, Yun Tianhao left Qingzhou City in pursuit of experience and better education. So, at the beginning of this year, he was admitted into Donghai Academy. His arrival shook up the whole school. Then he heard of another person who left a deep impression on the students of Donghai Academy. Yu Futian, a name that he kept engraved in his brain. I will defeat him, said Yun Tianhao. Full attribute and twin spirits? So this was his true gift. Seated below Emperor Luo, ministers were first stared at Yi Futian and then at Emperor Yi. He felt disappointed. After their trip to Qingzhou City together, ministers were showed great interest in Yi Futian. It was not only for himself but for the royal Luo family as well. However, it was impossible to know what the emperor was thinking. The royal family actually got the idea that ministers wanted to revolt against them. They believed that Yi Futian was fated to become emperor of the country and was a threat to their family. Thus, an imperial order was sent to Donghai City. None of these events could be undone. As for Minister Zhuo himself, the emperor lost trust in him because he insisted on rushing to help Yi Futian in Donghai City. If Minister Zhuo was Emperor Luo, he would do anything to kill Yi Futian right now. Even if Emperor Yi would get mad and kill a lot of people, it would still be better than the downfall of the royal family. But Emperor Luo would never do that. Although Emperor Luo believed in fate and ministers was prophecies, he would not trust them fully. Emperor Luo was very headstrong and believed that as an emperor and a powerful cultivator in the noble plane, he could easily change fate. Obviously, Minister Zhuo was not going to attempt to persuade Emperor Luo. He wouldn't do it even if he could. He was not going to come up with any more plans for Emperor Luo. Despite this, Minister Zhuo knew he would never be able to leave. Even if the emperor was not going to give him anything to do anymore, he would also never let him go. The reason the emperor has not yet killed Minister Zhuo was because he did not have a crime to accuse him of. The minister had recruited and bred many talented officers for Emperor Luo. If he killed Minister Zhuo without reason, it would be poorly received by the emperor's subordinates. I heard that the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet ended not too long ago. These should be the ones from the Fenghua rank? Correct. Emperor Chu of the Yunchu nation asked with a smile as he looked at Yi Futian and the group. They are the top 10. My goddaughter had other business and could not join us, answered Emperor Yi. He returned a smile. In my Yan kingdom, all those with outstanding gifts and high cultivation have the chance of being recognized by me. Some are even made lords or ministers. It has been like that for generations now. This is a policy that everyone agrees on. My people have the utmost trust in our royal family. To this day, as long as there is a brilliant person, they would make themselves known to me. There is no need for us to hold some boring banquet. I've always been curious. Your countries hold these events once every couple of years. Does it actually help to pick out brilliant individuals? Said the emperor of the Yan kingdom. He looked at the group of people seated below Emperor Yi. His words also included Emperor Luo, who was holding the Tingfeng banquet, but it did not seem like Emperor Luo minded. He smiled lightly and replied, every country has their own way of doing things. What matters is that we all do it for the same reason. I invited you all here today, so we'll just have to wait and see if some outstanding young cultivators will appear today. And all of you have brought some younger generation cultivators along. If interested, you can tell them to give it a try as well. I don't mind, Emperor Luo continued. The people that the emperors of the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom brought along were indeed younger generation cultivators.
They were all people their country had high hopes in. They had been brought to attend the Tingfeng banquet to check out the genius cultivators of other countries. As of now, the Tingfeng banquet had not begun. Nobody knew what kinds of outstanding individuals would appear. But Yi Futian and the others had already piqued the interest of the cultivators from the two other foreign countries. From time to time, they would turn their gazes over to the group from the Kangyi kingdom. Just then, Emperor Luo stood up. To everyone in the large area, he said, "Today is the start of the Tingfeng banquet, for emperors have gathered to observe the event. Starting from now, the stage is yours. I look forward to all your performances." After Emperor Luo spoke, people walked onto the 9 battle platforms to organize the matters of the banquet. The Tingfeng banquet was different from the Fenghua banquet. The 9 battle platforms would have fights at the same time. Because it was only held once per decade, the requirements of the Tingfeng banquet were looser. Divided by plane, each of the 8 planes from the 5 glory planes and 3 dharma ranks had a battle platform. They could only fight within the plane to find the strongest of each plane. The center platform was for those of even higher planes. Those under 25 years of age and higher than the 3rd level dharma rank could go there to display their radiance. This way, the age range was 10 years from 16 to 25. The Tingfeng banquet was held once every 10 years, so all the talents created during that time could have this opportunity. The rules were simple and straightforward. It wasn't as efficient as the Fenghua banquet, but it was easier to see what level the talents were at. Yi Futian sat quietly in the stands. He obviously wouldn't demand anything from Emperor Luo right outside the Nanda Palace. In fact, he hadn't even looked at Emperor Luo. The Emperor and Crown Prince hadn't looked at him either. Both parties had forgotten about the Donghai City event in mutual agreement. No one would bring it up. Today was the Tingfeng banquet and Yi Futian was a guest who had come with Emperor Yi. Seeing the people walk to and fro and the endless crowds before the 9 battle platforms, Yi Futian realized that the Tingfeng banquet was on a much larger scale than the Fenghua banquet. It spanned 10 years and he was sure there were many monstrously talented people born in those years. However, this didn't make him feel anything. Monstrous? So what? Battles erupted on the platforms and the atmosphere rose instantly. Countless eyes stared at the 9 platforms. The young talents' eyes all burned with competitiveness. They were ready to go up and perform at any time. Emperor Yi, how do you think our Tingfeng banquet is compared to your Fenghua banquet? Emperor Luo gazed over at Emperor Yi and smiled while asking. It's much larger and there are more participants. However, the efficiency is too low. The final winner, the pride of the kingdom, might not be comparable to my Fenghua banquet, Emperor Yi said, smiling. You are confident. Emperor Luo laughed. Nandu Nation's Tingfeng banquet is held once per decade. You think that the talents from a decade can't be compared to the 3 years of your kingdom. You must understand that the top talents can't be discussed with time as the basis. Regardless of Nandu or Kangyi, how many years must pass before there is a noble plane cultivator? Emperor Yi said calmly. The emperors of the 4 nations all nodded at that. Someone of the noble plane could become an emperor and was difficult to come by. Those who had a noble talent were too rare. In addition, it wasn't enough to only have the talent. Too many talents died before they matured. They also needed to have a noble fate. This type of person had definitely appeared in the 4 nations' hundreds of years of history. It wasn't just one person either. However, the emperors might not be able to discover and use them. Emperor Luo, your fate isn't enough. Emperor Yi smiled while Emperor Luo's eyes flashed. There was a hidden meaning behind these words. Since Emperor Yi had adopted Hua Jiyu, this meant he would protect Yi Futian. Naturally, he knew many things. There was someone with a noble talent had appeared in Nandu more than one, in fact. Minister Zhua had personally tested his fate. Since he was fated to be emperor, he would definitely have the talent of a noble. It was undeniable that one must be a noble to become emperor. Unfortunately, this person with the aura of an emperor had fallen for Hua Jiyu, the descendant of the former Nanda royalty. Their fates were possibly emperor and empress. This way, even if they had the noble talent, Emperor Luo couldn't use them for himself or keep them. If Hua Jiyu had agreed to become crown princess, her fate could be used for Luo Junlin, but it was just a pity now. Oh, Emperor Luo smiled thinly. The noble talent is rare, but it appears occasionally. Most die during the process of strengthening though. How many can truly become a noble? There was murderous intent in those words. Emperor Luo is right, Emperor Yi said.
I heard that your crown prince, Luo Junlin, is also believed to have the noble talent, right? I wonder if he'll have the chance to grow into someone of the noble plane. He smiled. Their conversation was tit for tat. Emperor Luo had said that someone with the noble talent could also die, hinting that he wanted to kill Yi Futian. Emperor Yi had counterattacked. Luo Junlin also had the noble talent. Would he die as well? In actuality, he was warning Emperor Luo, try and harm my people. Emperor Luo's lips curled into a sneer sharper than a blade. Yi Futian naturally overheard their conversation. There were hidden meanings behind their words. He understood that Emperor Yi would protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been brought here. Are you two speaking in riddles? The emperor of the Yunshu nation said. They seemed to be fighting with their words, but he didn't understand. The nations all paid attention to the important events of their neighbors, such as the Tingfeng banquet and Fenghua banquet. They would also know who the most brilliant figures of the Fenghua banquet were. However, Donghai City was just a small city of Nandu Nation. They wouldn't pay much attention to it. Especially for emperors, they didn't have the time to care about that. It was already a feat if they glanced at the names of the talents at the Fenghua banquet.
In the world of the cultivators, the most important thing for an emperor was just cultivating and becoming stronger. Therefore, the emperor of the Yunshu nation only slightly understood their conversation.
He guessed that it had something to do with the Fenghua banquet participant who called himself the talent of the Nandu nation. The Yunshu nation also brought some younger talents this time. There were some very talented people earlier from Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet.
If there's a chance, you all can mingle, Emperor Luo said with a smile. The Yunshu nation emperor also smiled. He glanced at the talents of his nation and asked, did you hear that? They smiled and looked over at Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen's group.
One of them, dressed in glamorous clothing, asked, I heard some news from the Fenghua banquet. Apparently, the winner is from the 7-star glory plane. It's quite interesting. A 7-star glory plane genius who defeated the Dharma rank might really have a superpower, someone joked. Then what kind of Dharma cultivator can be defeated? Apparently he entered the Fenghua rank too. As the Yunshu nation talents chatted, Yu Jiang and Bai Qiu's faces darkened. They obviously understood the jabs in those words. Naturally, it's a Dharma cultivator who can defeat you, a voice said indifferently. Unlike the Yunshu youths who had hidden meanings, he responded straightforwardly. The speaker was Yi Wuchen. He acted just as he fought. He didn't often make actions, but they always hit their mark.
Really? I hope I'll have the chance to experience it, the Yunshu youth said with a smile. He wasn't angered. As the pride of their kingdoms, they were rivals. Some remarks couldn't affect his mood. I'll take you all around the imperial city after today's event.
Now let us watch quietly, Crown Prince Luo Junlin said. Many looked over at him. He was popular. He was known as the future emperor of the Nandu nation at such a young age, and no one could move him. One must enter the noble plane to become the emperor. Therefore, Luo Junlin was the future noble cultivator. I'm sure today's Tingfeng banquet will be boring, a youth from the Yen kingdom said. He wasn't very excited. The Tingfeng banquet had such a large scale and all the talents would come to battle. Many were just here for fun and to test their skills. They were easily defeated. Occasionally, someone would be eye-catching, but it wasn't enough. Unless the genius talents were chosen today, the current battles were uninteresting to them.
Really? What do you think about that one? Luo Junlin smiled and pointed at a battle platform. It was where the 7-star glory plane cultivators were. At the moment, there was a battle. A very young talent stood there, having won many rounds continuously. He was skilled in matrices.
He could create one per step and use these arrays to fight without using up any time. He'd been fighting and continuously defeated strong cultivators from everywhere. No one was his match. In fact, they were defeated instantly. The matrices he carved could collect spiritual qi from every element and transform into an impossibly strong spell. The power was horrible. I'm afraid no one in the glory plane can defeat him, Minister Hua said. This must be Yun Tianhao, the talent that Yan Xiao had told him to keep note of.
Yan Xiao had said that his life spirit was the matrix. He could use full elemental spiritual chi to carve matrices and had limitless potential. If he had a good teacher, he could wow the world. Yifutian also gazed at the battle platform. He was shocked when he saw the youth because he knew him. It was the one Yifutian had fought with when the Haiyan Academy came to challenge the Qingzhou Academy. He'd used tactics of the inscriber to defeat others. Compared to then, Yun Tianhao was much more mature now. He won many more rounds before stopping. His gaze moved to the Emperor's stand. Yifutian realized that Yun Tianhao was looking at him. It seemed that Yun Tianhao still hadn't moved on from that fight. Yifutian smiled and watched Yun Tianhao walk toward somewhere in the crowd. Following his direction, Yifutian saw Yan Xiao and the strong cultivators of Donghai Academy. He even saw Lin Xie, looking at him with her pretty eyes. The Donghai Academy. Yifutian's eyes scanned Yan Xiao and they flashed coldly. The place he had once cultivated at was very memorable. Many students from Donghai Academy were participating in the Tingfeng banquet. After seeing Yun Tianhao, Yifutian also saw Zhuoqing and Zhou Mu arrive at the platform to defeat their opponents. Zhuoqing and Zhou Mu were in the same plane and can both be considered geniuses. Zhou Mu was the disciple of the art saint and Zhuoqing was known as best of everyone below the Dharma plane. However, during the battle at the School of the Emperor Star, while Yifutian and Yuxing shined above the rest, many of the school's best lost their confidence. There was even less to be said after the battle at the Nanda Clan Palace on the last day of Divine Calendar Year 10,000. After that day, no one in Donghai City dared to claim to have unparalleled gifts. Time passed little by little. The Tingfeng banquet continued battle after battle. So many things happened at once, it was impossible for the audience to take in everything. The four emperors chatted about nothing in particular, but each word from their mouths carried hidden meanings. It was their own secret battle. Yifutian was looking at the battle platforms, but he was not watching. His heart was elsewhere. Emperor Yi had already sent people to look for Mi Xiang, but since he had defied the emperor's order for Yifutian, it was not safe for him to easily reveal himself. How was Yifutian going to let Xiang know that he was now following under the emperor of the Kangyi Kingdom? A burst of cheers would come from the audience every once in a while. As the Tingfeng banquet proceeded, many cultivators began to stand out from the rest. But Yifutian did not seem to be interested. Slowly, the first day was coming to an end, but the audience did not seem to have gotten enough. They were still just as enthusiastic as before. At dawn, the sky was turning red. The MCs of the banquet exchanged a look, nodded, and waited for the current round of battles to end before announcing that the first day of the Tingfeng banquet was officially over and battles would continue the following day. Many audience members had not gotten enough, but they knew that this was only the beginning to the multi-day event only held once every 10 years. It was only going to get more interesting. The thought of this had them anticipating the events to come. Many people looked towards where the emperors were seated, for emperors had gathered here today. To everyone, it was hard enough to catch a glimpse of one emperor on a normal day. It was only possible during special events like the Tingfeng banquet. Now that they were able to see 4 emperors at once, many people were going to be bragging about it for a long time. Where the emperors sat, Emperor Yan spoke up. Is the Tingfeng banquet the only reason you have invited us to the Nandu nation, Emperor Luo? Emperor Chu and Emperor Ye's eyes fell on Emperor Luo. They saw him smile before saying, Brother Yan, are you getting impatient already? What's so bad about watching the battles between younger generation cultivators in our free time? Besides, it's rare for all of us to be gathered like this. Later, we can talk about cultivation and check up on each other to see what we can improve on. It'll be better than cultivating on our own, right? Well, he isn't wrong, chuckled Emperor Chu. Then let's go, said Emperor Luo. What about them? Emperor Yi asked, looking at the people behind him. Crown Prince Luo Junlin will show them around. Just let the youngsters wander freely. They won't be comfortable with us around, Emperor Luo said. Emperor Yi did not say anything else. The 4 of them walked away alone, not bringing anyone with them. After all, they were the strongest, most powerful cultivators across 4 countries. There was no need for them to bring bodyguards. After the 4 emperors left, Crown Prince Luo Junlin smiled at the others. He said, Everyone has come a long way.
I have set up a dinner at the Qixing Lake to welcome you all. We'll be able to walk around the city, and I can show you the beautiful sights of the Nandu nation's imperial city. This way, please." He led the young people from the 3 countries forward.
Yi Futian followed along as well. Yu Xing stared coldly at Luo Junlin's back. It was after his visit to Donghai Academy that the imperial order was given. On the other hand, nothing seemed to have affected Yi Futian. It was almost as if he didn't know Luo Junlin. Yu Futian walked quietly.
Behind the 2, many powerful cultivators followed. There were some from each country. Among the people walking up in the front were not only the top talents of the different countries but princes and princesses as well.
More powerful cultivators, such as Jingyu from the Kangi Kingdom, followed behind the group. They stayed far away as to not disturb the group. The Qixing Lake was not far from the Imperial Palace. It was located at the center of the Imperial City.
Night had come, and the waters of the lake looked extra beautiful in the moonlight. The moonlight reflecting off the surface of the lake made it look like there were many lights floating on the water, providing an indescribable mood. Presently, there were quite a few people visiting the lake. In the Qixing Lake were 7 ayats. These islands weren't big and there wasn't much to see. The 7 ayats lined up like the Big Dipper, and it was on this strip of small islands that the famous Qixing restaurant was located. On the island at the very center, a feast had already been set up.
Many beautiful servants were waiting there. This dinner was obviously prepared far in advance. The venue was set up along 4 sides. The people of the 4 countries sat in their own sections.
The Nandu nation's crown prince, Luo Junlin, walked over to the main section and said, "Please sit, everyone." Yi Futian's group walked over to one of the sides and took their seats. Everyone else in the venue did the same. In the center of the room was an empty space. It seemed to be a stage. A young woman with a veiled face played the guqin. The beautiful, moving sound of the music started and provided an incredible atmosphere under the moonlight. Then, a line of dancers entered, dancing around the young lady playing her instrument. In Qixing Lake, people traveling past the restaurant by boat looked in on this scene. Knowing who these people were, many boats came this way, but no one dared to get too close. They all just watched from afar. It was the first night of the Tingfeng banquet. Crown Prince Luo Junlin had set up a feast to welcome the cultivators of the 3 neighboring countries. The onlookers were secretly anticipating for something to happen. "Everyone has traveled from far away. Please forgive me if something is not to your liking. I do apologize for not being a good host," said Luo Junlin. "Beautiful people, beautiful view, and this moving music. There is nothing not to our liking," said the extravagantly dressed young man from the Yunchu nation. And he wasn't saying so. Brown-nosed the crown prince. The setting was truly perfect. "Whether it be music or beauties, there are better among our guests from the Kangi Kingdom," chuckled Luo Junlin. Many people turned their attention over to look at the 3 beauties from the Kangi Kingdom: Lin Yueyao, Hua Zhixin, and Yilingxi. They were all beautiful, especially Lin Yueyao. Her looks were too outstanding. Many people had taken notice of her very early on. There were also females amongst the cultivators from the Yunchu nation and the Yan Kingdom, but their appearance could not hold a candle to the 3 Kangi beauties. "In the past, the one piece you played for me at Donghai Academy is still fresh in my mind. The world." Luo Junlin smiled and then turned to look in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian put down the wine glass in his hand and lifted his head to look at the crown prince.
Luo Junlin was still as he used to be, a face of arrogance. Even today, he still gave Yi Futian looks of superiority. He still thought Yi Futian was inferior and a joke. "I take back what I said in the past. The piece is not suitable for you." Yi Futian smiled. "It doesn't matter to me."
"The world known as the Nandu nation is too small for me," said Luo Junlin. It seemed that this was not where his heart was. His target was a world larger than just the Nandu nation. "But let's talk about you. I offered you a great opportunity. If you had taken it and aided me, the things that followed would have never happened. Perhaps that's just your fate," Yi Futian replied calmly. They both spoke sharp words.
Luo Junlin thought that Yi Futian should regret the things that happened, but Yi Futian said perhaps that was Luo Junlin's fate, insinuating he should be the one who regrets what happened.
The people from the Yunchu nation and the Yen kingdom all looked extremely interested in the exchange between the two young men. Who would have thought things would get so interesting right from the beginning?
Luo Junlin stared at Yifutian. He then smiled and asked, "How about you play another piece today?" Yifutian glanced at him once and picked up his wine glass for a drink. Ignored. Just then, several figures approached.
Luo Junlin looked over and saw Minister Hua, who greeted, "Your Highness." "Minister Hua, is something wrong?" asked Luo Junlin. "No. We saw your Highness here, so I came to greet you on their behalf," said Minister Hua as he pointed in the direction of the neighboring ayat. Luo Junlin looked over to see Yen Xiao leading a group from Donghai Academy, as well as members of the Nandu clan. They all stood there and bowed to him. Yen Xiao and Minister Hua were senior and junior brothers, so there was nothing to say about that. But the Nandu clan was just trying to get on Minister Hua's good side. "All right, I understand. Minister Hua should go attend to your own business. No need to worry about what happens here," said Luo Junlin. Minister Hua excused himself and took a look at Yifutian before leaving. Yifutian returned the gesture and his eyes followed Minister Hua all the way to the next ayat. There was something Yifutian wanted to ask those people. "So, you're the one Emperor Yi picked for first place at the Fenghua banquet?" asked a young man from the Yen kingdom. Yifutian looked at him and smiled casually.
"I'm very curious as to how a 7-starred glory plane cultivator got first place at the Fenghua banquet," said a powerful cultivator from the Yen kingdom. "Guess I was lucky and looked pleasing to the emperor's eyes," said Yifutian. "Do you guys believe him?" the young man from the Yen kingdom asked the Yunchu group. The extravagantly dressed young man from the Yunchu nation smiled. "Can't we just battle him to find out?" "Yen Zhan, didn't you want to test out the abilities of first place on the Fenghua rank?" asked the Yen cultivator. Yen Zhan stood up. Luo Junlin waved his hands and the dancers stepped down. "I am also a 7-starred glory plane cultivator," said Yen Zhan. He stood there, his large body exuding an invisible force, staring at Yifutian. "I have stuff to do, so count me out," Yifutian said. He put down his wine glass and stood up. He stepped out away from his table, but he did not walk towards Yen Zhan. Instead, he headed out of the dinner venue.
"What do you mean by this?" a person from the Yen kingdom asked. "Not interested." Yifutian did not turn back to answer. "Is this how bad Emperor Ye's judgment is?" Yen Zhan asked. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi were enraged. How dare he question their father's judgment? Yifutian did not stop, he continued on his way out. It was as if nothing here had anything to do with him. Many people narrowed their eyes at his silhouette. Was he hiding from battle, or did he feel he was too good to battle? He was first place on the Fenghua ranks, so there should be no need for him to hide from battle. But to say he felt that he was too good to battle, wouldn't that make him really conceited? "Yu Shang!" From far away, Yifutian called out. "Do what you see fit." "Okay." Yu Shang replied. Yu Shang walked out from the Kangyi Kingdom group. Everyone instantly looked away from Yifutian. Yen Zhan from the Yen Kingdom was very burly and filled with explosive strength, but when Yu Shang walked out, Yen Zhan seemed to shrink instantly. His presence was overshadowed. Many people were shocked. Were these two blokes going to fight? "Emperor Yi is a nice person with a nice eye to match," Yu Shang said, looking at Yen Zhan. Yen Zhan looked at this guy and smirked. There was a crack. He'd made a sound when clenching his fist, so it was obvious how strong he was. There was a low roar. A terrifying demon ox appeared on Yen Zhan. It was enormous and his life spirit appeared behind him. It was a huge black ox. Yen Zhan was confident, but he wouldn't underestimate his opponent. "Where's your life spirit?" he asked. "For you." Yu Shang scanned Yen Zhan. He hadn't released his life spirit for anyone yet, let alone Yen Zhan, who was on the same plane. Feeling the disdain in the word "you," Yen Zhan stepped forward. The entire ayat seemed to tremble. Everyone felt something like a herd of demon oxen stampeding. Pound, pound, pound. The earth shook. Everyone's wine glasses trembled violently. The powerful aura shocked everyone. This level of strength made one think that even if there was a mountain before him, he could still smash through it. Yu Shang stood there without moving. Then a gust of wild aura erupted from his body. He saw Yen Zhan advance and punch. It felt like a herd of demon oxen crashing into his body. Yu Shang stepped forward. There was a loud boom, and then he punched forward too. There was nothing frivolous. Their strengths collided directly because they could feel that they were the same type of person. Boom!
With the crash, there was no more suspense. Yusheng's fist smashed into Yan Zhan and crushed in his chest. The next instant, everyone saw Yan Zhan's burly body fly back, crashing into the crowd of people from the Yan kingdom. Yusheng took a step. He crossed the space and grabbed Yan Zhan back. Hooking onto his chest, he raised Yan Zhan up with one hand. Everyone who saw this was shocked. His power was on another level.
Don't overestimate yourself. You're all nothing.
Yusheng scanned the Yan kingdom's group and then hurled Yan Zhan into them.
Yan Zhan flew and crashed into the banquet table. Some powerful cultivators tried to catch him, and they all toppled over together. They were a bit dumbfounded. They were familiar with Yan Zhan's power, but he'd been defeated so badly now. It was humiliating.
They could sense the 7-star glory plane aura from Yusheng. This was a battle of the same plane. Too weak, Yusheng said, a bit disappointed. Then he returned to his spot. The strong cultivators of the Yan kingdom had dark expressions. It was the first time someone mocked Yan Zhan for being weak, but they couldn't say anything back. The people of the Kangi kingdom didn't find anything strange. They'd witnessed Yusheng's strength at the Fenghua banquet.
Even people of the Dharma rank had to avoid him, let alone someone in the same plane. He could shake the Dharma but couldn't fly, and this was all done without releasing his life spirit. They didn't believe that someone as crazy as Yusheng wouldn't have a life spirit. He was just hiding his true abilities. As for Yi Futian, he didn't look back once he left. No matter if it was the Yan kingdom or the Yunchu nation, no one on the same plane could beat Yusheng. It was impossible. On another ayat, Yi Futian walked toward the table in the front. The people there were chatting happily. The atmosphere was much merrier than the strong cultivators of the 4 nations. After all, this group was different. Everyone was here to appeal to Minister Hua. However, once Yi Futian approached, the atmosphere froze and silence came. Their gazes fell on Yi Futian. They all knew who he was. They were Minister Hua, some people from Donghai Academy School of the Emperor Star, and the Nandu clan. Not only did they know Yi Futian, but they were enemies.
If possible, they would definitely want to wipe Yi Futian out of existence. However, he'd come with the Emperor of the Kangi kingdom. If he could be killed, Emperor Luo would have done so long ago. It wasn't up to them. Furthermore, the strong cultivators of the Kangi kingdom were watching them.
We haven't seen each other in 1 month. Seniors, you all look great, Yi Futian suddenly said. Seeing everyone looking at him, the people all froze. He really had a high tolerance. No, because you're not dead, Minister Hua said straightforwardly without holding back. When Yi Futian escaped, he'd been terrified to report to the emperor. He was given a hard time, despite being the minister of the nation. Oh, I'm sorry, Yi Futian said, smiling. Then he looked toward the Nandu clan and Yen Xiao's group. Where is Jieyu? A Nandu clan member suddenly asked. Didn't Minister Hua tell you all? Yi Futian asked curiously. Other people might not know, but Minister Hua should know. He was always by the emperor's side and interacted with the crown prince often. He was an insider. The Nandu clan looked to Minister Hua, who looked back coldly. What, you still care about that genius descendant of yours? Minister Hua, of course not. We wish she could be arrested immediately, the Nandu clan member quickly said. Arrested?
Hua Jiyu is in the Kangi Kingdom's palace now, given the title of princess by Emperor Yi, Minister Hua said. The Nandu clan's expressions changed fascinatingly. Hua Jiyu had become a princess of the Kangi Kingdom? 1 month ago, the emperor had sent the decree to the Nandu clan, and they wished Hua Jiyu would enter the palace as the crown princess. However, Hua Jiyu was in love with Yi Futian and escaped with him. To the Nandu clan, Hua Jiyu was obsessed with an immature relationship.
But 1 short month later, Hua Jiyu had become the princess of Kangi instead of the crown princess of Nandu. The Nandu clan's position in the Nandu nation had become even more awkward. They were still jittery and timid to this day. How they felt went without saying. You're not here to chat, right? Minister Hua asked coldly. Yi Futian obviously wasn't here to chat. He studied Minister Hua and asked, Where is my grandmaster buried? Minister Hua looked at Yi Futian in shock. He didn't expect Yi Futian to come to ask him about a dead man.
I guess my senior didn't waste his life in exchange for yours, Minister Hua said indifferently. He glanced at Xianxia. This task had been given to him. There's no need for you to know, Xianxia answered coldly.
Yi Futian looked at him and then said, Grandmaster liked the school of the Emperor Star. He said that that's his home even after death. He should be buried there. Blasphemy, Xianxia said coldly. The school of the Emperor Star wasn't a cemetery. It's okay even if you didn't do it. I'll settle the score for Grandmaster later and let him return to the school of the Emperor Star. If I can't find him, I'll just have to let the school of the Emperor Star accompany him, Yi Futian said. With that, he turned and left. Xianxia stared at his back, extreme murderous intent in his eyes. He just wanted to kill Yi Futian then and there. Yi Futian knew this because the feeling was mutual. However, they couldn't kill each other now. Wait! A voice suddenly said. Yi Futian stopped and turned to see someone looking at him. It was Yun Tianhao. I want to see your true abilities, Yun Tianhao said coolly. Xianxia didn't say anything. Ever since Yun Tianhao entered the Donghai Academy, he knew that the youth would become the most talented one of the academy. He was a talent blessed by the gods. He would definitely snatch the spotlight during this Tingfeng banquet. Yi Futian looked toward Xianxia and the school of the Emperor Star. They seemed to anticipate their battle. Yi Futian, Tianhao's talent is at your level, Xianxia said, somewhat proudly. His eyes smiling slightly, Yi Futian looked at Xianxia and said, Oh? Ask him how much of my true abilities he saw when he lost to me back then. Back then, he'd only revealed his talent as an inscriber. He didn't even reveal his mandate sorcerer talent. Xianxia gazed blankly at Yun Tianhao. He didn't know about this because the youth hadn't told him. That was before. The present is different. Yun Tianhao's eyes were cold. I don't have time to play. If you want to fight, then are you ready to die? Yi Futian asked coldly. Yun Tianhao's eyes sharpened. The strong cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star glared at Yi Futian as well. He was way too arrogant. Seems like you're not as confident as you thought. Yi Futian smirked and turned to leave. Countless eyes watched his receding figure, their eyes frigid. Yun Tianhao clenched his fists tightly. He'd lost to Yi Futian once at the Qingzhou Academy. Then, he thought that he could surpass the other. When he came to Donghai City, he realized that Yi Futian's name was known throughout the city. He had twin life spirits and was full elemental. Though Yun Tianhao was proud, he wasn't completely confident. Don't mind him. He won't live for long, Minister Hua said, raising his wine. Xianxia and the others looked at him and nodded lightly. However, they knew that if an emperor wanted to protect Yi Futian, it would be difficult to kill him. Even if he was outside like today, there were many powerful figures protecting him. A sneak attack was difficult. Yi Futian returned to the venue. The people from the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom were all looking at him. They had wanted to test out the abilities of the Fenghua rank's first place. However, Yi Futian did not want to. It was Yushang who stepped out and threw a punch. This made it clear to them. Yi Futian was not hiding from battle. He thought he was too good for a battle. Yushang and Yi Futian were on the same plane, but in first place was Yi Futian, not Yushang. If Yan Zhan was defeated by Yushang, what level was Yi Futian on? It was safe to say that it would be difficult for anyone in the seven-starred glory plane to win against him. At today's event, the Emperor of the Yan Kingdom said boring events like the Fenghua banquet could not help pick out truly brilliant people. But that doesn't seem to be true. What just happened is a perfect example. Do the others from the Yan Kingdom want to give it a try? The extravagantly dressed young man from the Yunchu nation opened his mouth again. Well, of course. Not only that, we also want to know how strong Chu Kuangren of the Yunchu nation is, said a young man from the Yan Kingdom, looking at the person who had just spoken. The young man was Yan Qi, and the extravagantly dressed young man he was speaking to was Chu Kuangren. Even back in the Yunchu nation, I have heard of Yan Qi's knives. In the second-level Dharma plane, Yan Qi's knives were able to execute a person in the fourth-level Dharma plane. He even became the godson of Emperor Yan and was given the family name Yan, said Chu Kuangren with a smile. The two young men were attacking each other with their words. Chu Kuangren and Yan Qi were both the leaders of the young cultivators from their respective countries. One was an actual prince and one was bestowed the title of prince. Just as Emperor Yan had said, the Yan kingdom was in need of talent, so anyone with extraordinary gifts had a chance at high-status positions.
It was even possible to become a prince. Chu Kuangren and Xianxia met eyes. Both of their gazes were sharp like knives. An invisible force spread throughout the venue. Just then, Chu Kuangren laughed and the force disappeared immediately. The Tingfeng banquet has only just begun. Brother Yan, there's no need to rush. The time will come, said Chu Kuangren.
It is such a shame that the cultivation of the Fenghua rank's first place is so low. That's no fun at all. If he were in the Dharma plane, then things would be so much more interesting. Even though they had all heard that Yi Futian defeated Dharma plane cultivators during the Fenghua banquet, they would not accept this as proof of Yi Futian's powers. Realization of Dharma that could be defeated by a mere 7-starred glory plane cultivator was definitely looked down upon. Chu Kuangren and Xianxia's gifts were able to overpower every one of the younger generation cultivators in their respective countries. So there was no need to question just how strong and powerful their gifts were. But it's a relief that Yi Wuchen is also on the Fenghua rank, said Chu Kuangren. A moment later, he looked at the figure seated quietly across from him and said, Yi Wuchen, you were the most powerful participant of the Fenghua banquet and is second place on the Fenghua rank. If Yi Futian did not defeat people levels above him, you would have been in first place. You know quite a lot, said Yi Wuchen. He put down his wine glass and finally looked up at Chu Kuangren, breaking his silence. It's not hard to find out about these things. After all, the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet isn't exactly a small event, answered Chu Kuangren. News circulated in the imperial palace, and as a prince, it was not difficult for him to find out about every battle that went on during the banquet. Even though Chu Kuangren was not present at the event, 2 people made an impression on him purely based of the reports he received. One was Yi Futian, who battled across plains, and the other was the invincible Yi Wuchen. Between these 2 people, Yi Futian's level of cultivation was much too low to pique his interest. Chu Kuangren was very obviously more interested in Yi Wuchen. But I don't know anything about you, Yi Wuchen said nonchalantly. An awkward smile was frozen on Chu Kuangren's face. Yi Futian chuckled. Yi Wuchen was indeed an interesting person. Chu Kuangren, it seems you're not as popular as you had thought, laughed Xianxia. You're just the same. Yi Wuchen opened his mouth once again. Xianxia gave him a strange look. Xianxia knew that Chu Kuangren was extremely insolent, but he would never have imagined that he would meet someone even more arrogant today. Yi Wuchen was not being arrogant. In his opinion, cultivation was not an easy task. Swordsmanship required a lot of time for exploration and refinement. Where would he find the time to inquire about cultivators of the Yunshu nation and the Yan kingdom? To Yi Wuchen, if he wanted to find out about someone's abilities, one duel was all it took. Why complicate something that could be taken care of so easily? That's okay. You'll get to know us eventually. Chu Kuangren smiled at Yi Wuchen. Then, to the people seated beside him, he said, Didn't you guys want to see what kind of realization of Dharma the Dharma plane cultivators defeated by a glory plane cultivator possessed? This is your time. As soon as he finished speaking, a person from the Yunshu nation walked out, looking toward the group from the Kangyi kingdom. He said, Would you guys mind enlightening me with your skills through a battle? Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang's expression darkened. They knew when they lost to Yi Futian that the news would spread all over the Kangyi kingdom and become history that could never be erased. But they never thought the news would travel so far that even neighboring countries would know about their defeat. Now, they were even being taunted about it. Bai Qiu walked out. Although he was defeated by Yi Futian, he was still the #1 student of the Qin clan. His abilities were definitely not weak, or else he would not have made it on the Fenghua rank at all. After his defeat by Yi Futian, Bai Qiu defeated many other opponents and was picked by the emperor to enter the rank. The 2 cultivators walked to the side. The area in the center of the venue was obviously not spacious enough. Very quickly, a guqin sounded. As a musical sorcerer prodigy of the Qin clan, Bai Qiu's musical sorcery was very powerful. The Qin clan was the guqin orthodoxy of the Kangyi kingdom. They were definitely deserving of this reputation. However, in the end, Bai Qiu was defeated. Everyone present from the Yunshu nation was also the best of the younger generation cultivators. The Yan kingdom was humiliated a while ago when they were immediately defeated in battle with Yushang. There was no way the Yunshu nation would make the same mistake. So, the person who fought Bai Qiu was actually extremely powerful.
Amongst the younger generation cultivators from their country, he was one of the most gifted. But Baiqiu had no prior knowledge of this. All he knew was that he was insulted and then was defeated once again. The high-spirited prodigy of the Qin clan had lost his elan. Afterwards, the people of the Yan kingdom joined in on the fun and challenged Yu Jiang. Just the same, Yu Jiang was also defeated. The Yan kingdom's victory made up for the humiliation they received after the previous battle. The defeat of Baiqiu and Yu Jiang answered the Yunchu nation's question. What kind of realization of Dharma could be defeated by a glory plane cultivator? By the looks of it, it's not as difficult as we thought to rank first on the Fenghua rank. Xu Kuangren laughed and looked at Yi Futian. Prince Yi Danshan, Princess Yilingxi, and others looked to Yi Futian. They couldn't just sit and swallow the insults. The Kangyi kingdom had already lost twice. Even Baiqiu and Yu Jiang had turned their eyes to Yi Futian. If he made a move, then maybe they could prove themselves to the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom. Yi Futian acted as if he did not hear anything Chu Kuangren had said. Yu Shang, he called. No one said a thing. Was he going to make Yu Shang fight again? Here, answered Yu Shang. Yi Futian looked towards him and stood. Smiling, he said, I'm full. Let's go. Yu Shang blinked and replied, Okay. Just like that, the two of them disregarded everyone at the venue and walked out. The people of the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom watched them, dumbfounded. How can they be so arrogant and disrespectful? Chu Kuangren was very arrogant, as was Yan Qi. Yu Wuqian did not lose to them in this department either, but there was no one like Yi Futian. He did not say anything insulting, nor was he presumptuous or sarcastic. He simply ignored your existence. Wineglass in hand, Luo Junlin stared at Yi Futian's back. It was impossible to hide the intent to kill in his eyes. Twin spirits and gifts in all elements, Yi Futian was freakishly talented, but these talents still needed time to mature. Luo Junlin was not going to give him the chance to do so. I'm also full, said Yi Wuqian and rose from his seat. If so, then we will take our leave now, Yi Danshan said to Luo Junlin. The group from the Kangyi kingdom stood one by one and exited the venue. Everyone from the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom watched coldly as they departed. Powerful cultivators from our three countries have gathered for the Tingfeng banquet. By the end of this event, we will know who's the strongest, Chu Kuangren said with a cold demeanor. Following that, he continued to drink. He had no intentions of leaving. Luo Junlin heard what he had said and smiled meaningfully. He had other thoughts in mind. As Yu Futian and the others walked further away from the venue, Lin Yueyao chased after him and arrived by his side. Do you really not care? She asked as she stared at Yu Futian. She was getting more and more curious about this guy. Yi Futian looked over at Lin Yueyao. She was indeed the Kangyi kingdom's #1 beauty. Even though she could not compare to Hua Jieyu, Lin Yueyao was still captivatingly beautiful up close. Why don't you take a guess? Yi Futian chuckled. I'm very curious as to what goes on in that head of yours. Lin Yueyao gave him a beautiful smile. She continued, Why don't you just tell me? Seeing her enchanting smile, Yi Futian smiled. Your beauty has no effect me. After all, your looks cannot compare to my fox. Lin Yueyao slowed down and looked dumbfounded as Yi Futian walked past her. She glared at him. Passing by, Baiqiu and others saw the anger in her eyes. They felt a twinge of jealousy in their hearts. Was this the same cold and indifferent girl? Between her and Yi Futian, who was more indifferent? The group headed back to the palace and split up. Upon arriving at the palace, Yi Futian saw a familiar silhouette waiting outside. When she saw Yi Futian, she headed for him with sparkling eyes. You're back, she said loudly. Yi Futian walked toward the smiling girl. The people behind Yi Futian gave strange looks when they saw the beautiful girl. They remembered when they had arrived at the palace yesterday. A beautiful had come by. What's more, she was the princess of the Nandu nation. Tonight was their second night, and yet another beautiful girl had come for Yi Futian. Had he really escaped to the Kangyi kingdom from the Nandu nation as a fugitive? Lin Yao looked at the two figures and was speechless. Isn't his luck with women too ridiculously good? Yi Danshan, on the other hand, looked at Yi Futian with worship in his eyes. Impressive, he muttered. Everyone returned to within the palace. Only Yu Shang remained.
waiting for Yi Futian on the side. Lin Xie, didn't you come with the people from Donghai Academy?
What are you doing here? Yi Futian asked. In the day, he saw her amongst the Donghai Academy crowd. His guess was that Lin Xie was cultivating at Donghai. Lin Xie's pretty eyes focused on Yi Futian.
From the close distance, she could see that he'd matured a lot since their first meeting on the ship in the East Sea. He'd become even more handsome and was no longer the youth from before. Yes, I'm cultivating at Donghai Academy. You aren't mad, are you? Lin Xie asked with a smile.
Why would I be mad? Yi Futian shook his head. He wasn't that close-minded.
He would remember the people from the school of the Emperor Star, but the conflict had nothing to do with Donghai Academy, let alone a regular disciple from that academy. You still didn't tell me why you're here. Is there something wrong? Yi Futian asked. Can't I come to see a friend? Lin Xie smiled gently. Seeing her like that, Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Of course. There's nothing much, Lin Xie said. I just saw you at the Tingfeng banquet and wanted to come see you. I was worried for you after what happened at Donghai City. I can't believe you found your place in the Kangyi Kingdom so quickly and are even appreciated by the Emperor. I worried for nothing. She was natural and poised. Thanks, Yi Futian said, chuckling.
Did you hear about Xiang, headmaster of the School of the Finance Star in Donghai City? Lin Xie smiled. Don't worry, Senior Yi should be fine. I asked my father about him. He was hurt after helping you delay the strong cultivators that day but retreated safely. He wasn't Minister Hua's main target and there wasn't any news afterward, so I'm sure he's fine. Yi Futian was reassured. He knew the old fox wouldn't run into trouble so easily. All right, I said hi to you and now I'm leaving. Lin Xie gave a small smile. Yi Futian nodded.
Go back safely. Okay. Lin Xie nodded lightly and turned to leave. Yi Futian watched her receding backside and then walked toward the pavilion. Yusheng walked beside him and muttered, How many girls are you gonna ruin? It's not my fault I'm attractive. Yi Futian laughed and glanced at his friend with a smug expression as if saying, Do you see the difference between us? Yusheng rolled his eyes and strode off. He didn't want to give Yi Futian the chance to be cocky. Yi Futian blinked and stared at Yusheng's back. This wasn't right. Shouldn't he be the one to walk away proudly? You've turned bad, Yi Futian muttered. When he returned to the courtyard, he practiced the Guqin to raise his spiritual power rather than rest. Ever since he began cultivating, his experiences and changes in his mind made him desire more and more to advance in planes. Back in Qingzhou City, his godfather's expectations for him to become emperor had seemed like a fantasy. Now he was truly working toward it. Time passed bit by bit. Late at night, Yi Futian was still playing. Many emotions seemed to be hidden in the song.
Returning to the Nanda nation, his home country, this time his identity had changed. He had come with Emperor Yi to attend the banquet. Everything was like a dream. As the music streamed into the silent air, there was a violent surge of spiritual qi in the air.
They rushed into Yi Futian's body, but he didn't seem to feel anything. He continued playing and the melody gradually rose from the low tone. There was a feeling of throwing the past behind. The spiritual qi grew more furious, dancing with the song. This persisted for a long while.
When the last note sounded, there was sudden silence and the spiritual qi was sucked into his body. His eyes flew open, sparkling. Then Yi Futian smiled. He'd had a breakthrough and entered the 8-star glory plane.
After the breakthrough, he still didn't rest and continued to cultivate his martial arts. The strengthening of his spiritual energy could raise his tenacity and was also helpful in cultivating martial arts. Wind came from his punches.
Yi Futian activated the imperial tactics and the blood inside him seemed to rumble. He seemed to have the emperor's intent. After the spiritual energy breakthrough, his martial arts cultivation was smoother too. His body was constantly changing. When the first sliver of light appeared at the horizon, shining onto Yi Futian, he raised his head and roared. He punched forward and there was an explosion. The air seemed to tremble. An incomparable power burst from his body. Shadows of dragons and rocks were released from his fist.
A terrifying apparition of the ape seemed to appear on him. He was covered entirely with the will of the martial arts. His strength was to the extreme. Martial arts breakthrough. Yi Futian smiled. He had broken through in both sorcery and martial arts in one night. Yifutian gathered his aura and stopped cultivating. Afterward, he went to wash up and the sky lightened gradually. Today would be the second day of the Tingfeng banquet. Countless people gathered toward the south gate of the palace in the imperial city.
Yifutian traveled with Emperor Ye's group today. On the way there, Emperor Yi called Yifutian over. Yesterday in the palace, Emperor Luo asked me for you again, Emperor Yi said. Hearing this, Yifutian was very calm. If Emperor Yi wanted to hand him over, he would have done so long ago. Even if Emperor Yi didn't think highly of him, the two nations were rivals. If Emperor Luo asked him for Yifutian, he definitely wouldn't agree. How would the world see him then? He knew it was impossible, but he still mentioned it. In addition, I could feel his confidence in his voice. It's as if something will happen at the Tingfeng banquet, Emperor Yi continued. Yifutian furrowed his brows. Even without him, it was a bit odd that Emperor Luo would invite the emperors of the three nations to watch. Are there possibilities that Emperor Luo forged alliances with Yunshu Nation and the Yan Kingdom? Yifutian asked softly. Impossible. Emperor Yi shook his head. The four nations have a profound relationship. There's no reason for them to ally with him. Though they had constant conflicts, the countries still had their bottom lines. The emperors wouldn't take action against each other for no reason unless something truly big caused a war. A war between the emperors was not a trivial matter. Once it went full out, no one could withstand it. Guessing is probably useless. Let's wait and see just how emboldened Emperor Luo is. Emperor Yi smiled and shook his head. The group gradually arrived at the location of the Tingfeng banquet. At the moment, it had already been drowned by the endless crowd. However, when they saw Emperor Ye's group, the people in the sky all opened up a path. Many studied Emperor Yi from the close distance. They didn't know how strong the ruler of the Kangyi kingdom was. If the four emperors fought, it would definitely be spectacular, but they knew this was quite impossible. Those girls are so pretty. Someone saw Lin Yueyao and the others behind the emperor. They looked like fairies and many people gasped involuntarily. That's Yifutian. He's from the East Prefecture of our country, but he betrayed us and went to the Kangyi kingdom. I heard he's extremely talented, someone whispered, pointing at Yifutian. Yesterday, the three emperors had come to watch and many people asked about the people they brought. They'd also heard some news. The people from the Yunshu Nation and Yan Kingdom had already arrived. When Emperor Ye's group came, Chu Kuangren, Yan Qi, and many others gazed at Yifutian. Yesterday, the number one talent of Kangyi's Fenghua rank had stayed away from battle, but was still memorable. Emperor Luo had come too. The four emperors were all present and the Tingfeng banquet began again. Yesterday Junlin invited everyone. Did the prides of all the nations interact with each other? Emperor Luo asked with a smile. The other emperors looked a bit curious. They didn't specifically ask about what happened yesterday. We battled with some from the Fenghua rank, Chu Kuangren said. Just as we'd predicted, those in the Dharma rank who can be defeated by the glory plane really aren't much. After all, the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet is once every 3 years. It's already impressive like this. Anyone could tell the arrogance in his calm voice. Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang's faces darkened again. They cursed him mentally for bringing this up. The Yan Kingdom seemed to have lost too, Bai Qiu said coldly. All I can say is that the top 3 of the Fenghua rank have some skills, Yan Qi said coolly. Yan Zhan had lost to Yu Shang, who was number 3 of the Fenghua rank. Yi Wuchen is the strongest of the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua rank, but we don't have to rush the duel with him. Let's watch and see what kind of talent can be born from this year's Tingfeng banquet, Chu Kuangren said. What about the first place of the Fenghua rank? Emperor Luo asked with a smile. He seemed to not know Yifutian. Of course, he really didn't know Yifutian. Their first meeting was at this Tingfeng banquet. The first place of the Fenghua rank? Chu Kuangren chuckled dryly. I don't know if he's really arrogant or is just using it as an excuse to avoid fighting and hide something. Chu Kuangren hinted that Yifutian was pretending to be arrogant in order to avoid fighting. If he didn't fight, no one would know what his abilities really were like. He had proved himself at the Fenghua banquet, but only the Kangyi Kingdom had witnessed that. There were top talents from every nation here. Who would think that they weren't as good as the others? Many gazes fell upon Yifutian, including Lin Yueyao and Bai Qiu. Chu Kuangren seemed to have been provoking him since last night. Would he still be unmoving? Yi Futian continued to sit there, gazing at the battles on the 9 battle platforms. He ignored Chu Kuangren's provocation. Everyone was speechless. This guy. Don't you have anything to say? Chu Kuangren asked, looking at Yi Futian. Seeing how insistent he was, Yi Futian finally spared him a glance, just one glance. Then he continued watching the battles, unbothered. Everyone blanched. Were the battles really that interesting? Many followed his gaze and saw that Zhou Mu from Donghai Academy was fighting on the 7-star Glory Plane platform. His name is Zhou Mu. He used to be really arrogant, Yi Futian suddenly said as he watched him. Hearing this, everyone looked back. Yi Futian smiled and continued. He became much better behaved after getting wiped out by a staff. After Yi Futian had spoken, everyone around could only stare at him wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Even his fellow cultivators on the Fenghua rank were speechless. Yi Futian was just too arrogant, but at the same time hearing him insult others was a great feeling. Even Bai Chu was feeling better about Yi Futian. Good thing Yi Futian didn't use my defeat as an example. Would Zhou Mu spit blood in anger if he heard what Yi Futian said? Emperor Yi blinked a couple of times. The young man he picked for first place on the Fenghua rank was one with personality. Everyone from the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom were frozen in shock. They watched as Yi Futian continued to focus on the battle platform. Although it was not specified that Yi Futian was speaking to Chu Kuangren, the latter could not stand what Yi Futian was saying. The emperors could not help but turn their attention to Yi Futian, especially the emperor of the Yunchu nation. Chu Kuangren was his son, so he knew well of his abilities. Where did this glory plane nobody get the courage to speak in such a manner? However, he was an emperor. So naturally, he was not going to involve himself in a conflict between those of the younger generation. But still, listening to what Yi Futian was saying, he was asking for a beating. Chu Kuangren was dazed for a moment. Then, he sneered and said, "All geniuses are arrogant. There is no need for surprise. But to hear a mere glory plane cultivator like yourself speaking out so wildly is a first. It's a bit absurd. If you were in the Dharma plane, I wouldn't have minded personally teaching you how to conduct yourself properly." Yi Futian turned to Chu Kuangren with a slight smile on his face. "All right, if I get the chance, I'll definitely ask for your advice. Let's wait until you enter the Dharma plane." Chu Kuangren turned his head away from Yi Futian, no longer looking at him. Chu Kuangren was not his real name, but this name was much more well-known than his original name. After a while, people had forgotten his real name. This went to show just how wild Chu Kuangren was. But now, Chu Kuangren had met his match. "We'll just wait to test him out after the results of the Tingfeng banquet are announced," said Xianxia. After listening to Yi Futian's words, even he wanted to beat him up. How could Yi Futian compare Chu Kuangren to an opponent he once defeated and go as far as to say he'd be much better behaved later? The young man on the battle platform, Zhou Mu, was indeed talented, but how could he be compared to Chu Kuangren? Chu Kuangren was the most powerful cultivator of the younger generation in all of Yunchu nation. Yi Futian shook his head lightly. He was not very interested in what they were talking about. The only thing he would gain from defeating the prodigies of the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom was praise. It would also make him more enemies. There was no need for Yi Futian to prove himself to the others. Even last night, when Chu Kuangren tried to provoke him, Yi Futian just left, not wanting to deal with him. How fitting of a person who once defied my order, thought Emperor Luo. He then called out, "Yi Futian." Yi Futian's eyes brightened and he turned his body around, his eyes falling on Emperor Luo. Emperor Luo had eyes filled with arrogance and pressing air of royalty surrounding him. One would not have been able to guess that he had usurped the throne to become emperor. In these 300+ years, he had already gotten used to this identity. He was the emperor of the Nandu nation, the one and only. It was because of this that he was so domineering and had no respect for others. This was also why he was able to make those 2 unreasonable orders. Had you followed my order and come to the imperial city, perhaps I would have given you another chance. Why did you have to try so hard to escape? Now, your ending will remain the same. Do you ever regret your decision? Emperor Luo suddenly asked bluntly. There was no beating around the bush. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Luo. Just as Emperor Yi had said, he was very confident that he would get Yi Futian. Where did Emperor Luo get this confidence from? What's done is done. Why would I regret it? Yi Futian said nonchalantly. You're right.
chuckled Emperor Luo. People usually don't have regrets until they reach a dead end. Nandu Nation is my world. My order is the order of the heavens.
If you defy my order, then you are going against the mandate of heaven. Even if what ministers were foretold is true, that you really are fated to become emperor, it wouldn't change a thing. The other emperors looked strangely at Emperor Luo, then at Yifutian.
This young man who was first place on the Fenghua rank had the fate of an emperor? Hearing these words, Yifutian remained calm. He was simply curious as to why Emperor Luo would say these things here and now. His every word dripped with arrogance. Only Yifutian knew, if ministers would truly had told his fortune, he was not just fated to become emperor. Yifutian looked to Minister Zhua, who was seated right below Emperor Luo. He sat there quietly, as if he truly no longer cared for such things. If it makes your majesty happy, you are welcome to say anything you want, smiled Yifutian. He did not try to go against Emperor Luo. Right now, Yifutian still lacked the ability to challenge him. Even if you possess the fate of an emperor, you should consider yourself lucky to be able to become my son's study attendant, said Emperor Luo.
Unfortunately, you did not know to cherish such an opportunity. Yifutian did not reply. Everyone in the Nanda nation knew that out of all of Emperor Luo's children, he doted on Crown Prince Luo Junlin the most.
He was made crown prince from a very young age, and was going to inherit the throne in the future. His gifts were like no other, and he was thought of as peerless throughout the whole Nandu nation. He was truly extraordinary.
Since he possessed such spectacular gifts as his father, Emperor Luo had the utmost confidence in Luo Junlin. Crown Prince Luo Junlin was born a couple of years too early.
Otherwise, this rascal would have been able to exchange a few moves and learn a thing or two from him, the emperor of the Yunchu nation said while looking ahead at Chu Kuangren. He also had the same confidence in his own son. Is that so? Laughed Emperor Luo. His words carried a hint of disdain. Emperor Chu did not argue further. The Tingfeng banquet continued. Young cultivators continued to emerge to the audience. Among them were those with extraordinary talents. At noon, it seemed as if no one had left. The atmosphere in the Tingfeng banquet was still roaring despite the hot, beaming sun. Just then, the emperors turned in the direction of the Nandu nation's imperial palace, their expressions strange. There was actually someone who dared to fly in the air above the imperial palace, especially during the Tingfeng banquet.
They truly had no respect for the emperor of the Nanda nation. Emperor Yi and the two other emperors looked toward Emperor Luo. They saw a glimmer in his eyes as he stared toward the imperial palace. It was as if he were anticipating something. Rays of light, strong like the sun's rays, shined in their direction. The light moved closer until it was directly above them. A roar erupted through the air, and the audience of the Tingfeng banquet looked up to the sky in shock. Who dares to be so disrespectful in the audience of the four emperors? The Tingfeng banquet will stop for the time being. Everyone stepped down from the battle platform. Emperor Luo stood and announced. His voice reached the 9 platforms, sending chills down the backs of all participants. Even those in the midst of a heated duel did not dare to go against the emperor's order and halted immediately. Everyone scampered off the platforms. In midair, 3 figures stood loftily. They were basked in the sun's rays and reflected in even brighter light. The 3 of them floated above the 4 emperors as if that was how it was meant to be. The haughty expressions on their faces said that they thought nothing of the emperors or the Tingfeng banquet. Noble Plain. Emperor Luo, Emperor Chu, and Emperor Yan's eyes sparkled. 3 noble plain cultivators had arrived in the Nanda nation. No wonder they had no regard for anything and even flew over the imperial palace. This was a truly frightening situation. The aura of the 3 guests combined was stronger than that of the 3 emperors. While they were shocked, they were also confused. In the 100 lands of the Eastern Barren Territory, which country could have sent out this terrifying lineup? The large crowd present at the banquet were even more curious. To them, the noble plain meant the emperors. A once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, these 3 people seemed to have powers above the emperors. Who were these people who dared to disregard the emperors? Where is Luo Junlin? The leader of the group asked. Emperor Luo's eyes widened. Has the time finally come? It was quicker than he anticipated. Luo Junlin stood, fists clenched. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. With steady steps he headed toward the trio. Looking up at them, he said, "My most humble greetings, seniors." "Let us take a look," said the leader.
Luo Junlin nodded and released a frightening force of energy in front of everyone's eyes. A golden light washed over the skies. Luo Junlin was enveloped in an air of royalty, projecting the aura of a young noble. He was insufferably arrogant. Noble will. Emperor Yi and the two other visiting emperors were shocked. They stood from their seats, looking up at the sky. They seemed to have a few things figured out. In this moment, Emperor Yi finally understood why Emperor Luo was so confident. He actually sent Luo Junlin into that place.
And Luo Junlin succeeded. This meant that he possessed a scary gift. During your trial in the ancient barren world, you acquired the noble fate. We come from the Eastern Barren Territory's Royal Xian Temple. Are you willing to join us? Asked the leader. Luo Junlin bowed in respect and replied, "I am." "All right. Are you going to leave with us now, or will you come alone a little later?" the leader asked. "I still have some business to take care of and will head over at a later time," answered Luo Junlin. "Very good then," nodded the leader. He handed a badge to Luo Junlin and said, "This is the Royal Xian emblem. Infuse your spiritual energy into the emblem and we will know whether you are alive or dead. From now on, you are a student of the Royal Xian Temple. Come within 3 months." "Yes, senior," bowed Luo Junlin. "Goodbye," nodded the leader. Then, the three of them flew away, turning in rays of light. From beginning to end, they did not look at the 4 emperors even once. It was as if in their eyes, the emperors, who were above all, were not worthy of even a single glance. "Take care, senior," said Luo Junlin, still bowing. Emperor Yi and the other 2 emperors stared at Luo Junlin. Their inner thoughts were all stirred up. The Royal Xian Temple was an extremely powerful force from far away in the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. Around the battle platform, countless eyes watched Luo Junlin in the air. They didn't know how powerful the Royal Xian Temple was, but it was clear from Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin's attitude. The Royal Xian Temple was a force far above the Nandu nation. Crown Prince Luo Junlin was favored by the Royal Xian Temple and was accepted as a disciple. He was definitely an unparalleled talent of the Nandu nation now. "Congratulations, Your Highness, congratulations, Crown Prince." Minister Hua stood up now and bowed to the Emperor and Luo Junlin. Many other Nandu nobles also stood up to bow. Gradually, the attendees of the Tingfeng banquet all followed. The sight was as majestic as tidal waves crashing. Amongst the crowd, the people from the Donghai Academy School of the Emperor Star and Nandu clan were stunned. Especially the latter. They knew more about the Eastern Barren Territory and knew what this meant. Their ancestor had died in the barren ancient world. Many of the younger generation looked to the crown prince with envy and respect. However, Lin Xie looked at Yi Futian instead. The crown prince seemed to have joined the powerful clan from the outside world. Its power was above a kingdom's. Would the brilliant and handsome youth be able to counter him? The emperors of the 3 nations and the other talents watched this scene quietly. The emperors finally realized the true reason why Emperor Luo invited them. Emperor Luo waved at them all. He smiled and said, "Receiving this news during the Tingfeng banquet is truly a celebratory matter. I will greatly reward the most talented of this year's banquet. Let's continue now." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone smiled. The Tingfeng banquet continued. The crown prince will cultivate in the Royal Xian Temple and has the noble will. "He must become a noble in a few years," Minister Hua said, smiling. Emperor Luo was happy to hear this, but the other emperors knew that Minister Hua was just kissing up to him. Luo Junlin was already at the peak of the Dharma plane, but there was still the Arcana plane after that. Entering the noble plane in a few years was a fool's dream. However, he had received the noble will in the barren ancient world and would cultivate in the Royal Xian Temple. Becoming a noble figure was just a matter of time. "Congratulations, Brother Luo." The emperors of Yunchu and Yen commended. They were jealous, but they still had to say something. Once Luo Junlin became a noble, there would be 2 figures of the noble plane in the Nandu nation. In addition, Luo Junlin could reach a higher plane in the Royal Xian Temple. They couldn't become rivals with the Nandu nation's royal family. "Thank you." Emperor Luo chuckled and looked over at Emperor Yi. "Emperor Yi, what do you think?" he asked with a smile. "You're quite lucky." Emperor Yi smiled casually. He was thinking that if Yu Futian was also at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane, he would sacrifice his own chance to send Yu Futian into the barren ancient world. He might be able to win an opportunity for the youth. However, Yu Futian's cultivation was too weak. It would be hard to establish himself in the barren ancient world, no matter how talented he was. Lucky! Emperor Luo sneered and said, I suggest Emperor Yi reconsider his actions. Perhaps I can overlook the rejection from before. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Futian. He obviously wanted to force Emperor Yi to hand him over. If you believe in Luo Junlin so much, why must you always ask me for the boy? Emperor Yi asked, looking at Luo Junlin. Or are you unconfident in him, thinking that he's not comparable to Yi Futian? Nonsense. Emperor Luo scoffed. If you insist, then just wait and see. Luo Junlin glanced at Emperor Yi. Then his gaze fell upon Yi Futian, disdain filling his eyes. Yi Futian didn't care about Luo Junlin's gaze. He wasn't familiar with the royal Xian temple. Whether Luo Junlin joined them or not, he wasn't a threat to Yi Futian yet, so why did it matter? It would just be harder to kill him in the future. Right now, Yi Futian was thinking of something else. It had been so familiar when Luo Junlin released his noble will earlier. That day at the brink between life and death in the Donghai city, the emperor's will had appeared in him, giving him the imperial tactics. When he used to imperial tactics afterward, the emperor will would appear. Was this similar to the noble will that Luo Junlin had? Unbelievable, Suqian Fan said from beside Yi Futian. The Nandu nation will most likely have 2 nobles. There's still a while, Hua Zhixin said softly. Better to be safe than sorry. If that day really comes, Kangyi will be in trouble. Suqian Fan glanced at Yi Futian and asked, Don't you all have any thoughts? No one replied, but many looked at Yi Futian. All they received was Yu Shang's indifferent reply. It's just in the future. At that time, wouldn't we have improved as well? You think someone like you can be a genius? Presumptuous, Suqian Fan replied coldly. Don't you know what the noble will signifies? It's just a plane in cultivation. Is it very powerful? Yu Shang stared at him. The people of the Fenghua rank all looked at him and saw that there was no fear in his eyes. They seemed to become reacquainted with Yu Shang through this. Was the noble plane just another plane for this guy? To many, a noble represented the emperor, an unmatchable talent. Suqian Fan studied Yu Shang and then laughed. He was foolishly arrogant. Emperor Yi was attracted by their argument. He gazed at Yu Shang's unrelenting eyes and chuckled. Yu Shang is right. The noble plane is just another plane in cultivation. You are all on the Fenghua rank. Don't you have the intention of entering the noble plane? Seeing that Emperor Yi was speaking up for Yu Shang, Zhuo Qianfan had no way of replying. Though Emperor Yi wasn't wrong, Zhuo Qianfan knew that it wasn't that easy to enter the noble plane. Not only did it require high talent, one also needed the noble fate and noble will. This was impossible for the majority of people. Your Majesty, where did those people come from? What is the barren ancient world? Hua Zhixin asked now. Her father hadn't told her about this before. Since you've seen them today, I shall tell you, Emperor Yi said after hearing Hua Zhixin's question. Everyone from the Kangyi Kingdom looked at him full of curiosity. Both the Kangyi Kingdom and Nandu Nation are part of the Eastern Barren Territory, but that is not all. The territory is boundless. Even as an emperor, I still don't know just how vast the territory is. Apparently, there are hundreds of nations in the region we live in. It is known as the 100 Lands of the Eastern Barren Territory, stretching an immense amount of land. However, this is not the center of the territory. Emperor Yi continued slowly. The center of the Eastern Barren Territory contains countless extremely powerful forces. Those of the noble plane can become kings and emperors in the 100 Lands. However, in the central region, there may be countless nobles in the stronger forces. There are even more top forces. The Royal Shen Temple that came earlier is a very famous one in the Eastern Barren Territory. Everyone was stunned. The outside world was far larger than they'd imagined. The 100 Lands was just a small part of the Eastern Barren Territory. They finally understood the hidden meaning behind Luo Junlin's words yesterday. Is the barren ancient world a secret place for trials? Lin Yuo asked. No. Emperor Yi shook his head. It's the so-called trial for the people of the 100 Lands.
In actuality, the barren ancient world is the true Arapavakara. It is the place of fate and the birthplace of nobles. Since the beginning of history, the people of the 100 Lands must enter the barren ancient world to take the noble fate in order to enter the noble plane.
This allows the noble will to be born in one's body for the breakthrough. The fate that goes against destiny has created countless rare objects, even rare demons. Many of the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory establish clans in the barren ancient world. After countless years, it has become just like the outside world. There are clans and kingdoms with the cityscape. Why have we never heard of this type of place? Lin Huiyao asked softly. The people of the 100 Lands can't enter the barren ancient world freely. Only nobles have the chance.
Furthermore, the barren ancient world has an upper and lower realm. The upper realm is known as the noble path for people of the 100 Lands. The lower realm can only be entered by people under the Arcana plane. To us, entering the barren ancient world is very difficult, but Emperor Luo gave his chance to Luo Junlin. He brought his son into the lower realm and Luo Junlin returned with the fate. Everyone listened earnestly. They had a general idea about the barren ancient world and was a bit shocked. Yifutian listened quietly too. He suddenly remembered something. In the Kangi Kingdom's palace, the imperial advisor had said that he went out for the trial with the Nandu Emperor. The current Emperor Luo had attacked the Emperor of the Nandu nation and stole his fate.
Had they gone to the barren ancient world?
He had a feeling it was very possible. Emperor Luo had changed his fate in the barren ancient world. Thus, he tried to send his son there to do the same. Now, Luo Junlin had succeeded. He entered the barren ancient world and received the noble fate. He was valued highly by the strong cultivators of the Royal Xian Temple and was accepted as a disciple. Other than that, there is another path in the barren ancient world, Emperor Yi said. It leads to all directions in the Eastern Barren Territory. The big clans guard these critical entrances.
Cultivate well, and when you all reach the peak of the Dharma plane, I may consider sending you to the barren ancient world. All the top talents and various forces are there. Though I've never been there, I'm sure it's an incredible little world. Emperor Yi chuckled. The Tingfeng banquet continued.
The Nandu nation's citizens were excited. As more and more geniuses appeared, cheers sounded frequently. However, the prides of the Kangi kingdom seemed distracted. They'd always thought that they were the prides living in the center of the kingdom.
Now, they suddenly discovered that there was an even more incredible world out there. They were shaken and really wanted to witness the small world filled with the talents of the Eastern Barren Territory.
At the end of the Tingfeng banquet's second day, Emperor Luo did not extend an invitation to Emperor Yi as he did the day before. Right now, whether it was Emperor Luo or Luo Junlin, they were immersed in this triumphant moment.
Immediately after the banquet ended for the day, Minister Hua and others rushed over to congratulate the Crown Prince. The nobles of the Nanda nation chimed in agreement with the flattering remarks thrown at Luo Junlin. They all understood after Crown Prince Luo Junlin entered the Royal Xian Temple, there was a chance that he would not inherit the throne to the Nanda nation. He was going to be in an even more fearsome position. If Luo Junlin managed to become a big shot in the Royal Xian Temple, then forget about the Nanda nation, he would be able to do whatever he pleased in the 100 Lands. He could even build a stronger country of his own.
In the 100 Lands, some of the most powerful nations were started in this way, all because of the appearances of more than one noble plain cultivator. Naturally, the people of the Kangi kingdom did not join the crowd. They had already figured out that this was the true reason behind Emperor Luo's invitation. This was the moment he had been waiting for. This put Yi Danshan in such a bad mood that he wanted to return to the Kangi kingdom. However, Emperor Yi was against it.
Since they were already here, they must wait until the Tingfeng banquet ended, or else people might think that he, an emperor, was jealous of Luo Junlin. After returning to the palace, Yifutian noticed that Yuxing kept his head lowered. He could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" "I'm in a bad mood," Yuxing lifted his head to reply. "Because Luo Junlin entered the Royal Xian Palace?" chuckled Yifutian. "It's not just that.
That father and son duo purposely invited the people of 3 neighboring nations to this event. But it was also they could gloat. Do they really think that Luo Junlin is all that?" Yushang seemed really pissed off. "He's able to enter the Royal Xian Temple, so he must be gifted." Yifutian smiled. "Who cares about the Royal Xian Temple? They better not interfere when we kill Luo Junlin in the future." If they do, then we'll just have to get rid of them too, Yushang said in a fit of rage. Sweat dripped down Yi Futian's face.
This rascal is only in the glory plane and he's talking about annihilating the top power of the Eastern Barren Territory?
Yi Futian thought. When Yushang was angry, he was indeed illogical. Stop thinking about it. Do you want to go cultivate?
Let's not attend tomorrow's Tingfeng banquet, Yi Futian said to Yushang. Not go? Asked Yushang. Yeah.
Don't you think it's really boring? Yi Futian smiled at Yushang. We can just go on the last day, he continued. Yushang's eyes brightened at Yi Futian's words. He seemed to have understood something. He smiled. His mood had been greatly improved.
Yi Futian stared at him for a while and then turned to go cultivate. The night passed and the next morning Xianxia came to get them. Yi Futian told her they did not plan to attend today's event.
When word got back to Emperor Yi, he ordered some people to stay at the palace to protect Yi Futian and then led the others to the banquet.
News that the Nanda nation's crown prince was admitted into the royal Xian temple as a disciple and was going to become the Nanda nation's second noble plane cultivator spread during the night. Thus, there was an obvious increase in the amount of people at today's banquet.
There was such an impressive crowd of people. Obviously, Emperor Luo was in a merry mood. The Tingfeng banquet continued and he noticed that Yi Futian was not present. The people of the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom had also taken notice.
Not only did the first-place winner of the Fenghua rank avoid battle before, he's even going into hiding now? Xu Kuangren let out a mocking statement when he noticed Yi Futian was absent. You're wrong. Out of nowhere, Yi Wuchen said he probably just thought it was boring.
The banquet is boring and so are the people. If I had known, I wouldn't have come today either. Definitely a good reason. You and Yi Futian are very alike, said Xu Kuangren. Perhaps he was deeply affected by what happened yesterday. Laughed someone from the Yan kingdom. Although this was the Tingfeng banquet, but the one who stole the show yesterday was definitely Luo Junlin. Many people were stirred, and when they returned home, many of them went to seek information on the Eastern Barren Territory and the ancient Barren world.
Your Majesty, I'm not coming tomorrow either, Yi Wuchen said to Emperor Yi. All right, not at Emperor Yi. What are you trying to run away from? Xu Kuangren smiled at Yi Wuchen. Don't worry. I'll be present on the last day of the Tingfeng banquet, replied Yi Wuchen. Xu Kuangren looked at him, still smiling, and said, Good. I'm looking forward to it. Just as Yi Wuchen said, he did not show up for the fourth day of the Tingfeng banquet. Neither did Yi Futian and Yushang. Not just on the fourth day, but as the Tingfeng banquet continued, geniuses kept appearing. The atmosphere was lifted to another level. However, Yi Futian and Yushang were still nowhere to be seen among the group seated by Emperor Yi. Even the people from Donghai Academy and the Nanda clan noticed. They thought that Yi Futian was probably triggered by the fact that the crown prince attracted the attention of such a powerful group. Although Yi Futian possessed terrifying gifts that did not lose to that of Luo Junlin's, cultivation was not only based on gifts, it was also about fate. It seemed that Yi Futian simply was not destined to be compared with the crown prince. After Luo Junlin entered the royal Xian temple, he was most definitely not going to allow Yi Futian a chance to mature. These past days, Yi Futian and Yuxing stayed in the palace and cultivated. Yuxing, who was still in a sour mood, was especially focused. Every time Yi Futian went looking for him, he was focused on cultivating, and so Yi Futian decided not to disturb him. Within the palace, Yi Futian practiced his punches in the courtyard where he stayed. The will of the emperor flowed within him, causing his every punch to contain a mysterious aura. As he cultivated, this feeling became more and more obvious. He was able to control it more fluently in his attacks. Ah! A deep roar broke Yi Futian's concentration. It was Yu Shang's voice. Yi Futian felt his heart tense and he ran towards the noise. Very quickly, he arrived at the location where Yu Sheng was cultivating. Seeing Yu Sheng's current state, Yu Futian's heart clenched tightly. Every time he saw Yu Sheng cultivating in this way, his heart hurt with a needle-stabbing pain. Presently, Yu Sheng was surrounded by a frightening force. A fearsome dim golden light enveloped his being. It was like a giant explosion, burying his whole body in the light. The image of what seemed like a devil overlapped on Yu Sheng's body. The golden apparition morphed into a terrifying vortex and began to absorb all the spiritual qi in the surrounding area, causing aggressive barbs appeared all over Yu Sheng.
After that, Yi Futian witnessed as something began to raise from Yushang's back. The bump continued growing outward. It was because of this that Yushang could not contain his screams of pain. He had his eyes shut tight and was also biting down hard on his lip to try to keep in his screams. Yushang bit down so hard, his lips were now bleeding. It was truly a shocking sight. Yi Futian had his fists clenched tightly, so tightly his knuckles cracked in the process. Why did Godfather make Yushang cultivate in this cruel method? The apparition of the devil kept fading in and out. The bump on his back was also still growing. Ah! There was another pitiful scream. He seemed to be in the most extreme pain. Boom! A loud noise and a large gust of wind. Something seemed to have been broken. The protrusion on Yushang's back finally broke, and out came a pair of fearsome wings. The light golden wings glistened. Every feather seemed to have contained inverted thorns. The wings were very large, matching well with Yushang's large body. If Yi Futian's golden rock wings were said to be the wings of God, then Yushang's wings should be the wings of the devil. They were a terrifying sight. Did the realization of Dharma grow from the method you were cultivating? Yi Futian was shocked. With the birth of these wings, flying would no longer be Yushang's weakness. Spiritual qi from all around surged into Yushang's body. In this moment, Yi Futian noticed that it was not only metal spiritual qi, but wind spiritual qi as well. With the birth of the wings, Yushang had also acquired wind elemental gifts. Just then, Yushang opened his eyes. A ray of golden light shot out from his pupils, giving off a violent aura. However, it immediately disappeared when he saw Yi Futian. The wild force that coursed through his body also started to calm down. Yushang smiled brightly like a child at Yi Futian. There was not a single hint of the violent aura from before. Does it hurt? Yi Futian asked softly. It's no big deal. I can still handle it. I'm also in the 8-starred glory plane now, Yushang said, scratching his head. You idiot. No more cultivating for you today. Get some rest. Yi Futian stared at Yushang, not allowing him to reject his words. All right, nodded Yushang. He had leveled up and was in a better mood now. Yi Futian did not say much more and turned to leave. Yushang said it didn't hurt, but Yi Futian's heart still hurt. He knew as long as Yushang continued to cultivate, he was going to have to keep enduring this pain. Behind extreme power was not just extraordinary gifts. There was also pain intolerable to ordinary people. The days passed one by one, and soon it was close to the end of the Tingfeng banquet. The final competition between the strongest contenders began. The imperial city of the Nandu nation was boiling with excitement. The best of the best had finally appeared on the platform in front of the audience. They were ready to show their talents and fight to the end. Yi Futian and Yushang still had no clue about what was happening at the banquet. Sometime in the evening, Emperor Luo led the group from the Kangyi kingdom back to the palace. Yi Lingxi arrived at the courtyard where Yi Futian stayed. Yi Futian, shouted a smiling Yi Lingxi. Princess. Yi Futian looked in her direction. Don't call me princess. Lingxi is fine, she chuckled. I came to let you know that tomorrow is the last day of the Tingfeng banquet. It's finally ending? Laughed Yi Futian. It had been a while since the Tingfeng banquet began. Father said we might head straight back to the Kangyi kingdom tomorrow. Since there's nothing to do tonight, do you want to go for a stroll? The night view of the Nanda nation's imperial city is quite nice. We won't get a chance to enjoy it after tonight, said Yi Lingxi. Okay, nodded Yi Futian. He had been cultivating in the palace for the past few days. He was bored to death. It would be perfect to take a stroll in the imperial city. The same went for Yushang. Tomorrow was going to be the final battle of the Tingfeng banquet. The Nandu nation's imperial city must be very lively right now. Yi Lingxi, Yi Futian, and Yushang walked out of the courtyard. Yi Danshan was waiting outside for them. We also invited Wuxia, Yi Danshan said. That guy has been cultivating in the palace these days. Give him a second. All right. Yi Futian nodded. At this time, two beautiful figures walked by. They were Lin Yueyao and Hua Zhixin. Seeing them out there, Lin Yueyao smiled and asked, What are you doing here? We want to have a walk in the imperial palace before leaving, Yi Lingxi replied with a smile. Would you like to go? Lin Yueyao glanced at Yi Futian and Yushang. It had been a long time since she last saw them. She nodded and said, Sure. The two beauties walked to them. Lin Yueyao smiled at Yifutian. Finally coming out? Yes. Yifutian smiled too. The Tingfeng banquet will end tomorrow. The people from Yunchu Nation and Yen Kingdom have said many ugly things these days. Are you going tomorrow? Lin Yueyao asked out of curiosity. Is that so? Yifutian shrugged and smiled. I didn't expect that I have so many fans. I guess I should go meet them tomorrow. Overconfident, aren't you? Lin Yueyao rolled her eyes. This guy is really shameless. After a while, Yi Wuchen came and they left the palace. Jingyu followed behind, protecting them secretly. As what Yifutian and Yi Lingxi had thought before, the imperial city of Nanda Nation was very busy this day. The whole city was brightly lit. People thronged restaurants, inns, and streets, talking about talents at the banquet. The most beautiful place of the imperial city was definitely the Qixing Lake. There were many boats nearby. They rented one and floated on the lake. Sitting at the prow, Yifutian's group felt the breeze blowing their faces comfortably. Yifutian was reminded of his sweet days with Hua Jieyu. They had held hands at the bank of the Qingzhou River and it still felt sweet when he thought of the moment. What a pity that she didn't come. What are you smiling about? Lin Yueyao looked at Yifutian and asked. Yifutian looked at Lin Yueyao in astonishment and replied, Why are you so concerned about me? Don't think too much. You don't have a chance. Yi Danshan choked on his wine when he heard Yifutian's words. No chance? How can he refuse the first beauty of Kangyi Kingdom in such a way? Shameless guy. Lin Yueyao glared at Yifutian with some resentment. She had never been rejected like this. She was so popular in Kangyi Kingdom. Only Yifutian was this indifferent to her. Tomorrow comes the final round. Who do you think will eventually dominate the 9 platforms? There was a boat nearby and the people on it were discussing. Shi Lu, 2nd level Dharma plane, Su Mu, 1st level Dharma plane, and Yun Tianhao, who had upgraded to the 8-star glory plane in the battle, are all extremely strong cultivators, while the rest on the platform are also top talents. Someone commented. Yifutian's group heard the comments too. They had never heard of Shi Lu and Su Mu, but it was not surprising to know Yun Tianhao became a shining star. Since his life spirit could summon spiritual qi of any attribute to form matrices, Yun Tianhao was undoubtedly very powerful. He had few counterparts in the same plane. It was unexpected but interesting that he leveled up during battle. Yun Tianhao's proceeding in cultivation was no slower than Yifutian's. It was rare for Haiyan City to have someone like Yun Tianhao, although he still wasn't strong enough to be Yifutian's match. Indeed, the Tingfeng banquet is held every 10 years while there are so many talented people. Even among those who have been eliminated, there are bunches of strong cultivators. Those losers just happen to encounter a stronger one. What a pity. I agree with you. But compared with the Crown Prince, those strong cultivators were all eclipsed. The boat moved on and the sound faded. Yifutian's group were continued enjoying the scenery while drinking. Yi Wuchen looked up to Yifutian and said, If we attend the Tingfeng banquet tomorrow, there must be many sarcastic comments about us. Moreover, according to Yen Kingdom and Yunchu Nation, they might attend the final 2. You want to see those talents' strength? Yifutian asked Yi Wuchen. Some are just too noisy, Yi Wuchen murmured. Then make them shut up. Yifutian smirked. Hearing their conversation, Lin Yueyao and Hua Zhixin just thought that the two were really good at pretending to be cool. The boat kept moving forward on the Qixing Lake. People in the boats were all talking about the strong cultivators on the banquet with great interest. There were more boats near the Ayat. People were all attracted by one of the islands where a banquet was being held. Yifutian's group looked up and found that was exactly where the Crown Prince had treated them. At this time, Luo Junlin was there again to treat the talents of the Tingfeng banquet. Aren't they from the Kangyi Kingdom? Someone noticed Yifutian's group. Indeed. Apparently, that girl is the top beauty of the Kangyi Kingdom. She really is charming. Someone looked at Lin Yueyao and said. 3 beauties were very noticeable, especially beauties like Lin Yueyao, Hua Zhixin, and Yi Lingxi. That man is called Yifutian, who comes from the Donghai city of Nandu Nation. After violating His Majesty's will, he went to the Kangyi Kingdom and is valued by Emperor Yi. He accompanied the emperor to the Tingfeng banquet. It's said that he has twin spirits with great talent. He's Yifutian?
With such a handsome face, he must be popular with the girls, someone said. But after the people of the royal Xian temple came and the crown prince shone so radiantly, Yifutian didn't appear again. Many people on the lake noticed Yifutian and his friends. They continuously made comments so that even people at the ayat looked over and saw Yifutian. People, including Crown Prince Luo Julin, all looked to Yifutian's boat in the lake. Yifutian. Among the people on the island, Yun Tianhao stood up and walked to the edge of the island, looking toward the boat on the water. His sharp eyes fell on Yifutian. Yifutian was drinking with head lowered. Seemingly not hearing Yun Tianhao, he didn't respond. "Will you come tomorrow?" Yun Tianhao didn't mind Yifutian's indifference. Though they had only met a few times, he knew what kind of person Yifutian was. Yifutian still didn't answer his question. Yushang stood up, looked to Yun Tianhao coldly, and then walked closer to Crown Prince Luo Junlin. At this time, Luo Junlin was drinking too. Beside him sat a sexy beauty. Possibly due to the wine, her face was charming and enchanting. She was the daughter of a rich family in the imperial city. Both her looks and talent was very outstanding. The reason why she would drink with the crown prince at the expense of losing her dignity was that she wished that Luo Junlin could take her with him to the royal Xian temple. The sexy woman looked to the boat and saw Yushang. She chuckled and said, "This man is so muscular he's ugly." Many people laughed with her. Cultivators always had good ears and the woman didn't lower her voice. So people on the boat also heard her words. Yifutian looked up to the ayat and saw the crown prince as well as the woman beside him. He smiled and said, "Your Highness must be in a pretty good mood with a prostitute accompanying you." The seductive woman's expression changed, instantly feeling embarrassed, but Crown Prince Luo Junlin looked quite calm. These things didn't disturb him anymore. Some people landed on the ayat. One looked to the boat and a strong temperament spread toward the boat following his eyes. "It's Shi Lu," someone exclaimed. Shi Lu's talent had been proved at the Tingfeng banquet. No one at the second-level Dharma plane could defeat him. Yi Wuchen looked up with eyes sharp as swords. He stood up and walked to the bow. His horrible sword intent turned into a storm to confront Shi Lu's aura. "Is a fight starting?" People around them grew excited. Who was the winner between the genius of the Kangi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet and the peerless talent of the Tingfeng banquet? "Let's go back," Yifutian said. The boat instantly started going against the current. The two auras were dispersed. Giant waves were lifted between the ayat and the boat projected. Seeing that the Kangi Kingdom's boat returned, the other side thought they were too scared to fight with the Nandu nation's peerless talent, since the crown prince was still on the island. This night was doomed to be a sleepless night. It was the day of the decisive battle. Countless people gathered here in the imperial city for the Tingfeng banquet. Some people even came at midnight to keep a seat so that they could see the banquet clear in the daytime. Those finalists all came in advance, gathering around the platforms and being admired. People of Yunchu Nation and Yen Kingdom arrived too. So far, they had to admit that after rounds and rounds of battles, those left were great talents, many of which weren't any weaker than them. Emperor Luo arrived as well. Seeing such a grand occasion, he smiled. He was quite satisfied with this year's Tingfeng banquet. Moreover, his son, Luo Junlin, was thought highly by the Royal Xian Temple. Of course, he was in a very delighted mood. Even on the last day, some came to congratulate him. This was his second time to feel so happy since he became the emperor. Last time, he saw his own bright future when he ascended to the throne. This time, he saw the future of his son, Luo Junlin, as well as the whole Nandu nation. Emperor Yi walked out of the crowd with Yifutian, Yushang, and Yi Wuchen. The Kangi Kingdom's people all appeared today. Looking at the frenetic people, Yifutian smiled slightly. The most prominent cultivators would be born today at the decennial Tingfeng banquet. If Yifutian and Yushang weren't here, of course. As Emperor Ye's group arrived at the observation deck, Emperor Luo and others looked over at them. Yifutian, Yusheng, and Yi Wuchen had finally appeared. Xu Kuangren looked over at the three. His gaze and his light smile were slightly cold. Yan Shi looked sharp. He was anticipating what would happen soon. Luo Junlin also turned his attention to the three of them. Things were about to get interesting today. Beside Luo Junlin sat a beautiful girl. It was the girl who drank with Luo Junlin on the island last night. Her name was Xin Rushuang. Her makeup was light, unlike last night. She looked soft and gentle and had the aura of a wealthy family's daughter. Last night, she gave herself to Crown Prince Luo Julin, and because of that, there was a seat for her next to him today. Many nobles looked over at her. They knew exactly what was going on. They thought, this girl really has a few tricks up her sleeve. Seems like there's no hope for the position of first wife. Maybe a second or third wife. Crown Prince Luo Junlin was only steps away from being a big shot at the royal Xian temple. Even if he didn't manage to do that, he could still be emperor of the Nanda nation. A second or third wife wouldn't be so bad. They wouldn't even mind being a concubine. Many people on the battle platform also recognized Xin Rushuang. She had also participated in the Tingfeng banquet. Plus, she was a well-known beauty in the imperial city. She was disqualified during yesterday's banquet. But who would have thought that she would receive the crown prince's sympathy? Xin Rushuang glanced coldly at Yifutian but did not say anything. However, Yifutian paid no attention to the gazes that fell upon him. He took his seat and looked out on to the 9 battle platforms ahead. He also observed the crowd quietly. Just then, a few bursts of light shined from a distance in the skies above. Multiple figures appeared in mid-air. The leader of the group had a majestic aura, just like a mighty emperor. "Brother Luo, how come you didn't invite me for a drink to celebrate this big news?" asked the leader. Based on the way he greeted Emperor Luo, it was easy to guess his status. To be on the same level as Emperor Luo, this person must be an emperor as well. The emperor of the Mo kingdom has graced us with his presence. What an honor. Emperor Luo stood to welcome his guests. "Please join us and have a seat." "I have also come to join the fun," laughed another person. In the sky above the crowd, a bright light erupted and a figure bathed in a red light stepped forward. "Congratulations to the Nanda nation's crown prince for entering the royal Xian temple. There will be yet another noble plain cultivator in the future," said the newcomer. His voice was clear and his aura powerful. "What a surprise! The emperor of the Hongya kingdom is also here." "Please have a seat," said Emperor Luo. "The Donglin kingdom has come to congratulate the Nandu nation for the Tingfeng banquet." Another group appeared in mid-air. "The Tian Luo kingdom would like to congratulate Luo Julin for entering the royal Xian temple." More people arrived in the opposite direction the emperor of the Donglin kingdom came from. Seeing the majestic figures in the skies made many people from the Nanda nation nervous. The atmosphere was raging. No one expected the arrivals of yet another 4 emperors. Now, there were 8 emperors present at the Tingfeng banquet. This was a grand occasion unseen in the last 300 years. The last time something similar happened was during Emperor Luo's coronation. Without being told, many people understood that this was not simply because of the Tingfeng banquet. If it had been so, then there was no need for them to show up uninvited and unannounced. It was good enough that the 3 emperors Emperor Luo personally invited came to attend the banquet. Obviously, they had gotten the news that Crown Prince Luo Junlin was accepted by the royal Xian temple. They did not show up during any of the other days of the Tingfeng banquet, but all chose to appear on the last day as if they had planned it together. Emperor Luo smiled happily. The 4 emperors were all from close-by nations. The Yunchu nation's neighboring country was present, as was the neighbor of the Yan kingdom. Now that they were all gathered to congratulate him, even though he was already an emperor, Emperor Luo still felt proud. This was a big boost to his ego. "Everyone, please have a seat," Emperor Luo said as he toned down the smile on his face. Immediately, the 4 newly arrived emperors descended on to the observation deck, landing in different directions. Emperor Yi and the 3 other emperors watched them quietly. They felt slightly conflicted on the inside. Had the emperors of these 4 large nations really come to attend the Tingfeng banquet personally? It seemed like they were keeping close tabs on the banquet, or else they would not have been able to make it here so quickly. From this scene, it was possible to foretell the future rise of the Nanda nation. Yifutian also observed quietly. He watched the proud Emperor Luo and the lively audience. All of this was brought about by Luo Junlin's admission to the royal Xian temple. Today seemed to be an unprecedented day, worthy of celebration. Unfortunately, the people of the Nandu nation were probably going to be highly disappointed. "Let's begin," Emperor Luo smiled. Immediately,
A loud whistle came from the crowd and 18 genius cultivators stepped on to the 9 battle platforms, welcoming their final battle. On every platform were the best cultivators of each plane. Shi Lu, Yun Tianhao. Supporters called out to them from the lively audience. With their spectacular gifts, many of the contenders on the platforms had impressed the people and were worshipped by them. Yun Tianhao was an example of this. He broke through the 7-starred glory plane and made his way on to the 8-starred glory plane platform.
He remained peerless as always. As soon as his matrix appeared, no one was able to counter the force. The results would remain the same even if his opponent was in the 9-starred glory plane. The most outstanding contender from the glory plane was definitely Yun Tianhao.
If it wasn't him, then it had to be 9-starred glory plane cultivator Jing Xian. His abilities were terrifying. He was most likely able to battle against common realizations of Dharma. The battles of the 9 platforms began. The platforms shook with the force. The sounds resonated beyond the platforms and washed over the area. The most powerful contenders fought with full force for their final battle. Every battle was nerve-wracking to watch. "My friends, what do you think of the geniuses of our Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet?" asked Emperor Luo. He smiled brightly from his seat on the observation deck. "In due time, they will become the pillars of the nation," said a fellow emperor. "They are indeed outstanding. At the very least, they're much better than those on the Fenghua rank," said the emperor of the Yan kingdom.
Yu Fuqian glanced coldly at him. It was evident that the emperors had a bias. None of them wanted to get on Emperor Luo's bad side. However, Emperor Yi did not seem to care. He continued to watch quietly. To be completely honest, he had to admit that the contenders of the platforms were indeed very gifted. Their combat abilities were very strong. Had it not been for Yi Fuqian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuqian, the Fenghua banquet may have truly lost in comparison to the Tingfeng banquet. Emperor Yi had a sudden thought. What would the Tingfeng banquet have been like if Emperor Luo hadn't chased out Yi Fuqian and Yu Shang? Finally, the battles ended one by one. The victors of each battle did not leave the platform, for they were the stars of the Tingfeng banquet, the center of attention. They waited for the rewards from the emperor. In the crowd, the people from Donghai Academy looked to the figure standing proudly on the 8-starred glory plane platform. All of them had a satisfied smile on their faces. Although Zhuo Qing was disqualified, Yun Tianhao was able to make it to the end. On top of that, he used his great powers to completely destroy his opponent, gaining his victory. He fought hard to be the last one standing on that platform. As a student of Donghai Academy, Yun Tianhao had brought them great honor. Among the crowd from Donghai Academy, Headmaster Tang of Haiyan City's Haiyan Academy was also present. Beside him was Tang Yu. She still had some unresolved conflict with Yi Fuqian from way back on Mount Tianyao. Seeing that the young Yun Tianhao was able to make it to this stage, they also felt proud and happy for him. They had also spotted Yi Fuqian. Rumors had it that he was freakishly powerful. He had once fought against Yun Tianhao. It was unforeseen that he would become the best of a nation. However, the Yun Tianhao in the present was not any weaker than Yi Fuqian. In the end, 9 figures stood on the battle platforms with the utmost glory. The Tingfeng banquet's best of each plane had finally revealed themselves. A smile spread across Emperor Luo's face. He was very satisfied with these 9 people. They all possessed extraordinary gifts. Perhaps with proper guidance, they could become great aids for his son, Luo Junlin. The strongest 9 have been born. The prodigy cultivators from our 4 nations are now gathered here. Would it be all right if we verified each other's abilities? Asked Chu Kuangren. Emperor Luo smiled at the 9 figures on the platforms in front of him and said, "The best of the Yunchu nation, Kangyi Kingdom, and Yan Kingdom would like to test your abilities. Do you guys accept their challenge? Please do. Let's go." The 9 figures were ready to fight. Very good. Emperor Luo nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to look at the cultivators of the 3 visiting nations and said, "I leave them to you now." Chu Kuangren nodded and shifted his gaze in the direction of the Kangyi group. "You've avoided it for so many days and will finally show your face. Today marks the end of the Tingfeng banquet. You should have no more excuses." He stared straight at Yu Fuqian and Yi Wuqian as he spoke. On a platform, Yun Tianhao also had his eyes on Yi Fuqian.
Speaking out loud and clear, he asked, Yi Futian, do you dare battle with me? His voice vibrated through the air. The best of the 8-starred glory plane cultivators at the Tingfeng banquet had challenged Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked as calm as ever. Whether it be the people from the Yunchu nation or Yun Tianhao, their provocations were unable to shake him. He lifted his head and looked at Chu Kuangren as well as Yun Tianhao. He replied with a smile, It's okay that you guys pick a fight with us, but are you willing to pay the price? Yi Futian sounded so calm, far from how resonant Chu Kuangren and Yun Tianhao sounded. However, this calm voice also bore extreme arrogance. Yi Futian did not seem to give a damn about these genius cultivators from the Yunchu nation, nor did he care about those from the Tingfeng banquet. It's okay that you guys pick a fight with us, but are you willing to pay the price? I'm willing to pay whatever price it takes, Chu Kuangren answered with a cold demeanor. Let's fight. This was all Yun Tianhao said. His intent to battle was in overload. Yi Futian turned back to look at Emperor Yi, who was seated behind him. 8 emperors had gathered today, a day of glory and pride for Emperor Luo. All the other emperors were friends of Emperor Yi, so if he didn't want Yi Futian to fight, then he wouldn't. But when their eyes met, Yi Futian saw Emperor Yi break out into a huge smile and listened as he said casually, I've got your back. Okay. Yi Futian smiled after hearing Emperor Ye's words. He stood up and looked towards the battle platform. Countless gazes fell upon him. Was the battle between the prides of the 4 kingdoms starting? Yun Tianhao stared at Yi Futian. His battle intent was rumbling, and the people of Nandu became even more enthusiastic after feeling it around him. Yu Shang, Yi Futian called softly just then. Yu Shang looked over to see Yi Futian scanning the mass of people from the Nandu nation. Yi Futian smiled and said, Everyone's eyes are on this battle. News of the Tingfeng banquet will be spread throughout the Nandu nation. Yu Shang understood what Yi Futian was implying. If his master was still in the country, he would know about today's battle. Yu Shang, this is your battle, Yi Futian continued. Let them know who you are. Okay. Yu Shang nodded and stepped onto the platform. The surrounding people all looked at them with shock. Their conversation seemed to have some deep meaning. Would Yu Shang fight in this battle? He walked down the platform and stared in the direction of Yun Tianhao. Yu Shang, 8-star glory plane. Yun Tianhao, 8-star glory plane, Yun Tianhao said coldly, seeing that Yi Futian still wasn't fighting. Since you want a battle, I'll defeat you first. As soon as he finished, his life spirit appeared. The formation flashed and he walked forward. There was a matrix with each step. The spiritual qi gathered around him furiously. Yun Tianhao had witnessed Yu Shang's fighting before. He was extremely confident in himself, but he would never go easy on his opponent. As if sensing the powerful battle intent and strength from Yun Tianhao, there were the screams of a storm from the heavens. Yun Tianhao had taken the first place of the battle platform with an excellent performance. He was also peerless amongst those who passed this round. Today, he would defeat the prides of the other 3 nations to prove himself. The pride of the Nandu nation, Yun Tianhao, would declare his name to the world with this battle. Countless people from the Donghai Academy and Haiyan Academy all looked at Yun Tianhao. They knew how powerful Yu Shang was, while this battle would be Yun Tianhao's. Thud. At that moment, there was a heavy thud on the ground. Everyone saw Yu Shang take a heavy step. His body transformed into a bow and began sprinting toward the battle platform. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook with Yu Shang's every step. There seemed to be a strange melody. The shaking earth sounded heavier than usual compared to the sound waves of the storm. Yun Tianhao watched Yu Shang racing to the platform. A matrix formed with each of Yun Tianhao's steps. Various altars appeared around him. Mysterious light rushed out from the 4 directions. Countless fire dragons spiraled up, the flames about to swallow everything. More terrifyingly, there seemed to be frost filling the air above the scalding space. Ice and fire shouldn't mix, but now, they appeared at the same time. The destructive power was horrible. Seeing the shocking matrix, the Nanda crowd came to life, extremely roused up. Was this the ability of Yun Tianhao, the pride of the Tingfeng banquet? Many girls were attracted. He was a true genius. Boom. With a loud sound, Yu Shang came below the battle platform. With a step, he shot up and appeared in the sky above the platform.
Then he descended towards where Yun Tianhao was. Countless eyes looked up at Yuxing's descending body.
For a moment, he looked like a god coming to the mortal world. His muscular body was covered in a dazzling dark gold armor. There was a faint yet terrifying shadow on him, like a demon. The descending body had unstoppable power. Yun Tianhao roared and the world was covered by ice. Yushang seemed to be sealed with ice as well. The fire dragons spiraled up, melting into Yushang's frozen body. The combined power of fire and ice was painful enough to make one wish to die. But everyone realized that the godlike figure didn't stop. The ice seal shattered.
Bathing in the power of the ice and fire, Yuxing allowed the fire dragons to roar and bite without being affected. At that moment, he really looked like a god. How is this possible? Yun Tianhao stared at the descending godlike figure in shock. Without any time to react, Yusheng had arrived.
Crack. There was a crisp sound. The spiritual qi within the formation danced wildly. Everyone watched with shock as the godlike figure stepped onto Yun Tianhao's shoulder. The bone cracked and Yun Tianhao fell to his knees with a pained cry. The horrible power forced him down. The matrix formation extinguished. Everyone in the endless Nanda crowd had their eyes focused. The storm instantly stopped. The skies and earth fell silent. Time seemed to stop flowing. The entire world seemed to quiet down. Yun Tianhao, the one who had shone so brightly at the Tingfeng banquet, catching everyone's eyes, the genius worshipped by countless, had been squashed under the foot of the descending figure. Without any extra movements, without any pauses, Yun Tianhao had knelt directly. Genius?
Peerless?
Unmatchable in the Nandu nation? At this moment, Yushang faced the endless crowd from the Nandu nation. Looking at that cold and hard face, the Nanda citizens felt that they would never forget that merciless step. Not only had he stepped on Yun Tianhao, he'd also stepped on the faces of all Nanda citizens. Yun Tianhao was the most dazzling genius they'd chosen within the decade. Yushang took a step forward and knelt down. Grabbing Yun Tianhao's neck, he tossed the other into the Nanda crowd. He didn't look at the other again, as if Yun Tianhao, a talented figure, didn't deserve another glance.
Turning around, Yusheng gazed at the people from the Yunchu nation and Yen kingdom. He asked indifferently next. Neither the prides of Yunchu nor Yen came out. They all trained their eyes on the figure. Was Yun Tianhao really weak?
They'd witnessed his entire path and his talent was indisputable. However, Yushang had descended like a god and Yun Tianhao couldn't even fight back. How could anyone battle with someone like that?
All was silent. Yu Wucheng gazed at Chu Kuangren and said coldly, "Are you mute now?" The prides of the two kingdoms looked uncomfortable, but Yu Xing didn't bother with them anymore. He didn't even show any expression. Instead, he started towards the 9-star glory plane battle platform nearby.
Then he started running again. When he reached the side, he jumped again. With a boom, he soared like a god and appeared in the air above the battle platform. Jing Xian was the strongest of the 9-star glory plane. When he looked up at Yushang, his eyes showed fear. The godlike figure was unstoppable. He gathered all his strength. The surrounding spiritual qi went wild. Then he attacked first, the wild power booming into the sky. With a huge thud, Yushang landed before Jing Xian. The battle platform shook and the aggressive power just roared past without even touching him. As one of the best of the Tingfeng banquet, this shouldn't have happened. However, Jing Xian's fear turned this into an embarrassment. Yushang punched. Jing Xian flew off the platform towards the crowd. This battle couldn't even be described as a battle. Yushang continued walking toward the battle platform of the Dharma plane. Will he challenge Su Mu? Some muttered. Was he crazy? Su Mu was at the first-level Dharma plane. He was one of the most talented of this year's Tingfeng banquet. Other than Shi Lu and Yun Tianhao, he was the most popular. Was Yushang going to challenge Su Mu?
There was another thud. Yusheng flew up again, shooting toward the platform for the first-level Dharma plane. Su Mu raised his head. Seeing the figure in the air, he sneered. Flashing, he shot into the sky too. He was Su Mu, not Yun Tianhao, and definitely not Jing Xian.
Countless heads were raised to look at Yushang. How would he attack this time? The wind roared. A pair of giant wings appeared behind Yushang with a flash. Dark gold light flowed through them. Every feather had a menacing point, as if they were the wings of a demon. This moment, Yushang seemed to have turned into a demon. The wings flapped and Yushang moved towards Sumu.
Rather than dodging, a terrifying dragon appeared behind Sumu. When Yusheng charged over, there was an earth-shaking roar. Countless dragons dove at Yusheng. The feathers on Yusheng's wings continuously overlapped, transforming into an extremely sharp dark gold vortex.
It opened and closed, slicing up the incoming dragons. The dragon above Sumu was as enormous as a true dragon. It moved to swallow Yusheng. Yusheng's wings opened and he looked forward. He streaked toward the dragon like a bolt of lightning. Under everyone's shocked eyes, he rushed into the dragon's mouth. With a boom, the dragon exploded and Yusheng rushed out. Sumu's expression was uncomfortable. An extremely aggressive aura erupted. He transformed into a dragon and charged at Yusheng. His dharma and body had become one.
The dragon came, engulfing Yusheng. He reached out and grabbed the dragon's mouth. With a loud roar, he put endless strength into his arms and ripped the dragon apart with his bare hands. Sumu screamed in pain and the realization of dharma shattered. Yusheng's wings changed. The feathers dislocated and unbelievably turned into tentacles that grabbed Sumu's body, hoisting it into the air. Seeing this scene, the endless crowd focused on the demonic figure, their hearts trembling. Hovering in the air, Yusheng gazed at the mass of people with wild eyes. He roared, "My name is Yusheng. I am Yusheng, the disciple of Xianxia, headmaster of Donghai Academy's School of the Finance Star of Donghai City, Nanda Nation." The violent sound waves swept through the sky and earth, resounding in the ears of everyone in the Nanda Nation.
He was Yusheng, the disciple of Xianxia, headmaster of Donghai Academy School of the Finance Star of Donghai City, Nandu Nation.
Yusheng. From this moment on, it was the name no one in the Nanda Nation would ever forget. His name was Yusheng. He was from the Nanda Nation's Donghai City, disciple of Xianxia. The people had many questions. Who is Xianxia? Why is such an outstanding student from Donghai Academy fighting for the Kangi Kingdom? As for Yun Tianhao, he seemed to be Donghai's Academy best student. Then what about Yusheng? Presently, the people from Donghai Academy were shocked into silence. There was a bitter taste in their mouths. Yun Tianhao, who the Haiyan Academy had high hopes in, had captured the attention of everyone. But what of it now?
The three hotshots had all faded into the background while Yusheng stood out among them. Yifutian smiled at that figure. Of course, he knew the reason behind Yusheng's outburst. After this battle, Yusheng's name was going to circulate all over the Nandu Nation. He was going to become a legend. And because he came from Donghai City, from Donghai Academy, it was only natural that the news would reach the city. As long as Xianxia was still there, he was definitely going to hear his disciples' call from the Tingfeng banquet. "Senior Yi, you really hit the jackpot with this son-in-law," thought Yifutian. He smiled brightly as he wondered what kind of expression that sly old fox would have when he heard the news. He would definitely be very proud.
Beside Yifutian, the people of the Kangi Kingdom were also in shock at the sight of the wings on Yusheng's back. Did Yusheng hide his true abilities during the Fenghua banquet?
Or are these devil-like wings the result of his cultivation in the Nandu Nation? Back when Yusheng was in the 7-starred glory plane, his inability to fly was the reason why he could not win against his opponent's realization of Dharma. Now, he was in the 8-starred glory plane, and with these wings, he had brutally defeated Sumu, who was in the Dharma plane. Not only them, but even the 8 emperors present were in shock. Yusheng's combat skills were too violent. He was able to destroy his opponents with pure and absolute strength. His powers disregarded all else. Who cared if you had shocking sorcery skills or if you had a million tricks up your sleeves? His strength was able to destroy it all. The intent to kill in Emperor Luo's eyes grew stronger. He had only focused on killing Yifutian and Hua Jieyu, but now he realized he missed one person. The disciple of the Finance Star School's headmaster Xianxia. Was this meant for Xianxia? How preposterous! He used this battle platform and stepped all over the pride of the Tingfeng banquet just to tell his master, Xianxia, that he was here. Beside Emperor Luo, Luo Junlin and Minister Hua had similar looks in their eyes. Shen Rushuang sat next to Luo Junlin and stared at Yusheng, stupefied. She had mocked Yusheng last night, calling him ugly, but after tonight, who would dare to use the word ugly to describe this devil-like being? Even Minister Zhua, who sat without a single word, lifted his head to look at Yusheng. He took a good look at his devil-like silhouette and then turned to look at Yi Futian among the Kangi group. Ministers had only told the fortunes of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, but he had just now realized this terrifying existence by Yi Futian's side. How could a person with such a special fate as Yi Futian not have a protector? It seemed like everything had already been arranged by fate. His empress was here, as was his protector. The royal Xian temple set their sights on Crown Prince Luo Junlin, and the 8 emperors of different nations had gathered in own place in celebration. Everyone had thought that the Nandu nation was going to grow stronger in the 100 Lands, but no one thought that this was just the beginning of the end. Whom the gods would destroy they first make mad. Standing on the battle platform, Yu Sheng's eyes swept over the wave of people. His outburst from before seemed to have relieved him of the stress built up over the past days. Afterward, he flapped his wings, and they carried him towards the observation deck. Yu Sheng did not continue to battle.
What he had done was enough to carry his message to his master. All Li Xiang had to do was ask around a bit and he would know that Yu Sheng fought for Emperor Yi of the Kangi Kingdom. After that, it was only a matter of time until he would join them in the Kangi Kingdom.
Upon returning to the observation deck, Yu Sheng retracted his wings. His fellow Fenghua rank cultivators saw him in a different light. Some looked at him in admiration, some in jealousy. Yu Sheng's scream from before had them all shaken up. They thought of Yu Sheng's previous exchange with Zhuo Qianfan. Isn't the noble plane just another plane in cultivation? Is it very powerful? Perhaps it was very powerful to Yu Sheng now, but what about in 10 years?
20 years?
One day, when he acquired the noble fate, he would definitely be one of the most domineering noble plane cultivators. Emperor Yi looked at Yu Sheng with even more admiration. Not only because of his gifts, but also because of the meaning behind his outburst. After ranking in the top 3 on the Fenghua rank, his request was to find his master. Now, at the Tingfeng banquet, his reason behind this shocking battle was still the same. Even though he was an emperor, the one above all, he was envious of Yi Xiang.
Emperor Yi was very curious what kind of person Yu Sheng's master was. Although Yu Sheng had already stepped off the battle platform, the venue was still filled with silence. The rowdy and loud atmosphere was no more. In the past, the Tingfeng banquet was something that excited the people of the Nanda nation. It was an event that pushed everyone's emotion to its limit. It was a time for them to witness their nation reach new heights. But that energy was broken upon Yu Sheng's appearance.
Looking back now, the Tingfeng banquet seemed like such a joke. Once every 10 years, just one battle was able to wipe away everything in the past. This was the true definition of peerless.
A single person who was able to outshine all others, defeating every one of the so-called prides of the Tingfeng banquet. Do you still want to fight? Emperor Yi broke the silence with his question. With a smile on his face, his every word conveyed his confidence.
Yu Sheng's battle had lifted his mood. He felt so refreshed. This was just one battle in the battle of the 4 nations. Of course, we have to continue, said Chu Kuangren. When Yu Sheng had asked for new opponents earlier, no one from the Yunchu nation or the Yan kingdom answered.
It was truly embarrassing, but Yu Sheng's performance was just too violent. He was so much stronger than the reports they received about the 3rd place of the Fenghua rank had stated. He had surprised them. However, they were the prides of their nations. They could not be weak.
No need for the trouble, someone said coldly. Yi Wuchen stood and continued. After so many days of blabbering, you guys don't even have the guts to step up for a challenge. I would have shut my mouth early on if I were you. Chu Kuangren looked at Yi Wuchen with a darkened expression. No one had any retorts for not answering to Yu Sheng's challenge. You guys can step up as you please, said Yi Wuchen. His sword intent released and his body shot forward like a blade. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived on the platform where Yun Tianhao stood.
Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Wuchen. He stood there casually with his hands behind his back. He gave off a carefree feeling, very unlike a person who was about to be confronted in an intense battle. Brother Yan, are you going, or shall I? Chu Kuangren asked Yan Qi.
They were both in the 2nd level Dharma plane, just like Yi Wuchen. You guys can come together, Yi Wuchen said nonchalantly. Preposterous, said Yan Qi. He specializes in swords and I specialize in knives. Let me go, Yan Qi said to Chu Kuangren.
All right, replied Chu Kuangren as he continued his icy stare at Yi Wuchen. Xianxia stood and in a single step he lifted into the air. From his being, a force of knife intent was released, wanting to cut through everything in its way. Xianxia was peerless in the Yen kingdom and was bestowed the title of a prince. His knife once cut through a cultivator in the 4th level Dharma plane. One step at a time, Xianxia made his way into the skies above the battle platform. His knife intent permeated through the skies and like an invisible knife, it aimed to cut through Yi Wuchen's body. Yi Wuchen lifted his head. Looking ahead, his sword intent released, destroying the knife intent. The two powerful forces crashed into each other in midair. A large knife appeared in Xianxia's hand. He suddenly sped up, and like a flash of lightning, his knife was thrown forward. The wind enveloped the knife and the images of thousands of knives cut down at the same time. Yi Wuchen lifted a finger and from it came a seemingly endless force of sword intent. It was under the sword intent that the thousands of knives were destroyed one after another. Xianxia circled the skies above and released an even stronger force of knife intent. This second knife swung downward, more powerful than the first. Yi Wuchen still looked incredibly calm. He lifted slowly into the air and the sword intent traveled with him. Countless swords appeared around him, real swords. Go! Yi Wuchen pointed his finger and the swords shot forward with a whistle, all charging crazily at Xianxia. Xianxia saw this and changed his tactic immediately. In front of him, the swords separated and got into a circle formation surrounding him and raced toward him in all directions. Behind him appeared a black knife. A terrifying force of knife intent came from the weapon and endless images of the knife revolved around him so quickly no wind or rain could make its way through this makeshift force field. There was still a change in Yi Wuchen's expression. Around him, sword intent was released yet again and more swords attacked Xianxia at the point of Yi Wuchen's finger. The swords came endlessly. The people watched as Xianxia continued to wave his knife around. His knife skills were very strong. Both his attacks and defenses were fearsome. However, there seemed to be no end to Yi Wuchen's swords. Just when Xianxia thought he could let down his defense to attack, his swords charged at Xianxia's weak point as if they had eyes of their own. At this, Xianxia realized that it was hopeless. There was nothing he could do besides defend himself. Forfeit or death? Yi Wuchen spoke unfeelingly. He reached out both hands and the sword intent circling Xianxia turned into a storm, completely burying his body in a storm of swords. In the air, there were only swords. There was no Xianxia. I forfeit. Xianxia's voice rang in the midst of the storm. In the next moment, the storm of swords disappeared, and Xianxia was seen once again. The scene just now kept replaying in everyone's minds. After witnessing this battle, the Kangyi group realized that Yi Wuchen did not reveal his true abilities during the Fenghua banquet. There was no need for him to give it his all because even without doing so, he was already invincible. Emperor Yi should be the one who knew best about Yi Wuchen's abilities. He was his nephew after all. Had it not been for Yi Futian and Yu Shang's appearance, first place on the Fenghua rank would have been Yi Wuchen. No questions asked. It was all because Yi Futian was able to defeat a Dharma plane cultivator. During the Fenghua banquet, there was actually no one fit to be Yi Wuchen's opponent. Not counting Yi Futian and Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen was truly the top pride of the younger generation in the Kangyi kingdom. Yi Wuchen's power once again shocked everyone present. The prides of the Yunshu nation and Yen kingdom all looked uncomfortable. There had been so many challenges, but this was the result. Yu Xing went without saying. They didn't even dare challenge him. Now, Yi Wuchen had defeated Xianxia. The Kangyi kingdom had completely overshadowed the Tingfeng banquet through these 2 rounds. At the same time, the Yunshu nation and Yen kingdom were fully humiliated. There had only been 2 battles between the 4 nations, but it was more like the Kangyi kingdom solos how. It seemed to prove Yi Wuchen's words from before. He didn't like trouble. Who else? Yi Wuchen asked indifferently. He didn't name anyone because he was too lazy to challenge anyone. He didn't care who wanted to fight him. If no one dared to, this battle of the 4 nations would be meaningless and could end. Chu Kuangren's eyes were extremely cold. Even someone as strong as Xianxia had lost to Yi Wuchen so badly. Yi Wuchen hadn't even released his life spirit yet. Even now, they didn't know what kind of cultivator Yi Wuchen was. He was clearly a swordsman, but what else? Was he only a swordsman? If so,
He was a terrifying swordsman who could fight, creating a storm of swords that wrapped around Yan Qi, each sword seeming to have its own life that searched for Yan Qi's flaws. "Me," a voice said. It came from above the battle platform rather than below. It was Shilu, one of the most excellent figures of this year's Tingfeng banquet, at the second-level Dharma plane platform. Yi Wuchen looked over. They stared at each other like at the Qixing Lake last night. Two artistic conceptions were released at once. One was sharp, the other was cold. Without a word, Yi Wuchen stepped forward. Instantly, endless sword intent came out of him and flew towards Shilu, 2 platforms away. Shilu's eyes were indifferent. A frightening artistic conception bloomed from him. The world became frigid as endless double elemental spiritual qi of water and earth danced in the air. The sword intent grew heavy and seemed to be frozen by ice. They slowed down and stopped before arriving at Shilu. The entire area seemed to stop. So cold. Someone close to the platform shivered. It felt like the entire world slowed down, even the blood flowing in their veins. Yi Wuchen and Shilu walked towards each other at once, moving to the platform beside them. This way, the two occupied one platform and became even closer. The sword intent on Yi Wuchen strengthened. He reached out and the swords whistled. They sliced through the air towards Shilu's body. Shilu's aura grew colder. The surrounding environment grew heavier. Everyone knew that this was the terrifying effect of combining the Earth Elemental's gravity spell and Water Elemental's ice spell. Countless straight ice sculptures in the shape of swords appeared in the sky. They slowed down bit by bit and then exploded. Shilu continued walking forward. At the edge of the platform, he hovered in the air. No wonder he's one of the Tingfeng banquet's monsters, the people of the Nandu nation thought. Shilu and Yun Tianhao were probably the most popular contenders of the banquet's winner. It was clear that Shilu's abilities were stronger than Yan Qi. As Shilu hovered in the air, the Dharma appeared behind him. It looked like 2 half-circles. One was water and the other was earth. They fused together, transforming into a full moon. The moment the moon was released, the double elemental spiritual qi went wild. It gathered furiously as if it wanted to cover the entire world. After that, light shot out from the moon. White and earthy yellow light alternated like moonlight. Everything in its path seemed to slow down until they exploded from the ice. The sword intent flowing across Yi Wuchen's body was destroyed crazily. The moon's radiance showered onto Yi Wuchen. The spell was released with the Dharma's light, making the power shocking. This is true Dharma, many thought, stunned. Shilu was only at the second-level Dharma plane, but he already had the essence of Dharma. His talent was peerless and his spells were extraordinary. There was no limit for him in the future. Feeling the incoming aura, Yi Wuchen's eyes grew serious. A beam of silver light shone behind him. Everyone watched as silver filled the sky. A small silver sword floated behind Yi Wuchen as if it was his life spirit. Boundless sword intent gathered around the small sword, transforming into a sword river that flowed forward. It clashed against the glow of the 2 half-moons. Time seemed to stop. The 2 different forces were both being destroyed. A terrifying ice seal spell descended from the surrounding sky. Bit by bit, the air turned into frost, burying Yi Wuchen inside. However, silver light flashed through his eyes. The small sword sliced through the air, rushing into the moonlight and destroying everything. Shilu reached out to freeze the small sword, but there was a boom and the spell shattered. The sword continued forward without any obstructions. Spells continued to descend, but the small sword shone like a spirit. It continuously broke through the spells, so fast the naked eye couldn't keep track of its path. Finally, with a terrifying rumble, the sword appeared between Shilu's brows with terrifying sword intent. Shilu didn't dodge. He stared down at the small silver sword as if he could see Yi Wuchen's eyes. At that moment, he finally knew what kind of cultivator Yi Wuchen was. "You lost," Yi Wuchen said. The aura around Shilu scattered and he collected his Dharma. He was defeated. After the sword returned, Yi Wuchen looked at Shilu and said calmly, "Not bad." Countless people were shocked. Yi Wuchen was the victor but said this to Shilu. It was a bit. However, his voice sounded so natural as if he really thought that. He was truly an arrogant guy without any ingenuity. After that, Yi Wuchen scanned the Yunchu nation and Yin kingdom. Finally, he went back to the Kangi kingdom spot.
The teeming crowd was silent. All the prides of the Tingfeng banquet had been defeated with no wins. Emperor Luo's expression was dark while the other emperors watched quietly. They'd come to show their support and unexpectedly witnessed this show. Luo Junlin, crown prince of the Nandu nation, was seen highly by the royal Shen temple, and the Tingfeng banquet was held smoothly. It should have been great news, but Emperor Luo couldn't feel happy now. The Fenghua banquet of the Kangyi kingdom is held once every 3 years. The people that come from it aren't bad, right? Emperor Yi said with a smile. His mood was getting better and better. Emperor Luo had invited him just to gloat, but now, it'll be impressive if the man could still smile. The Yunchu nation and Yen kingdom finally shut up. They couldn't say anything anymore. 2 battles are enough for the battle between us. You all can continue, but we'll be leaving, Emperor Yi said proudly. The battle between the 4 nations can't end with only 2 challenges. It's too early, Emperor Luo said coolly. 4 of the most brilliant of this year's Tingfeng banquet had been defeated. Since they were already at this state, they couldn't just give up now. What do you mean? Emperor Yi asked coldly. Emperor Luo looked over at the prides of the Yunchu nation and Yen kingdom and said, "You've seen the 2nd and 3rd place of the Fenghua rank. Don't you want to witness how strong the 1st place is?" Yifutian frowned. Emperor Luo was trying to force him to fight, but why? The 1st place of the Fenghua rank has been avoiding the fight this entire time. He's probably all talk and no substance, Chu Kuangren said. Many of the Kangyi kingdom frowned. Chu Kuangren was the prince of the Yunchu nation, but he spoke with no tact. Or rather, was he purposely cooperating with Emperor Luo after seeing that he wanted to force Yifutian out? Can you shut up? Yi Wuchen's eyes were sharp. He really despised Chu Kuangren. Who was the one that had no substance? Emperor Yi didn't look at Chu Kuangren. Instead, he looked at Emperor Luo and smiled. Then he said to Yifutian, "Since everyone wants to see your ability, you mustn't be impolite as a guest." Seeing his gaze, Yifutian smiled and nodded. He walked towards the battle platforms. He also went towards the one Yun Tianhao had been at. When he stood atop it, countless gazes fell on him. According to gossip, Yifutian was from the Donghai city and the emperor had wanted to confer a title upon him, but he refused and turned towards the Kangyi kingdom. Yushang, the rare talent from before, was his friend. Yushang was 3rd on the Fenghua rank while he was 1st. The people of the Donghai Academy and Nandu clan looked at Yifutian too. They inhaled sharply. At the last day of the previous year, Yifutian had displayed unparalleled talent. How much more powerful was he now? Yifutian, 8-star glory plane. Standing on the battle platform, Yifutian gazed at the spectators and smiled. "I am unskilled with an ordinary talent. I was made 1st of the Fenghua rank due to luck. Now, I'm terrified because all the prides of the 4 nations are gathered here. Faced with the brilliant figures of the Yunchu nation and Yen kingdom, I don't dare to come out to fight. However, Emperor Luo requested me, so I must come out and challenge the geniuses of the same plane." Emperor Yi coughed, a bit shocked. Was this still the arrogant Yifutian from the Fenghua banquet? When did he become so low-key? And same plane? How could he say that with his talent? The others of the Kangyi kingdom also grew annoyed. Lin Yueyao blinked her pretty eyes while Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang were dumbfounded. They'd never seen someone so shameless. Not only them, the people of the other nations were stunned as well. Yifutian said that he was unskilled with an ordinary talent while the Yunchu nation and Yen kingdom were brilliant. How could they respond to such shameless words? Same plane? Did Yifutian take them as idiots? Although the Yunchu and the Yen groups had insulted Yifutian, there was no way they would actually believe that the person picked by Emperor Yi to be in 1st place on the Fenghua rank had actually gotten there by pure luck. To be able to defeat a Dharma plane cultivator, even one with an ordinary realization of Dharma, he was definitely a monster. What's more, the people he defeated were also on the Fenghua rank. So according to their original plan, they were going to have Yifutian fight against someone in the Dharma plane. But this shameless jerk was just too unpredictable. They could not argue back with a thing Yifutian said. He spoke politely, made himself sound weak and modest, and complimented the prides of the Yunchu nation and the Yen kingdom. What could they say to that? Was there anything wrong with him wanting to fight against someone in the same plane in a battle of the 4 nations? There was nothing they could say. "Brother Yi, you must be joking. How could the person in the first place on the Fenghua rank be ordinary? Chu Kuangren racked his brain for something to say. Deep down, he was cursing Yi Futian for being so shameless. He knew clearly that Yi Futian's opponent would lose. No questions asked if it was someone in the same level. Brother Yi? Are we close? Yi Futian chuckled at Chu Kuangren. Besides, didn't you say I was all talk? Now you're saying that I'm no ordinary person? What is it that you want? Do you want to fight or not? Chu Kuangren's face fell. Seated with the others from the Kangyi kingdom, Hua Zhixin couldn't hold in her laugh at the sight of his expression. She thought to herself, Yi Futian is really bad, the way he bullies others. Emperor Yi had wanted to leave, but Chu Kuangren wanted to continue the battle of the four nations. Without an excuse, how would he be so thick-skinned as to request that Yi Futian battle with a Dharma Plane cultivator? Yi Futian, during the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet, you defeated multiple cultivators in the Dharma Plane. You are truly gifted. Why are you insulting yourself by putting on this facade? Since you have set impressive records, let's have each of the other three nations send out one person in the Dharma Plane. We'll settle things on the battle platform, said Emperor Luo. Many people gave him a strange look. It was true that Yi Futian had set some impressive records, but it was slightly out of place for an emperor to request a battle between a Glory Plane cultivator and those in the Dharma Plane. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Luo. When Emperor Yi planned to leave earlier, Emperor Luo refused to let them go and tried to force Yi Futian into battle. He was still not willing to give up. If so, then Yi Futian was going to make his wish come true. So, the Battle of Four Nations means that our Kangyi Kingdom has to fight Glory Plane to Dharma Plane. Emperor Luo is truly brilliant, Yi Futian said sarcastically. He then turned to the cultivators of the three nations and said, since it has already been spoken, what's the point of lying to yourselves and calling this the Battle of Four Nations? Each nation choose one person in the Dharma Plane. Come at me all together. In this moment, Yi Futian lost the playful attitude. His voice was low and everyone could see the change in his eyes. This should be the real him. Yi Futian, an 8-star glory plane, said to powerful cultivators from 3 other nations, each nation choose one person in the Dharma Plane. Come at me all together. Not only did he have to fight against their Dharma, he also had to fight 3 people who were going to gang up on him. Even Yushang, who was extremely domineering, was not as arrogant as Yi Futian. Emperor Yi looked to the figure on the battle platform. He did not say any. Since Yi Futian had already spoken, then he believed that he could do it. Emperor Luo let out a smile. The Yunchu nation and the Yen kingdom sent out one person. They were both the strongest of their first-level Dharma Plane cultivators. Who is willing to fight for our Nandu nation? Emperor Luo looked out at the crowd. Their best first-level Dharma Plane cultivator, Su Mu, had already been destroyed by Yushang. It was a given that they had to pick another person. I am willing to fight for your majesty. A figure emerged from the crowd. It's Zhong Yan. Everyone's eyes brightened. This person was the one who fought with Su Mu to be number 1 among the first-level Dharma Plane cultivators. He was also very capable. Despite not being as good as Su Mu, he was not too far off. All right, nodded Emperor Luo. At the same time, the cultivators from the other 2 nations made their way to join Yi Futian on the battle platform. Zhong Yan lifted into the air and looked down from the skies at Yi Futian on the platform. Countless pairs of eyes fell on the handsome young man on the platform. An 8-star glory plane fighting 3 Dharmas? This was about to get crazy. The individual from the Yunchu nation wore an armor of flames and his body was bathed in the red glow. Behind him, a fearsome realization of Dharma appeared. It was a large area of flames, like an ocean of magma. It looked like a river of liquid fire. The flames made the surrounding area look red. He's already this powerful in the first-level Dharma Plane? Everyone watching shook in fear. The cultivator sent out by the Yen kingdom also possessed a terrifying Dharma. A large demon ape appeared behind him, causing his entire body to fill with an indescribable strength. He became wild and ferocious, prepared for destruction. The 2 of them reached the sides of the battle platform very quickly and stood there staring at Yi Futian. They wanted to know how Yi Futian would defeat a realization of Dharma. Zhong Yan floated above the platform. A long spear appeared in his hand. A strong energy seeped out from the weapon. Yi Futian stood at the center of the battle platform,
His aura was ready. A long golden rod appeared in this hand. The Yunchu cultivator took a step forward and immediately, a wave of flames headed for Yi Futian in the form of a fire dragon. The golden rod danced in Yi Futian's hand. A large force of energy descended upon him, and on his back sprung his golden rock wings. With a flap of his wings, Yi Futian was lifted into the air. The fire dragon charged forward. Apparitions of the rod revolved around Yi Futian, collecting energy.
Slowly, a great force of energy permeated from his being. Boom! His wings spread and Yi Futian transformed into a giant rock soaring through the skies. The other three looked up at him to see he fly even higher. It was a magnificent sight. All the while, the force continued to grow stronger. After that, they watched as Yi Futian charged towards the cultivator from the Yunchu nation. He was unbelievably fast. The flames formed by the cultivator's dharma raged and flowed like magma toward Yi Futian. A massive hand formed by the flames reached out to grab Yi Futian, who was floating in midair. Yi Futian turned into a ray of golden light and did not stop for even a split second. The rod swung down in single swipe. Genesis. The large palm of flame split apart from the middle. This one swipe was headed straight for the Yunchu cultivator with a force so strong, it was possible to split the sky in half. The cultivator's fire sorcery exploded wildly. Just like flowing magma, the hellfire headed for Yi Futian. But with one swing of the rod, a magnificent golden light blocked the cultivator's body from advance. The path separated the wave of flames. There was nothing strong enough for the rod. Boom! This loud noise could mean nothing else. The Yunchu cultivator had been struck by the golden rod and was now lying face down on the battle platform. Was the Dharma plane this weak? The audience was shocked. He was handpicked by the people of the Yunchu nation, so he must have an impressive Dharma. But he could not even withstand one attack. Down with one swing of the rod. The people of the Yunchu nation sat in their seats with darkened expressions. They had previously mocked the Dharmas defeated by a glory plane cultivator. What kind of Dharma was that, they asked. Now, the Yunchu nation's Dharma plane cultivator had also been defeated by Yi Futian in the glory plane. In one strike, one might add. After this one attack, not only did Yi Futian's energy not weaken, it actually got stronger. At the sight of this, the cultivator from the Yen kingdom, who had refused to gang up on Yi Futian for the sake of his reputation, could feel his heart speed up. With a growl from the demon ape, an apparition of the ape overlapped on the cultivator's body. He was filled with immense strength. But when he saw Yi Futian fly his way like a giant rock, the cultivator could feel the descent of his aura even before he got to him. His aura was strong enough to suppress everything. Boom! The Yen cultivator stepped forward and the atmosphere became heavy. The demon ape roared in a fury, loud enough to shake the mountains. He lifted his hand to throw a fist, prepared for destruction. It was during this wild fit that Yi Futian swung his rod for the second time as the long golden rod came closer. It looked bigger and bigger in the cultivator's eyes. The rod came down with such strength, everything was destroyed. The enormous demon ape was ready to charge forward but was struck by the attack of the rod. Boom! Another crash. The Yen Kingdom's Dharma plane cultivator was thrown backwards faster than the speed of the wind. Everyone was simply speechless. There were no words fit to describe this situation. Yi Futian did not slow down one bit. He headed straight for his third opponent. Once again, with a swing of the rod. The aura around Zhong Yan was shocking. His long spear shot out and of course it was destroyed by the rod. His body was sent flying. However, Yi Futian saw Zhong Yan's body exploding as he was thrown through the air. A residual image could be seen, descending like a shadow at an incredible speed. What seemed to be a dagger pierced toward Yi Futian. The blade glimmered in the sky. This sudden scene caused everyone in the audience to feel a clench in their hearts, especially for the Kangi group. Their eyes were frozen on Yi Futian. There was the slight noise. The dagger seemed to have broken skin, piercing into Yi Futian's body. It looked like his heart. However, the dagger never made it in. Yi Futian had caught it in his left hand, but he was still hurt. Fresh blood gushed from the wound. Zhong Yan lifted his head to look at Yi Futian. He had a peculiar look in his eyes. Was Yi Futian physically that strong? He was able to stop Zhong Yan's critical strike. Zhong Yan.
Everyone was dumbfounded by this sight. He never displayed these abilities in battle with Sumu. That attack was too strange. A determining strike. He almost killed Yi Futian. But Yi Futian was actually able to stop this critical attack.
It was easy to see just how scary fast his reflexes were. A dragon roar sounded. Yi Futian threw his arms out, throwing Zhong Yan to the side. Then his rock wings fluttered, carrying him upwards while his rod swung downwards. A loud crash resonated through the area as Zhong Yan crashed into the ground. However, this was not the end. At an incredible speed, Yi Futian picked up Zhong Yan by the waist with his rod and tossed him up into the air. Whoosh! His wings brought he into the air above Zhong Yan's body. Yi Futian's eyes were ice cold and filled with the intent to kill. I forf? Zhong Yan tried to scream out with blood in his mouth, but before he could finish the word forfeit, his utterance was disrupted by a loud noise. Boom! Zhong Yan's body shook in midair and then fell to the ground. His arms were limp as if he was no longer able to raise them. But of course, a dead person would never be able to raise their arms again. With a slight sound, Zhong Yan's body fell down on the platform, not moving anymore. The boundless void was so quiet. Yusheng defeated Su Mu of second-level Dharma Plane with wild attacks while Yi Futian killed Zhong Yan directly with his staff. Even the talents of the Dharma Plane from the Yunshu Nation and Yin Kingdom couldn't resist his staff. It was unprecedented that a man of the Glory Plane could be so strong. The people of Donghai Academy and the Nandu clan felt complicated about Yi Futian's change. He was even strong enough to defeat people of the first-level Dharma Plane. Once he upgraded to the Dharma Plane, he would be able to defeat people of the third-level Dharma Plane very easily. But at this moment, Yi Futian didn't feel the pleasure of victory. He looked at the blood on his chest with cold eyes and then gazed at Emperor Luo in the stands. Yi Futian watched the final battle too. He witnessed the battle between Su Mu and Zhong Yan. Zhong Yan didn't play such a trick before. He seemed to save this just to fight with Yi Futian as the fatal attack. And before, the emperor had egged him on to fight. The talents of the Tingfeng banquet had been defeated, so with Emperor Luo's status, it should have been unnecessary to do. All this seemed premeditated, but he couldn't accuse Emperor Luo. Everything happened within the rules. No one could be blamed even if he was killed on the platform. It was he who promised to fight and no one forced him. The man who fought with him was of the first-level Dharma Plane. Nothing was beyond the rule. If he died, even Emperor Yi would be unable to say anything. If Yi Futian could figure out this conspiracy, so could Emperor Yi. Emperor Yi looked at Emperor Luo coldly but didn't say anything. The battle was fair enough. What could he say? I learned a lot, thank you, Yi Futian said to people on the stands. Hearing this, people of the Yunshu Nation and Yen Kingdom looked troubled. The Kangyi Kingdom had won all 3 rounds. Yusheng had defeated many talents. The Yunshu Nation and Yen Kingdom dared not to fight anymore. Yi Wuchen defeated Yen Qi and Shi Lu very easily. Yi Futian defeated 3 talents in the Dharma Plane just with his staff. The last cultivator was directly killed on the spot. No one could blame Yi Futian. Everyone knew that it was Zhong Yan who wanted to kill Yi Futian at first. That was why Yi Futian had to kill him. Even Emperor Luo couldn't accuse him of anything. The battles of the 4 kingdoms are over now, Emperor Yi said coldly and turned to Yi Futian. Come back. Wait. Emperor Luo spoke at this moment. Many people then descended onto the platform, surrounding Yi Futian. These people were the best of the imperial guards. Seeing this, many people were shocked. Yusheng was even furious. What's the intention, Your Majesty? Emperor Yi looked at Emperor Luo with extremely cold eyes. Don't you know that Yi Futian betrayed my Nandu nation? Emperor said slowly. He rebelled and killed my subordinate. The head of the East Sea Prefecture, Xiafeng, died because of him. Now he dares return to the Nandu nation. Thus he shall die. I hope you will understand. Let me repeat that Yi Futian is my citizen now. He is also my foster daughter's lover, the future bridegroom of the Kangyi Kingdom's princess. Emperor Yi said coldly, staring at Emperor Luo. The 2 men locked their eyes on each other, commanding a powerful presence. Seeing this, the 6 other emperors felt complicated. It seemed that Emperor Luo really wanted Yi Futian to die. But clearly,
Emperor Luo couldn't easily do so because Yi Futian was brought here by Emperor Yi. What if I insist on killing him? Emperor Luo pointed at Yi Futian. Suddenly, all the imperial bodyguards rushed to Yi Futian, putting him in great danger. Yi Futian stood still and remained silent. He knew that Emperor Luo could kill him easily but didn't dare do so. Are you testing my resolution? Emperor Yi sneered, and then a great sword intent rolled over. Clouds gathered above the sky. Sharp swords whistled and gathered wildly, enveloping Emperor Luo and the noble families of the Nandu nation. At the same time, endless sword intent roared past, going straight to the imperial palace. Many people looked up to the sky, seeing the streaks going straight to the palace without returning. The sword intent could be sensed even far away. Let me tell you, I brought him here and I will certainly bring him back. I can't stop you if you really want to kill him, but it won't be difficult for me to turn your imperial palace into a bloodbath. Emperor Yi didn't look at Yi Futian. Both of them knew that Emperor Luo could kill Yi Futian at any time, but he didn't dare to. The reason he didn't dare to was Emperor Yi. No one could imagine what crazy actions he would make if Yi Futian was killed. Once the emperor was enraged, it was not an exaggeration that the whole city would be bathed by blood. Countless eyes fell on them.
The relations between the two emperors were strained because of Yi Futian. The other emperors watched the two emperors' confrontation quietly. The relations between nations could be very subtle. Any dispute needed to be controlled within the rules that everyone was acquiescent to. For instance, if any one of the two died on the platform, there could be no complaints since the two had a promise. Even if Emperor Luo really wanted to kill Yi Futian, he couldn't kill him in public. Since Emperor Yi had claimed that Yi Futian was his man, Emperor Luo couldn't kill Yi Futian at this time or he would disobey the rules. Disobedience was intolerable. If Emperor Luo killed Yi Futian now, who could guarantee that he wouldn't kill the prince or princess of the Kangyi kingdom? Once one side broke the rules, the other side would not let it go and the consequences could be disastrous. Even though Emperor Luo wanted Yi Futian to die, no one believed that he would kill him before test Emperor Ye's attitude. At this moment, he just wanted to figure out how strong Emperor Ye's resolution was to protect Yi Futian. Once Emperor Yi showed the slightest concession and Emperor Luo felt it, Yi Futian would be killed on the spot. Clearly, Emperor Luo was disappointed. In the sky, all the sword intents heading to the imperial place signified Emperor Ye's attitude. What do Emperor Chu and Emperor Yen think? Emperor Luo suddenly turned to the other two emperors and asked. The two emperors looked at each other, silently cursing Emperor Luo for dragging them into this. When disobeying the emperor's will, Yi Futian still belonged to the Nandu nation. I think there should be an explanation, said the emperor of Yunchu nation. Emperor Yi overacted a little bit, said Emperor Yen. The two emperors were all on Emperor Luo's side. However, Emperor Yi didn't care. As neighboring countries, wouldn't they be threatened by the Nandu nation's rise? They were just pretending to be friendly but didn't truly support Nandu nation. You have heard what the two emperors just said. Now I promise as emperor that as long as you leave him here, the Nandu nation will forgive all offenses and leave Kangyi alone. Emperor Luo gazed at Emperor Yi and suggested. Emperor Yi knew the promising future Luo Junlin would have after he entered the royal Shen temple. The other emperors hesitated. Will Emperor Yi take this into consideration? Though Yi Futian was very gifted, he was only a hero who had not grown up yet, while Luo Junlin's future was promising. Giving up Yi Futian meant when the Nandu nation rose, the Kangyi kingdom would have no worries. Protecting Yi Futian meant the Kangyi kingdom could be in great danger once there were two kings in the Nandu nation. If I can't even protect a man, how can I protect the whole kingdom? Asked Emperor Yi. Emperor Luo, you don't need to waste your energy on this. I must take him away. Emperor Yi was determined that he must take Yi Futian away. It was silent and awkward. If Emperor Yi didn't concede, then Emperor Luo couldn't kill Yi Futian. Do you have to do this, just for him? Despite whatever the consequences will be. Emperor Luo asked coldly. I was invited here but didn't expect that this banquet would be so tragic. Since it is so, we shall go now. Emperor Yi looked at Yi Futian and said, Come over here. Yi Futian nodded and walked toward Emperor Yi. The strong cultivators remained around Yi Futian. They looked at Emperor Luo, waiting for his order.
Once Emperor Luo gave the order, they would kill him. But in the end, the emperor's order didn't come. Yifutian returned to Emperor Yi. A dragon roared in the distance and descended from the sky.
From now on, I will start a war against the Kangi kingdom until it is totally destroyed, Emperor Luo said coldly. I'll play this game with you, Emperor Yi responded indifferently and said to his men, let's go. As soon as he spoke, the people of Kangi all climbed onto the dragon.
Emperor Yi was the last to embark. With a growl, the dragon soared into the air. The sword intense between the heaven and land disappeared. Emperor Luo looked up to the sky, gazing at those people coldly. Yifutian was staring at him too without any evasion.
The dragon flew into the distance, ready to leave. Yushin was also on the back of the dragon, gazing at Emperor Luo's group with great murderous intent. Countless eyes gazed at the dragon as well as the figures on its back. Everything that happened in the Tingfeng banquet was like a dream. This banquet of the Nanda nation seemed to be held for Yifutian's group. This 17-year-old youth became the reason of the two emperors' conflict. At this moment, countless beams of dazzling light shot over from the distance. The dragon stopped and Yifutian's group looked at the light.
Another emperor has arrived? Emperor Yi was confused. Above the dragon, a few figures flashed by without even glancing at them. When Emperor Ye's group looked toward that direction, the lights stopped in the air above the platforms. Countless figures looked up to the sky. The several figures looked dazzling under the sunshine. Did they come to congratulate too? These people seemed to be more powerful than of the strong cultivators from the royal Xian temple, shining brightly like gods. Emperor Luo also looked up to the sky. His eyes shone, full of excitement. After 3 months, the gate to the ancient barren world will open to the 100 lands forever. Everyone can enter the gate freely. A voice was heard from above the sky. Hearing this, the 8 emperors became extremely excited. This voice claimed that a new era was coming.
The ancient barren world, a land of fate, the road to become a noble plain cultivator, the link to the eastern barren territory. For countless years, the ancient barren world had no relations with the 100 lands.
There weren't many here in the 100 lands that knew of the ancient barren world's existence. Despite how much the 100 lands grew, the distance between it and the center of the eastern barren territory was still enormous. The 100 lands were the areas forgotten by the eastern barren territory. But now, the ancient barren world was to be forever open to the 100 lands. This meant that from now on, the genius cultivators of the 100 lands had a chance to prove their worth in the eastern barren territory. There probably wouldn't be any immediate effect, but through the hard work of generations of people, the 100 lands would surely flourish. This voice marked a revolutionary moment for the 100 lands. Emperor Luo's excitement dissipated in the blink of an eye. Replacing it was a darkened expression. Why had he invited the emperors of other nations to the banquet? Why had other emperors come forth to congratulate him? It was all because his son, Luo Junlin, acquired the noble fate from the ancient barren world and was viewed highly by the royal Xian temple. These accomplishments required not only strong talent but also a chance of luck. The other emperors probably wouldn't have been willing to pass the chance to enter the ancient barren world to the younger generation. But now, the ancient barren world was going to be open to the 100 lands forever. This meant that all the powerful cultivators of 100 lands would flood to the ancient barren world. There was bound to be some of them who would acquire the noble fate and be deemed a valuable asset. All this meant that Luo Junlin no longer had an advantage over others. What's more, based on how gifted Yifutian and Yushang were, what on earth would happen once they reached the highest level of the Dharma plane and stepped into the ancient barren world? It was all so unpredictable. And so, to Emperor Luo, it was good news that he and the prodigies of his nation could enter the ancient barren world freely. But now he no longer had an advantage over the other nations. Now, others would have the same chances as Luo Junlin. However, this was such exciting news to the other 7 emperors. One by one, they rose from their seats, their eyes sparkling. Those who had already heard of the ancient barren world were all incredibly excited. Their chances for entering the noble plane had greatly increased. Also, it was going to be extremely interesting to be in the same world as genius cultivators from the eastern barren territory. Their stage was no longer limited to a nation or to the 100 lands. We still have to notify other nations. Please excuse us. The figure continued without pause. Then it morphed into rays of bright light and disappeared. Emperor Ye's eyes swept over the ill-looking Emperor Luo and mounted the dragon. Rising into the skies, they headed far away. Goodbye, Emperor Luo. Since the Tingfeng banquet has ended, we will also take our leave now. The emperors took turns saying their goodbyes to Emperor Luo. The ancient barren world would open forever in 3 months. They had to return to their own kingdoms to make preparations.
Although there was still plenty of time, the emperors could not wait any longer. Very quickly, all 7 emperors had left with their people. Emperor Luo stood there with a dark expression on his face. The Tingfeng banquet had ended and the crowd was still present, but all the banquet left behind was a mess. The geniuses picked out from the Tingfeng banquet were all defeated in 3 rounds of battle. Someone was even murdered at the event. The Tingfeng banquet was the Nanda nation's imperial event, but there was nothing to be proud of anymore. There were only reminders of their failure. It seemed that their proud nation fell in just the span of a day. Emperor Luo did not speak.
The vast space was filled with many people, but it was also filled with silence. The atmosphere was suffocating. Ministers took in everything calmly. Seeing the reminders of their failure today was like a sneak peek into the Nandu nation's future. Minister Hua, Emperor Luo called out suddenly. I'm here. Minister Hua stood up to reply. Prepare for war with the Kangyi kingdom, ordered Emperor Luo. Yes, Your Majesty. Minister Hua bowed in acknowledgement of the order. The 9 victors of the Tingfeng banquet will enter the imperial palace for their rewards, Emperor Luo announced to the crowd. Although the geniuses completely embarrassed him today, he could not ignore his promise. An emperor must never go back on his words. He could not lose the support of his people. Now that the ancient barren world was about to open, Emperor Luo needed to strengthen his relationship with all types of powerful cultivators in the Nandu nation. Perhaps there would be another person who would be able to a lucky break like Luo Junlin did. However, the chances were very slim. Since prodigies from all over Nandu nation have gathered here in the imperial city, I will hold another event sometime in the following days. There, I will pick out the best of Dharma Plain cultivators, announced Emperor Luo. And this event will be held once a year from now on. The time will be set for the beginning of the Tingfeng banquet. It was obvious Emperor Luo was already preparing for the opening of the ancient barren world. The ancient barren world was divided into an upper and lower world. Only those in the Dharma Plain and below could enter the lower ancient barren world. This year's Tingfeng banquet is now officially over, said Emperor Luo. The countless figures below had lost their excitement long before. The final battle of the Tingfeng banquet just a while ago had been so spectacular. However, 3 battles were all it took to completely ruin the Tingfeng banquet. In the first battle, the disciple of Donghai Academy's Xiang from the Nandu nation's Donghai city, Yusheng, imprinted the image of his large figure and his name into the brains of everyone in the audience with his roaring outburst. In the second battle, the peerless Yi Wuchen defeated Yan Qi and held a sword at Shilu. In the third battle, Yi Futian defeated realizations of Dharma with a single swing of his rod and killed Zhong Yan on the battle platform. It was almost as if the Tingfeng banquet was held for the Kangyi kingdom. The ironic part was that now everyone knew that Yi Futian and Yusheng were from the Nandu nation. They had once studied in the Donghai Academy School of the Finance Star. Emperor Luo's imperial order drove them away from their homes and into the Kangyi kingdom. It was there that they received high praise from the Kangyi kingdom's emperor. This was the reason why the Tingfeng banquet ended the way it did. Everything thought, would Yi Futian and Yusheng have been the ones standing victoriously on the Tingfeng banquet's battle platforms had they not left the Nanda nation? But there were no what-ifs. What the people didn't know was that right before the imperial order arrived in Donghai City, Yi Futian had just begun to prepare to set off for the imperial city to attend the Tingfeng banquet. Among the crowd, those from Donghai City felt the most unsettled. They were the people from Donghai Academy and members of the Nanda clan. Presently seated with the others from Donghai Academy, Yun Tianhao had lost his prideful expression. He looked so dispirited. The devil-like figure that descended from the skies had scarred him, probably for life. He had thought that his gifts were unbeatable and that there was no one else like him present at the Tingfeng banquet. Yun Tianhao thought he had what it took to challenge Yi Futian. But that single ruthless stomp from Yushang took away his honor and his pride. After that, seeing Yi Futian defeat the Dharma Plane cultivators made Yun Tianhao understand that Yi Futian would never bother to fight him. The crowd began to disperse. After a little while, the area around Tingfeng Banquet's 9 battle platforms were completely empty. The area looked extra bleak. People who had traveled for afar began their journey back home, but there were also many high-level Dharma Plane cultivators who stayed in the imperial city. They were prepared to attend this other event Emperor Luo spoke of. However, there was no way this event would be as extravagant as the Tingfeng Banquet. As everyone traveled in all different directions, the happenings of the Tingfeng Banquet spread quickly through the nation. The names of Yi Futian and Yushang traveled quickly to places all over the Nandu nation, not only because of their eye-catching appearances but also because of their history in the Nandu nation. The news spread most wildly in Donghai City because that was where Yi Futian and Yushang had started. The imperial order given out in the last 2 days of Divine Prefecture calendar year 10,000. And the battle the Nandu clan's palace were still fresh in many people's minds. It was something brought up as small talk after a meal. In just a little over a month, Yi Futian had returned stronger than ever before and ruined the Tingfeng Banquet. Plus, Yushing's outburst, how could this not cause an uproar? At the moment, many people were discussing the events of the Tingfeng Banquet in one of Donghai City's many restaurants. I heard that everything was started by the Crown Prince. Back in Donghai Academy some time ago, he had asked Yi Futian to work under him but was rejected. That was the starting point of everything that followed. His Highness was accepted into the Royal Xian Palace and Yi Futian displayed such extraordinary gifts. They were both shining stars. The Nandu nation has no space for the both of them.
Perhaps they were destined to be rivals. Both of them? Aren't you forgetting about Yushang?
My teacher witnessed the battle at the Tingfeng Banquet with his own 2 eyes. He told me that when Yushang stepped up for battle, he was invincible like the devil. Is he really that fierce? Of course. Do you guys know of Yun Tianhao? He's the star pupil of Donghai Academy and was deemed the future of the academy. His performance at the Tingfeng Banquet was simply breathtaking. He was unbeatable. Then he challenged Yi Futian, but Yushang stepped up for the battle instead.
Yushing descended like a deity from the heavens and had Yun Tianhao under his feet. After being forced to his knees, Yushing picked him up by the neck and tossed him to the side. Yushing didn't even spare him a glance. After that, Yushing defeated the star of the 9-star Glory Plane cultivators with a single punch. Then after that, he released a pair of devil-like wings and fought against a realization of Dharma.
He tore apart a dragon with his bare hands and had the audience shaking in their seats after his roaring outburst. Some of them were shaking in excitement. You guys should know what he screamed out, right? Everyone grew serious and someone repeated Yushang's words in a deep voice.
My name is Yushing. Yushing, the disciple of Xiang, headmaster of Donghai Academy's School of the Finance Star located in Donghai City of the Nandu Nation. How domineering.
It's just as exciting listening to it now. Headmaster Xiang of the School of the Finance Star should be very happy to have a disciple like him. Everyone in the restaurant agreed. That's right. Said that Xiang left Donghai Academy. I really want to meet him. I saw Xiang once at Donghai Academy's assembly of 7 schools. It was that very day that he left the academy with Yi Futian and Yushang. He truly was a character, said a young man. In this moment, seated quietly in a corner of the restaurant, was a figure wearing a wide-brimmed bamboo hat. Hearing what everyone had to say, his eyes watered but a smile spread across his face. I've been alive for so many years and I'm only now feeling sentimental, said the figure.
He removed his hat and continued, my disciple would have never thought of something like this. This should be one of your many rotten ideas. Isn't that right, you little punk? Many people turned to look at the man who was talking to himself. There was a twinkle in the eyes of a young man who had previously spoken. Senior Xiang? Xiang lifted his head to look at him. He smiled freely and replied, yes, it's me. The entire restaurant was thrown into a wild frenzy. Many people stared at him in shock. So, he was Xiang?
There were also many people who were feeling very conflicted. He was a wanted man in the Nandu nation. Senior, for you to reveal yourself here, I'm afraid. The young man tried to warn him. Hearing his words, Xiang laughed out loud. He then turned around to leave the restaurant. Wanted?
How many people in Donghai City could hold him down?
Where are you going, senior? The young man asked. To the Kangi Kingdom to find my disciple. Yi Xiang answered loudly as he walked away with his head held high. After Emperor Yi brought them back to the imperial city of the Kangi Kingdom, everyone went back to their own places. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng followed Emperor Yi into the palace. The 100 Lands will probably get busy. What are your plans? Emperor Yi asked while walking in the palace. After the trip to the Nandu Nation, the two parties had become much closer and were like a senior with juniors.
Your Majesty, you've been to the ancient barren world. What's in there? Yu Futian asked. I've only been to the upper ancient barren world and not the lower one, Emperor Yi said. Other than the fate, chance, and secret realms, everything is the same to the outer world. They have clans, forces, and cities. There are people there from all over the Eastern Barren Territory. You can see it as a microcosm of the Eastern Barren Territory. However, it's more dangerous and competition is fiercer.
Murder is an everyday thing, so I suggest you wait until you're in a high plane before visiting it. There's no time, Yi Futian said quietly. Emperor Luo said he will declare war against the Kangi Kingdom. I don't think he's bluffing. Luo Junlin will go cultivate at the Royal Xian Temple too. My kingdom is not weaker than the Nandu Nation, Emperor Yi said. If he wants to declare war, I'll cooperate. Even without you, it'll come to this sooner or later. As for Luo Junlin, he's troublesome indeed.
Because of him, the other emperors will side with Emperor Luo. Yi Futian thought of the attitude from the Yunchu Nation and Yen Kingdom emperors earlier and chuckled.
If they support Emperor Luo because of Luo Junlin, they're caring for the Nandu Nation's reputation, but aren't they scared of pissing me off? You! Emperor Yi gave Yi Futian a look. This guy was very talented, but he was still in the glory plane with a long road ahead. Luo Junlin was different though. He'd snatched the noble fate and entered the Royal Xian Temple. He already had 1 foot in the noble plane. Did they still have to choose? They still didn't have any news of the ancient barren world being opened up. I'm looked down on. Yi Futian was a bit sad. They'll regret it, Yu Sheng said seriously from the side. Emperor Yi glanced at him.
He realized that Yu Sheng would become serious whenever something had to do with Yi Futian. He wondered what exactly their relationship was. Yeah, I believe they'll regret it too, Emperor Yi said, nodding. All right, you two can go.
They bid farewell and walked toward the mountain the imperial advisor stayed at. Hearing that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were back, everyone walked out and gathered together. Yi Futian's eyes fell upon Hua Fenglu. He asked with anticipation, Master, has your life spirit recovered? Yes, we can make them pay for everything they did recently. Last time, who was the one that didn't want to be my disciple in the Guqin Gardens? Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian with a knowing smile.
Yi Futian cursed inwardly like father, like daughter. That smile. Master, don't you know that I was doing it with you in mind?
Plus, I helped get Mistress back for you, Yi Futian said, looking at Nandu Wanin. Oh right, where's my wife? Hua Fenglu was still looking at Yi Futian, so he changed the topic. Did I agree to that? Hua Fenglu laughed. Are you going to bully your disciple as soon as your health recovers?
Aren't you satisfied with such a great disciple?
Plus, I already betrothed Jieyu to Futian. Don't you agree? Nandu Wanin said from the side. Hua Fenglu glanced at her and muttered, Whatever you say. Yi Futian blinked and moved to Nandu Wanin. Masteress is the best. It seemed that he would have to stick to his masteress from now on. Futian, Jieyu is cultivating in isolation. After the imperial advisor cured your master, he busied himself with Jieyu's cultivation. Nandu Wanin said gently. Hua Fenglu was still looking at Yi Futian dispiritedly. Their attitudes were way too different. Yi Futian gazed at imperial advisor Mo He. He seemed to have aged considerably, so Yi Futian asked, What happened to senior? It's all because of Jieyu. He wasn't even like this when healing your master, Nandu Wanin said, a little ashamed. Princess, no need to worry.
The royal family's life spirit is very strong. If Jieyu is evolving again, I will do whatever I can for her unique talent, Mo He said with a sigh. If only I could have met her earlier. No one in Donghai City of Nanda Nation understood the royal life spirit, let alone Jieyu's life spirit.
We are fortunate to meet you, Hua Fenglu also said. He was the imperial mage of the Nandu nation's previous dynasty and went into war with the emperor. He was undoubtedly the one who understood the royal life spirit the most. His cultivated ability was special as well.
Yi Futian smiled at their words. It appeared that Fox was more talented than he'd thought. It was a good thing that she met the right teacher. How was the Nanda nation? Did you stir up a commotion at the Tingfeng banquet? Hua Foglu asked Yu Futian. I only fought one battle. Yu Futian shrugged. He wasn't that sort of high-key person. No news of Headmaster Yi? Hua Foglu asked again. Senior Yi left safely after the Donghai City fight. If he's still in the country, he should hear about us, Yu Futian said. He was sure that Yu Sheng's exclamation would travel throughout the country. Really? Yi Qingxian gazed at him. There was one winner from the 9 battle platforms of the Tingfeng banquet, and all 9 are regarded highly.
But your man went up and stepped on one, punched another guy down, and then ripped apart a guy in the first-level Dharma plane. Then he yelled to everyone that he was Yu Sheng, a disciple of Xiang. So what do you think? Yi Futian said to Yi Qingxian. Hearing Yi Futian's words, everyone gaped at Yu Sheng. He was too crazy. Yi Qingxian looked at him with reddening eyes while he just scratched his head boyishly. Yi Qingxian walked up and hit Yu Sheng's chest with her small fists. Can you go somewhere else with your public displays of affection? Yi Futian asked with a laugh.
Sure. Yi Qingxian smiled and pulled Yu Sheng away. The others talked about what happened at the Nanda nation, and then Yi Futian went to Cultivate.
The ancient barren world was about to open up, Luo Junlin was going to the royal Shen temple to cultivate, and war was about to erupt between the Nandu nation and Kangyi kingdom. Time was running out.
Soon after, violence broke out at the border between the two nations, and the Nanda nation invaded the Kangyi kingdom. Of course, the Kangyi kingdom was well prepared.
They had an eye on the Nandu nation, so a big war erupted. After countless days, someone came from the Kangyi palace, saying he was Yu Sheng's master. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Yi Qingxian, Tang Lan, Hua Fenglu, and the others all came out to welcome the guest and saw Xiang.
Father. Yi Qingxian ran into Xiang's arms, tears flowing instantly. What are you crying for? You should be happy, Xiang said gently, patting his daughter's hair. Master. Yu Sheng and Tang Lan walked up. Senior Yi, Hua Fenglu, and Nanda Wenyin called. Xiang had entered the Nanda clan because of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu.
He'd risked his own life to fight off the school of the Emperor Star Headmaster to help all of them escape. Xiang looked at everyone and then said to Tang Lan, They're all family, so what are you doing here? Master, Tang Lan replied a bit awkwardly. Senior Yi, Nanda Wenyin said, walking up. I've been thinking about Fenglu and Tang Lan's wedding. Since you're here now, you can host it personally. Everyone gaped at Nanda Wenyin. Even Hua Fenglu didn't know about this. Wenyin, you? Hua Fenglu said. You let Tang Lang down years ago. Do you want to do it again? Nanda Wenyin asked while Hua Fenglu smiled wryly. You're talking nonsense. Tang Lan stared at Nanda Wenyin. Don't be stubborn. You went through so much these years. What's there to be insistent and reserved for? If you could move on, why did you buy the Guqin Gardens, take him in, and do so much for him? Nanda Wenyin said. Tang Lan didn't know what to say. Yi Futian watched all this, dumbfounded. His masteress was helping his master find another woman. He wondered if he should tell Jieyu to learn from her mother. Seeing that Tang Lan didn't refute Nanda Wenyin's words, Xiang glanced at Hua Fenglu and said, This can do. Master, Tang Lan looked at Xiang. You went against me for him back in the day. Where's your courage now? Xiang said, looking hard at her. Don't worry. With me here, no one can mistreat you. I'll take charge of this. This can do. He obviously understood his disciple. If she didn't feel strongly for him, she wouldn't keep Hua Fenglu by her side. However, without a title, she would have to leave sooner or later and live alone miserably. I think it can do too. Aunt Tang, I'll have to call you second masteress from now on, Yi Futian said. He was the clearest about this relationship. Since masteress was willing to urge it on, there was no reason why it couldn't work out. Xiang looked at Yi Futian, his eyes approving the youth grudgingly. Yi Lingxi walked over at this moment. Princess, what are you here for? Yi Futian asked. I heard that Senior Yi was here, So I wanted to meet him, Xianxia said with a smile. Xiang was a bit confused. You're too polite. No, it's just that Senior E is a legend nowadays. My father would like to meet you too.
In order to not disturb your reunion, my father prepared a dinner banquet to welcome Senior E, Xianxia said. Okay, I will go. Xiang nodded. Then I'll leave now, Xianxia said with a warm smile and left. Not bad. Xiang eyed Futian.
Being invited personally by the princess and welcomed with a feast by the emperor was clearly not because of him. He also heard that Emperor Yi was even willing to go to war with Emperor Luo to protect Yi Futian. Of course, I'm the disciple of the school of the finance star. I can't embarrass you, headmaster, Yi Futian replied, chuckling. That's logical. Let's go. Xiang nodded and the group headed into the palace. Everyone smiled brightly because they were finally all here. Emperor Ye's dinner banquet would definitely have a great atmosphere. Time went by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had already been about 3 months since the Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet. The ancient barren world was about to open. The 100 lands were shaken up. Only God knows just how many cultivators from each nation were headed for the doors of the ancient barren world. Large armies set out and young prodigies were headed there as well. Things were the same in the Kangyi kingdom. Prodigies and cultivators of all kinds gathered in the imperial city. They were ready to head out with the emperor. Emperor Yi was going to personally see them off. He wanted to make sure all of his people made it to the ancient barren world safe and sound. In the imperial palace, on the mountain. These past few days, Yi Futian and Yu Shang had been focused on closed-door cultivation. Their level of cultivation had seen improvement. They had both stepped into the 9-star glory plane. They were only 1 step away from the Dharma plane. On this day, Yi Futian ended his closed-door cultivation. You're finally willing to come out? From a corner of the courtyard, Tang Lan saw Yi Futian and gave him a smile. It's been a while since I last saw this rascal. Second Masteress, you're getting more and more beautiful. He smiled at her teasingly. A couple days after Nandu Wanyin proposed the marriage, Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan held a simple ceremony on the mountain and tied the knot with Xiang as their witness. They were truly one big family now.
Are you itching to get beat? Tang Lan laughed at Yi Futian. This punk really shows no respect for his elders. However, she had also noticed herself become more beautiful. Perhaps it was because of her good mood. Second Masteress, I'm only stating facts.
After you got together with Master, you have indeed become more beautiful, Yi Futian explained, sincerely. Tang Lan glared at him for a while and then turned away. Her face flushed red like a little girl. I'm so envious of Master, Yi Futian thought to himself. I'm heading out of the mountains for a bit. After that, he left the courtyard and made his way down to the imperial palace. He went looking for Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi. Then they went to see Emperor Yi altogether. I heard you've been conducting closed-door cultivation sessions. Why did you stop? Asked Emperor Yi. We have to head for the ancient barren world in a couple of days.
I've thought it over. I want to go with you guys, answered Yi Futian. You want to enter the ancient barren world while still in the glory plane? Emperor Yi stared at him. Do you know how big of a deal this is?
All of the 100 lands are shaken up. Even I can't predict just how many people will show up. Besides, this is just the cultivators from the 100 lands.
Not counting those in the ancient barren world, your current level of cultivation is truly a little too low. Your Majesty, didn't you say that aside from fate and chance the ancient barren world is no different from the outside world?
We can just think of it as outdoor training. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll keep a low profile, said Yi Futian. If you go, Emperor Luo will definitely send people after you, said Emperor Yi. This will actually be a hassle. Your Majesty, then why don't you lend me some magical items?
Attack, defense, and escape. How about a couple items for each? Yi Futian asked with a genuine smile. Emperor Yi smiled at Yi Futian. He finally realized that he couldn't get too friendly with this rascal. Emperor Yi refused to believe that Yi Futian had not considered the Nanda nation. Yi Futian was obviously scamming him. Borrow some magical items?
Would he really return what he borrowed? Yi Futian continued when Emperor Yi didn't speak. Your Majesty, prodigies from all throughout the 100 lands are headed for the ancient barren world. I can't let you be embarrassed as the future groom of a princess. Good point. Emperor Yi smiled at him. Are you the only one going? Yu Shang should be coming along, answered Yi Futian. You too. Bring him and Yu Shang to the treasury to pick their magical items. Emperor Yi said to Yi Danshan and his sister. Thank you, your majesty. Yi Futian smiled. Emperor Yi was even willing to start a war with Emperor Luo for his sake. Yi Futian knew that he wouldn't be stingy with just a couple magical items. Yi Futian kept note of everything he owed to Emperor Yi in his heart. The door to the lower ancient barren world cannot hold the energy of the Arcana plane. So, even for magical items, you can only bring those of the highest level Dharma plane. Also, magical items are only supplementary. It does not directly give you the power of the Dharma plane. The use of magical items is also not beneficial to cultivation. Only use the items when you are in dire need to do so, warned Emperor Yi. Don't worry, your majesty. I know this very well, said Yi Futian. He wouldn't have thought to use magical items if his level wasn't so low. Days later, a cool morning on the mountains. Quite a lot of people were gathered in the courtyard. Yi Futian and Yu Xin were about to head out for the ancient barren world. Yi Xiang would be joining them on this journey. He also wanted to train in the upper ancient barren world. Futian, be very careful when you get there, reminded Nandu Wenin. Don't worry, Masteress. I'll be fine, nodded Yi Futian. I'm going to see Jeyu now. All right. Nandu Wenin nodded her head, and Yi Futian headed for the back mountains. Hua Jeyu was sitting cross-legged. With her eyes closed, an invisible force field of spiritual energy encapsulated her. There were rocks floating in the air, revolving around her at a steady pace. It seemed as though the spiritual chi revolved around her in a set orbit. It was as if it were possible to communicate with and control everything on Earth with spiritual energy. Yi Futian became curious. When he had stepped into this area which was filled with spiritual energy, he could feel himself being wrapped in the energy. He had experienced the same feeling only once better. It was during that battle in front of the school of the Emperor Star. Except this time the feeling was much stronger. I'm leaving now. Next time, we'll go together. Yi Futian spoke to the goddess-like Hua Jeyu quietly sitting there. His eyes were gentle and a warm smile spread across his face. Then he turned around and left. A group of people left the mountains and walked out of the imperial palace. Outside the palace, crowds of people were already gathered. Some of them were already well acquainted with Yi Futian. The pride of the Fenghua rank, Yi Wuchen, had also decided to head to the ancient barren world. He was now in the third-level Dharma plane, so obviously he was not going to wait any longer. There were also many students of Kangyi College who wanted to enter the ancient barren world. Their uniforms made them stick out like a sore thumb. Zhuo Qianfan and Yu Jiang were also among the crowd. They obviously wanted to tag along with some senior brothers from the college to do the trial. Cultivators from the Qin clan and Demon clan had gathered as well. Bai Qiu was also present. Even Lin Yueyao was going. The Fenghua banquet and the Tingfeng banquet had greatly affected her. After 3 months of cultivation, she had made her way into the Dharma plane. Now she was able to enter the ancient barren world with the rest of her clan. There were also many other clans Yu Futian did not know of. Imagine all that power gathered in one place. Looks like nobody could stand the wait, thought Yi Futian. The mysterious ancient barren world was just too tempting. Many lower-level Dharma plane cultivators could not wait to step into this new world. And of course, besides those in the Dharma plane, there were many powerful elders present as well. Powerful Arcana plane cultivators wanted to head into the upper ancient barren world. Just then, Emperor Yi arrived with his people following behind as they trailed out of the palace. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Everyone bowed to greet Emperor Yi and the young man beside him. His features were sharp and he had a strong aura. He was Emperor Yi's eldest son, Yi Shao. He was in the highest level Dharma plane. Yi Futian had seen Yi Shao at the Fenghua banquet, but there were no exchanges between them. He was only close with Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi because they were close in age. Yi Shao would be the only one of the Emperor's children entering the ancient barren world. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi's level of cultivation was still too low. Besides Yi Shao, there were many more high-level Dharma plane cultivators following behind Emperor Yi. They were well-trained imperial guards and would be accompanying the group on their journey. "Are you all ready?" Emperor Yi asked everyone in the crowd. Sweeping his eyes across each face, he saw many of them nod. "Let's go then." At this, everyone lifted up into the skies and headed in the same direction. Mounted on the dragon in the sky were Emperor Yi and his people. Everyone else had their own form of transportation. The demon clan had an array of beasts, a truly impressive lineup indeed. Just then, a black-winged eagle landed on the back of the dragon and settled beside Yi Futian. The people around looked over at Yi Futian in confusion. This guy is now super famous in the imperial city. Is this thing his beast companion?
Seems quite unfitting. But Yi Futian did not care what they thought. He simply petted the eagle's head. This beast was gifted to him by the snow ape, but regardless of that reason, they had built a deep relationship over time.
The black-winged eagle's powers were nothing out of the ordinary. But what of it? Who says they couldn't improve?
There was only one entrance to the ancient barren world in the 100 Lands. It was located at the border of the 100 Lands. Starting in the Kangi Kingdom, Emperor Yi and the rest passed over multiple nations before arriving many days later. It was an extremely mountainous area.
Upon arrival, Yi Futian and the others discovered palaces built all around. They seemed like clan residences. This was nothing like the barren lands that Emperor Yi had told them about. They sure do get things done quickly. Looking down from the sky, Emperor Yi saw that the once barren land had been transformed into a city. Many buildings had been erected. It was obvious to him the other countries had already begun to claim their land. Rumors say that the great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory settle at the entrance of the ancient barren world. They dominate the entrance, allowing clan members to enter the ancient barren world as they pleased. Seems like our friends from the 100 Lands learn quite quickly. But there doesn't seem to be a single person who has been able to completely monopolize the entrance, said Emperor Yi. Everyone listened as the emperor spoke, and they reached an understanding. This was the difference between regular people and those of great power.
Powerful people treated the ancient barren world as their personal resource for cultivation. Meanwhile, the people of the 100 Lands had only just been granted access to the ancient barren world. They were so far behind. Everyone looked straight ahead and saw a mystical space in the sky.
This area was warped around an enormous door. Below it was a massive matrix. In the center of the terrifying matrix formation was a beam of light radiating with the noble power.
The beam struck onto the door in the sky, causing this door leading to the ancient barren world to become distorted as if it were about to open at any moment. This matrix was most likely created by the powerful cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory. It was placed here to activate the door to the ancient barren world. Right now, there were hordes of people gathered in the area around the door. Emperors of every country in the 100 Lands had led the people here. Each of their lineups seemed extremely strong. Emperor Yi and his people slowed down as they approached the large group. The emperors already gathered turned their attention to the newcomers and smiled. Another kingdom has arrived. Emperor Yi and Emperor in the Noble Plain called from the near distance. They clearly knew each other.
Emperor Yi smiled at the other. Emperor Han, you came so quickly. I'm actually quite late. When I arrived, the palaces were already built. Emperor Han said, smiling. It's a waste of time, another emperor said from the side.
He stood on a mountain peak, his hands behind his back with an arrogant aura.
Indeed, there is no use in snatching territories when the barren ancient world opens. The most important thing is to take the noble fate and create noble figures. Of course, if a young talent becomes noticed by a strong force while doing so, it's the same. The noble fate is not so easy to receive.
This time, the lineup is very big and powerful, but how many can actually become nobles? One emperor was not optimistic. With so many prides here, there must be some monstrously talented ones, Emperor Han said.
As long as they can create the noble fate, they'll catch the attention of the Eastern Barren Territory's forces. I heard that this was so for the Nandu nation's crown prince, resulting in the royal Shen temple accepting him as a disciple. I heard that Emperor Yi had caused a commotion in the Nandu nation earlier too. I was only invited to attend by Emperor Luo. Emperor Yi replied with a light chuckle. Emperor Yi, no need to be modest. I heard that the Kangi kingdom has 3 new monstrous figures and displayed amazing talent at the Tingfeng banquet. Unfortunately, their planes are quite low. Otherwise, they would definitely steal the show in the barren ancient world. Emperor Han laughed. Judging from your good mood, you must be very confident in the prides of your kingdom. Emperor Yi replied. The emperors conversed mindlessly while the youths behind them all looked at each other with sharp eyes. Coming to the barren ancient world this time, they must get the noble fate. If they could catch the attention of the strong forces, they could rise to the top like Luo Junlin and be congratulated by all the emperors. And that was only due to becoming a disciple of the royal Xian temple. If they could really become a noble, it would be even better. Emperor Yi, you haven't changed. A group of figures strode over from the side. Emperor Yi looked and saw Emperor Chu with the people of the Yunchu nation. Chu Kuangren was amongst that crowd. His sharp eyes scanned the group behind Emperor Yi and fell upon Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, and the others. His eyes turned cold. Yi Futian seemed to sense it. Seeing Chu Kuangren looking at him, he smiled. To Chu Kuangren, the smile was mocking and his eyes turned frigid. The people of the Yan Kingdom and Nandu Nation had arrived too. Seeing the Kangi citizens, their eyes all shot over to Yi Futian. Emperor Luo even uttered some orders to the people beside him. He couldn't believe Yi Futian really had the guts to come. As time passed, more and more strong cultivators arrived. Around the matrix, the spiritual qi went wild. They gathered within the matrix and shot above the barren ancient world's floating door, distorting it. Countless eyes looked at the door in the air, full of anticipation. A terrifying sound rang out from the air. The distorted gate opened and transformed into two halves. Black vortexes appeared, spinning in turn. Like black holes trying to swallow everything, a powerful force tried to close again but was blocked by the power shooting from the matrix. What a strong matrix! No wonder the barren ancient world is separated from the 100 lands, everyone thought. With the abilities of the people of the 100 lands, they couldn't create this matrix at all. All the powerful cultivators gathered. Looking up to the air, it was like a terrifying army going out to war. Remember, an emperor reminded his people, those under the Arcana plane can't take weapons of the Arcana plane. The doors to the upper and lower ancient barren worlds are one entity and the lower world can't take the Arcana aura. It will take you to the upper world. He was worried someone would secretly take a valuable item of the Arcana plane. Go now. I must return with the noble fate during this expedition into the barren ancient world. Countless voices rang out. The army surged into the vortex in the air and disappeared. Go, Emperor Yi said as well. Yi Shao instantly led the strong cultivators of the Kangi kingdom. Yi Futian followed the group into the vortex. A terrifying, engulfing power descended. He felt the air distort and he was swallowed into the unknown space. Boom! Landing, Yi Futian stabilized himself and looked up at the world. The blue sky, white clouds, and vast land stretched as far as he could see. This legendary world looked just like the outside world. The people of the Kangi kingdom gradually descended around them. They'd gone through the vortex and landed together. The people of other countries were in the distance. Looking back, the black hole was still in the sky. Yi Futian's eyes fell on Yi Shao in the near distance. Your Highness, let's go. The Nanda people had been staring at Yi Futian, probably wanting to cause trouble. He didn't want that. We're here to challenge ourselves. My father said to not rely on others. Yi Futian, we won't travel together, Yi Shao said. Yi Futian was taken aback. Many people moved towards Yi Shao. They were from the Kangi college, which caused him to make a face. Chuckling indifferently, Yi Futian said goodbye. Then he called Yu Xing. He climbed onto the black wind eagle. Yu Xing followed and glared at Yi Shao. Yi Futian pulled out a spell scroll. Instantly, a strong wind spell fell upon the black wind eagle. They transformed into a gust of wind and left. A moment later, the strong cultivators of the Nandu Nation landed in another part of the barren ancient world. They all scanned the Kangi group but were taken aback when they couldn't find Yi Futian. Where did he go? They walked toward the Kangi group and asked coolly, where's Yi Futian? Yi Shao gazed coldly and ignored him. Go catch him yourself, Zhuo Qianfan said from the Kangi college group. The man from the Nanda Nation's eyes flashed and he waved. Go! Yi Futian would sometimes go to the side while advancing, avoiding a straight line. He also continuously used the spell scroll to travel at top speed. Wind beat down on them from atop the black-winged eagle. "Why did Yi Shao do that?" Yusheng asked. Everyone knew that Emperor Yi thought highly of them and their brilliant talent. "I heard that the Kangyi College is backed by the royalty. Some princes cultivate there." Yi Futian chuckled nonchalantly. He'd offended the Kangyi College at the Fenghua banquet. "Of course, that's not the main reason." Yi Futian glanced at Yusheng. "The emperor treats us well, and we have a good relationship with Yi Danshan." Yusheng's eyes were cold. "We don't want to be involved in their family matters." "That's not what others think," Yi Futian said, chuckling. "Don't overthink the small things. Isn't it great like this?" Yi Futian looked at the vast land up ahead and felt his entire heart opening up. He'd been restricted ever since he started cultivating and felt quite repressed. The ancient barren world was like a free land, and he was like a bird that could fly as high as he wanted. Yusheng looked forward, feeling the same kind of freedom. The lower ancient barren world can only contain those in the Dharma plane. We'll take over it within 5 years. Can you be a bit more subtle? Yi Futian gave him a look. He was only in the glory plane, but he already wanted to control the lower ancient barren world. The strongest cultivators of the entire eastern barren territory were gathered here. Yusheng looked at him. Does this guy know what subtle means? Yi Futian looked forward and smiled. Isn't 5 years too long? Yusheng blinked. The two continued forward without seeing anyone. The barren ancient world was a microcosm of the eastern barren territory, but for people under the arcana plane, it was still extremely vast. After countless days, Yi Futian could only see the occasional demon flying in the sky or beasts on the ground. Sometimes they were even in the Dharma plane. When the demons watched them, Yi Futian ignored them and forged on. However, there was a demon hovering above and following them now. It was a wind rock at the Dharma plane, and it was extremely fast. Yi Futian stared at the rock. He could feel a strange melody coming from it as it flew. He observed it with the freedom meditation and realized that it would sometimes become one with the wind and ride the wind. "Yusheng," he called. Yusheng took a step back on the black-winged eagle. He carried a huge hammer, and the 9-star glory plane aura was released. As if sensing his weak aura, menace flashed past the wind rock's eyes. It transformed into wind and caught up with the black-winged eagle, clawing at Yusheng. Yusheng flashed and jumped down. Wings sprouted and his hammer radiated with a frightening aura. It flashed with dazzling gold light, and he brought it down on the wind rock. Sensing danger, the wind rock actually sped up when Yusheng's hammer came down. It transformed into an afterimage that moved with the wind and charged out of Yusheng's range, coming directly for Yi Futian. Yi Futian had been watching the wind rock's moves. He grasped a wand that glowed with green light. The wood elemental spiritual chi surged, and the lock of 1,000 vines was released. It loomed towards the wind rock. The strange rhythmic strength appeared on the wind rock again. However, the lock of 1,000 vines spell seemed to predict its path. It locked onto the wind rock and wrapped around it. Yusheng landed and swung his hammer. The wind rock cried and dropped to the ground. "We can eat rock for dinner," Yi Futian said. The black-winged eagle landed. After a while, there was a delicious smell. The 2 humans and 1 demon enjoyed the delicious roasted wind rock. "Oh!" Yi Futian arched his eyebrow. His body released an ephemeral aura. "Is this fate?" Yi Futian had an odd expression. The same kind of aura came from Yusheng as well. Yi Futian glanced at the black-winged eagle, and then the bird shot into the sky. It flew with a pleasantly strange rhythm. Seeming to understand something instantly, a smile appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. "So that's what fate is," he murmured. The black-winged eagle landed before him with a pitiful look. "Want more?" Seeing the black-winged eagle's gaze, Yi Futian petted its head and chuckled. "Don't worry. I'll let you live a good life from now on." Yi Futian and Yusheng continued on their merry way. They traveled through a barren area where demon beasts roamed from time to time. However, there was not another person to be seen. On the black-winged eagle, Yusheng asked, "Do you know what fate is?" Yi Futian nodded his head. "Fate is similar to the power of will. That beast was able to assimilate into the wind. It probably has a strong will of the wind that it acquired in some hidden ancient plane within the ancient barren world." Or maybe he ate something special to gain this power, and in the ancient barren world, this type of power transformed into fate. Once this fate grows to a certain point, it might be able to go through some changes, resulting in noble fate. A person who acquires noble fate had the potential to become a strong noble plane cultivator. This process probably depends on how well you can grasp the concepts. Yi Futian hypothesized as such because he had once felt the power of will. This felt similar. You can see the fate of that beast? Asked Yusheng. As long as it reveals these types of powers, it's easy to tell. Yi Futian smiled. The black-winged eagle continued forward. Every now and then they would leave behind fire and the sweet smells of barbecued meat. On their journey, the good food never stopped. The fate within their bodies was collecting and growing. Yi Futian and Yusheng discovered that it was possible to incorporate this fate into their own powers, increasing their abilities. Half a month later, Yi Futian and Yusheng finally saw other human beings. They were hunting on these barren lands. Not too far ahead, the ground was shaking. Yi Futian looked over and saw a crazed demon bear running around. The beast was completely white. The ground it walked across frosted over. Yusheng called Yi Futian. Yusheng understood right away. He bolted toward the demon bear with the hammer in his hand. The demon beast lifted its head. Its eyes blazed with anger. It roared loudly, and Yusheng was covered in a layer of frost. He was going to be sealed in ice. An icy cold force of will exploded from the demon bear. Golden armor appeared on Yusheng's body, and with both hands, he waved around a giant hammer. The power from this action broke through the ice seal, and the force charged at the beast. It was as if the demon beast could feel that Yusheng did not have much energy because it lifted into the air abruptly and tried to attack him with full force. There was a loud noise followed by a heart-wrenching scream from the demon bear. Its large body then fell from the skies and crashed into the ground. That's going to be another big meal, said Yi Futian with shining eyes. The power of fire in his body gathered, and a moment later, dinner was served. A line of figures approached from afar and stopped in the air above Yi Futian. Among the group, there were 3 males and 2 females. They were all fairly young. The 2 females looked very similar, and although they each gave off a different vibe, they were both extremely beautiful. Pardon me, but we have been chasing after that ice bear for quite a while, and we're also the ones who incapacitated the beast, said a young man. Yusheng looked over him emotionlessly. Within the 4 seas, all men are brothers. Come eat with us. Yi Futian nonchalantly invited the group to join in on their meal. The 5 exchanged looks of concern. They were unclear of Yi Futian and Yusheng's abilities. They all nodded and seated themselves on the ground. Are the 2 of you also from Qianmeng City? Asked the young man. Qianmeng City? Yi Futian's eyes lit up. It seemed like they were nearing the city. The 2 of them had spent these past days in barren land and were bored out of their minds. You guys don't know? Asked one girl on the side. Yi Futian looked over at her and replied, No, we don't. We entered the ancient barren land not too long ago and have been traveling through the deserted land. We have yet to reach a city. Is Qianmeng a city nearby? Are you guys from the 100 Lands? The other girl asked. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. It seemed these people had reached the city before they could. But that was normal. After all, the black-winged eagle was not very fast and they made many detours. The 2 of them had also stopped to hunt demon beasts along the way. It was only natural that their speed was slower than others. Seeing Yi Futian nod his head, the 3 youths finally let down their guard. So, they're natives of the 100 Lands. The 100 Lands was located at the border of the Eastern Barren Territory. The youths had heard that the door to the ancient barren world had just opened to them not too long ago. Since you guys are from the 100 Lands, you must not know much about the ancient barren world, said one of the young men. He then bent down to chow down on the barbecued meat. There was no need to hold back anymore. There was a hint of arrogance in his tone of voice. That's true. So, please take care of us in the future, Yi Futian chuckled. My name is Yi Futian, and this is my brother from another mother, Yusheng. He introduced Yi Futian's smile made him look as harmless as a baby. Although the 17-year-old was now much more mature, he had yet to evolve completely. He was still partly that same immature, happy-go-lucky boy he used to be. My name is Rua Yu, and this is my older sister, Rua Qiu, said one of the girls. Her sweet smile gave her a gentle, loving vibe while her sister looked to be more on the cold and distant side. Very nice, said a young man. He smiled lightly but did not introduce himself. One of his friends followed. You both look so young. To be able into the ancient barren world from the 100 lands, you guys must have some outstanding gifts. Our gifts are nothing out of the ordinary.
We're only in the 9-star glory plane, Yifutian answered matter-of-factly.
Brother Yi, you must be joking. The highest level of cultivation among our group is a 4th level Dharma plane, and we were still unable to stop that beast. We had our own beast to help in its capture. Besides, the demon bear was already hurt. We were barely able to defeat it ourselves, replied Yifutian. The group looked over at the black-winged eagle and nodded. All of them continued to feast as they chatted, and very quickly, Yifutian was able to gather information as well as get a feel for each of them. Wang Ju, 4th level Dharma plane, had the highest level of cultivation among the group. Guchang was in the 3rd level Dharma plane. Gujiang, 2nd level Dharma plane, was Gu Cheng's younger brother. Ruoqiu was also 2nd level. While Ruoyu was in the 1st level, the 5 of them had the same powerful force backing them. Wang Ju was steady, the Gu brothers were a little arrogant, Ruoqiu was aloof, and Ruoyu was very friendly and uncalculating.
Most of the information Yifutian acquired was thanks to her. They all came from a city not far from where they were, Qianmeng City. The demon bear was devoured and settled nicely in the stomachs of the 7 youths. As the group of 5 was preparing to depart, Ruoyu asked, Are you guys going to Qianmeng City?
Want to go together?
All right. Yifutian nodded in agreement. There was still a lot he wanted to find out. Have a lot of people from the 100 lands arrived at Qianmeng City? Asked Yifutian, mounted on the black-winged eagle. The group had made their way into the skies.
Quite a few.
There has been quite some commotion in the city, answered Gu Jiang. Yifutian, the people from the 100 lands all arrived in Qianmeng City in large groups.
You guys didn't ally with great powers.
It's embarrassing to talk about it. We were abandoned by our group because of our low levels of cultivation, Yifutian answered sadly.
So that's why.
Well, you guys were able to travel so far without becoming a meal for demon beasts. You should already count yourselves lucky, laughed Gu Jiang.
You guys sure have guts. Entering the ancient barren world in the glory plane. Ruoyu chuckled and flew closer to land on the black-winged eagle. The ancient barren world opened and many people came. It was only natural that we would also want to give it a try ourselves. We're not fighting for anything with anyone, so it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Said Yifutian. Ruoyu nodded lightly. There are a couple ways to acquire fate. Demon beasts. Some rare plants have hidden fate, and the many relics in the ancient barren world. You can acquire fate in these ways, but the most direct way would be to steal it. You guys are of such a low level of cultivation, plus you guys don't possess much fate within, so naturally, no one would try to steal from you too. Stealing is also a way? Asked Yifutian. The rest of the Qianmeng group looked at Yifutian and had a laugh. They were indeed natives from the 100 lands. They didn't even know how to acquire fate. Of course, use your own fate to swallow that of others. With the aid of fate, powerful cultivators can defeat others and order them to release their own fates to be absorbed by the stronger force. People who are truly cruel will simply kill their opponents to take their fate, explained Ruoyu. She looked at Yifutian. You don't even know this? There was now a sparkle in Yifutian's eyes. It seemed he finally understood how Emperor Luo stole the fate of the original Nandu Emperor all those years ago.
He was sly, stealing all of the Emperor's fate. It was no longer a mystery why Emperor Yi tried to persuade Yifutian not to enter the ancient barren world at a low level of cultivation. In here, people at the lower level of cultivation were prey for the others. They were at the mercy of everyone else. Even if they managed to acquire fate, in the end, it was only going to benefit those who were more powerful. They continued forward until finally Yifutian was able to catch his first glimpse of the city.
More and more people came into view. The city ahead was not very big. It could not even compare with the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city. But the beauty was in its simplicity. It was a city of the ancient barren world after all. The people who came here were after fate.
Everything they did was for the sake of cultivation. This is Qianmeng City, said Ruoyu as she looked ahead. This city was made by our fellow Qianmeng citizens as a meeting point in the ancient barren world.
Entering the ancient barren world from the Qianmeng area, we are able to arrive directly in this historic city. Yifutian already knew this even on the way here. The Qianmeng area was similar to the Hundred Lands in the sense that they also had many family clans, but the difference was, their clans were stronger and more powerful. All their clans had a common leader who controlled all of Qianmeng as well as their entrance to the ancient barren world. In the outside world, in order to get from the Hundred Lands to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory, you must pass through the Qianmeng area. The group entered the city. In the air with them were demon beasts all around. Among them were some very rare powerful demons. Compared to them, the black-winged eagle did indeed look very ordinary. The ancient Qianmeng city consisted of people in all different planes. People of power from the Qianmeng area would enter the ancient barren world for practice even if they were not in the upper-level Dharma planes. After some time, the group of youths arrived at an inn. Many people were gathered in the lobby, drinking and chatting. "You're back," a young man said to Ruoqiu and the others. "Senior brother Yen," greeted Ruoqiu. The others followed suit. The young man nodded in acknowledgement. Then his eyes fell on Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. "Who are they?" he asked. "They're from the Hundred Lands.
We met them on the way, and since we were all headed here, we served as their guide," answered Ruoqiu. "The Hundred Lands?" The young man lifted his brows and followed by saying, "Don't just bring any back here in the future." "Then I'll make them leave," said Ruoqiu. "No need.
"I'll let it go this time." The young man shook his head, then said, "We'll head to the Tsong Mountain relic together tomorrow." A look crossed Ruoqiu's face, but she only nodded her head. The young man walked away from the group. Yi Futian stood quietly in the back and observed the whole scene. He had a weird expression in his eyes. "Seems like we treated them to a meal of bear meat for no reason." Ruoqiu's words made things very obvious. There was not a single hint of gratitude.
Ruoqiu looked at Yu Futian apologetically and said softly, "Don't be angry. Senior Yen is like that. He's strict, but his cultivation talent is extraordinarily high. I'm not angry at him." Yu Futian shrugged. Senior Yen didn't know him, so it was logical to not want to bring him with.
However, Ruoqiu's words weren't that nice. "Is this in part of your clan?" Yi Futian asked. "No." Ruoqiu shook her head. "I see. Then I won't have to worry about getting kicked out." Yi Futian walked away with a smile. Yu Sheng and the black-winged eagle followed behind him. They found a worker and prepared to stay here. "Brother Ye's temper is quite big." Gu Jiang smiled faintly after hearing Yi Futian's words. "Let's go," Wang Ju said. Ruoqiu's eyes sparkled. She finally knew why Yi Futian was angry. Thinking for a bit, she walked up to her sister and said, "They invited us to eat the demon bear's meat and we could travel together because we were going to the same place. Why did you have to say that? What do you know?" Ruoqiu glared at her. "You're inexperienced."
"In that situation, those 2 9-star glory plane cultivators had to invite us, but did you see how he tried to get close?"
"I think he has an ulterior motive." "I think Yi Futian isn't that bad," Ruoqiu said nonchalantly. "Even if he has another motive, it'll just be to explore the lower ancient barren world deeper. It's not that big of a deal." "Ruoqiu, you trust people too easily," Gu Cheng said.
"You should be a bit more cautious for these chance meetings." "I know," Ruoqiu replied, still not caring. "You all go first." With that, she waited in place. A few moments later, the worker brought Yi Futian over. "Waiting for me?" Yu Futian asked her. "Yeah." Ruoqiu nodded. "My sister has a bad temper. Please don't mind her. She might have misjudged you. Your sister probably thinks I have an ulterior motive, which isn't wrong. I know nothing about the ancient barren world. I really do want to learn some things from you all," Yi Futian admitted honestly. "That doesn't count," Ruoqiu said, shaking her head. "I can tell you whatever you want to know. What is the Tsong Mountain relic that your senior was talking about? Are there other relics around Qianmeng City?" Yi Futian asked. "The Tsong Mountain relic has some stone walls carved with words and paintings. It's a mysterious place, but it contains fate," Ruoqiu said. "Many people go there every day, and a good many of talented people reach enlightenment there. However, no one has ever been able to completely solve the mystery. Perhaps they aren't high enough in plane. Other relics definitely exist, but tomorrow, let's go to the Tsong Mountain relic. You can see a lot of powerful figures from the Qianmeng city. Many people from your Hundred Lands should be there too." "I'll go by myself," Yi Futian said, smiling. "I'll take you there without them."
You don't know the way, Ruoyu said after pondering for a moment. Okay, let's go together. I don't want your senior and sister to be unhappy. Yifutian saw how stubborn Ruoyu was and didn't want to make it hard for her. Okay, I'll go find you tomorrow when we set out, Ruoyu said. The next day, Ruoyu really did come to find Yifutian and they left soon after. Ruochou's group was already outside the inn. Seeing Ruoyu with Yifutian, Ruochou glared while Gu Jiang smiled. Brother Yi, are you going to the Tsang Mountain relic too? Yes, I want to take a look. Yifutian nodded. Since we're going to the same place, let's go together, Gu Jiang said, slightly smiling. Yifutian and Yu Xin were still going to follow them. Two glory plane cultivators had to find some support in the ancient barren world. Let's go, Yanlu said, and the group instantly soared into the sky. Yifutian and Yu Xing followed behind on the Black Wind Eagle. Ruoyu also rode with them, chatting mindlessly. As the name implied, the Tsang Mountain relic was in the Tsang Mountain, south of the Qianmeng city. It was beside the sea, standing right where the mountains and sea met. Strange rocks were everywhere, and many were smooth as if people sat on them a lot. The Tsang Mountain relic was here. The strange rocks faced various stone walls in different directions. The walls were all carved with writing and images. When Yifutian's group arrived, there were already many people there. This was one of the places where fate could be born, so strong cultivators came for enlightenment throughout the year. Yanlu and the others weren't so eye-catching anymore. Everyone here was the cream of the crop of Qianmeng City, and there were more than enough famous figures. It's senior sister Yun, Ruochou said, looking somewhere. Yanlu and the others followed her gaze. A beautiful figure stood atop a large rock in the middle of the stone walls. The sea wind blew in from the sea, fluttering her clothing. Her clothes and hair flew in the breeze while she focused calmly on a wall. Her brows were curved like crescent moons. She was extremely dazzling and many eyes fell on her. She was obviously an extraordinary figure and stood out from the crowd. Yanlu's group approached her and bowed in greeting. Senior Yun. Yun Qianma glanced at Yanlu. She nodded and then focused back on the stone wall. Didn't you all enter the ancient barren world together? Yifutian asked Ruoyu curiously. Ruoyu rolled her eyes. The ancient barren world has always been open. Whoever wants to train can come with whoever they want. Clans don't all come at once unless something big happened. Plus, our clan is big while senior sister Yun is an upper disciple. We rarely see each other, let alone come together. Yifutian started to understand this. The Qianmeng city must have many powerful clans and the ancient barren world had been open for years. He couldn't see things from the point of the 100 lands. Yun Qianma, how are you feeling? A voice suddenly rang out. It was a figure standing on another large stone. He wore a long dark robe and was extraordinarily handsome. Yun Qianma glanced at him indifferently and didn't reply. The youth smiled, not minding. Continuing to look at the stone wall before him, he smiled and said, I received some inspiration, but I still need some time to understand this wall. Lu Yuan, Ruoyu said softly. He's one of the top geniuses of the Qianmeng area. He's extremely talented. Yifutian nodded. Those two had taken great spots. There were geniuses from other places studying around them. At this moment, Yanlu's group all walked toward a wall, the one Yun Qianma was studying. Yifutian also looked over and saw a line of words. 1,000 threads of rain, 100 meters of mountain, a sword's cold flash cuts the sadness of farewell. Yifutian murmured as he looked at the wall. It seemed to be a poem. He wondered who would carve such poetic words. He could also feel a sharp sword aura from the words. It seemed as if the words would jump out and transform into sword intent. It's sword techniques, Yifutian said. Brother Yi, do you think we don't know? Gu Jiang asked, turning around and chuckling. Indeed. It is a set of sword techniques, but no one has been able to completely decipher its artistic conception, Ruoyu said. Many copied it down and took it back to their elders, but they still couldn't be enlightened. However, the talented ones can feel a shred of the artistic conception and receive fate of varying levels. Yifutian chuckled. His freedom meditation spun and the world instantly changed before his eyes. All details became extremely clear. He looked at the stone wall and the words seemed to jump into his mind, becoming three-dimensional. They changed, subtly becoming some sort of shape, no longer ordinary words. They were more like the shape of a sword.
At that moment, Yifutian clearly felt a powerful sword intent rush into his mind as if he could begin practicing swordsmanship if he wanted. With the will, Yifutian felt a shred of sword fate in his body. He gathered his thoughts and looked at Ruoyu with an odd expression. "What's wrong?" Ruoyu had to ask after seeing Yifutian's strange look. "Nothing," he replied quietly. The so-called artistic conception of the poem seemed to be pretty easy. 1,000 threads of rain. The sword is like 1,000 threads, splashing like rain. Yanlu mumbled as he looked at the wall. Ruochu's eyes brightened and she smiled, saying, "Such a great artistic conception. This set of sword techniques must be shockingly strong. But what does the 100 meters of mountain mean? If the first sentence is saying that the sword is as fast as rain, is the second describing the sword's weight?" Yanlu was uncertain. "Senior brother, you are so wise. There seems to be a way to decipher the artistic conception of the poem," Gu Jiang said. Yifutian couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that this wasn't a poem, so there obviously wasn't an artistic conception of the poem. "What are you laughing about?" Ruochu turned around and asked. "No one could decipher the poem's artistic conception all these years. Isn't it a waste of time to go down the same path?" Yifutian asked in return. "So you understand?" Ruochu replied coldly. "Then tell me the true meaning of this poem. Perhaps it isn't a poem and it doesn't have an artistic conception. Perhaps they're just words," Yifutian said. "Nonsense." Ruochu heard Yifutian's words and said coolly, "For countless years, talents have found the artistic conception and received their fates. They just couldn't decipher it completely, and yet you think they're only words? Do you think they're all wrong?" "Maybe," Yifutian said with a smile. Ruochu froze and then scoffed. "You're only in the glory plane and yet you speak so brazenly. Are you trying to seem unique to attract our attention?" Yifutian looked at Ruochu. This woman was even more conceited than him. Why would he want to attract her attention? "You got me." Yifutian sighed and shrugged at Yusheng. "Let's go." Ruochu smirked. "I knew it." Yusheng glanced at her coolly. With her looks? Where did she get the confidence? Seeing that Yifutian and Yushin were walking away, Ruoyu glared at Ruochu and said, "Sis, can you stop talking with such a nasty attitude? Didn't you hear him admit it himself?" Ruochu asked calmly. "Ruoyu, don't get too close to that kind of people," said Yanlu. Ruoyu looked at her senior brother. Even though she disagreed with what her senior brother had said, she did not say anything. She looked up ahead. She watched as Yifutian and Yusheng walked towards a large rock. There, a graceful young man stood silently. When they reached him, he spoke. "Got hated on? Like watching me suffer?" Yifutian looked at the young man in front of him, slightly upset. Yiwuchen took a quick look at Ruochu, who was not too far away, and then back at the dispirited Yifutian. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. This guy is such a hotshot in both the Kangi Kingdom and the Nandu Nation. He even rejected when a beauty like Lin Yueyao tried to get acquainted. Who would have thought that there would be a day when Yifutian would be despised by a girl? "Where's Yi Xiao?" asked Yifutian. "We split up a long while ago," answered Yiwuchen. "Yi Xiao cultivates at the Kangi College. If he plans on inheriting the throne in the future, it would be useful to have the support of the school." Yifutian nodded. Of course, he understood what Yiwuchen was trying to say. The students of Kangi College who entered the ancient barren world now would be the future leaders of Kangi College. "What did you get from this?" asked Yifutian. Yiwuchen looked at the stone wall. His brows furrowed. "I can only feel some sword intent, but I don't know how to approach it. Perhaps it's still not the right time. Maybe we need to give it more time." Yifutian walked up next to him and squatted down. Yiwuchen looked down at him. He watched as Yifutian used spiritual qi to carve something into the stone. It looked like a word. It was the first word of the poem, 1,000. After the word was carved, it actually began to change. It looked like it was moving and morphed into the shape of a sword. Yiwuchen's eyes brightened at the sight. His gaze was glued to the stone wall ahead. "Don't try to decipher its artistic conception or whatever. Break up the words," said Yifutian. "All right," nodded Yiwuchen. When he looked at the stone wall again, it seemed as if the words had changed again. Just then, the black-winged eagle, who was standing off to the side, gently flapped its wings. Its eyes twinkled as it looked at Yifutian with anticipation. "You want to learn as well?" asked Yifutian.
The black-winged eagle nodded.
You really are becoming too smart for your own good, muttered Yi Futian. It seemed that the beast had reaped some benefits from acquiring fate. Their spirits were linked, so it should be easy to teach it.
Let me get a feel for it first. Yi Futian sat down on the large boulder, once again focusing on the stone wall. Every word carved into that wall seemed to be morphing into swords. The will of sword kept rushing into his mind. Even though he saw the sword forms and felt the sword intent, if Yi Futian wanted to cultivate this sword technique, he would first need to understand it. He was not a swordsman, so he was not going to waste his time to do so. It was enough for him to get a feel for the fate. Yi Futian was going to leave the cultivation of this sword technique to Yi Wuchen. Following that, Yi Futian continued to observe. At the same time, he would tell Yi Wuchen the form of the swords. Slowly, Yi Wuchen fell into the rhythm as well and became able to see for himself. There was no longer need for pointers from Yi Futian. The strange thing was, the black-winged eagle, standing next to Yi Futian, continued to stare at the stone wall. It did not even blink. It seemed as if the beast was beginning to comprehend it as well.
Standing off to the side, Yuxing witnessed this scene and was shocked. He couldn't even do what a demon beast could. After a while, Yi Futian collected himself and looked over at Yi Wuchen. His eyes were closed shut and a faint hint of sword intent flowed around him. By the looks of it, Yi Wuchen had comprehended the sword techniques hidden in the lines of poetry. Let's take a look at the other walls, said Yi Futian. The black-winged eagle's eyes brightened and flapped its wings, carrying itself in another direction. It landed on a large boulder in front of a wall with engraved art. This engraving depicted a large golden rock charging into the heavens. Its apparitions were also shown, serving as an indicator of the beasts soaring through the skies. Yi Futian glanced at the black-winged eagle. Looks like this guy had its eyes set on this wall beforehand. But Yi Futian felt like this depiction also suited himself. The black-winged eagle and Yushang could cultivate it too. His freedom meditation began to spin in his mind again. An image appeared in his mind. It was the very scene engraved on the wall. A golden rock spread its wings to soar through the skies. It roared loudly. It moved faster than the wind, not leaving an afterimage. Its movements were swift and natural like the flow of the wind. The scene and his memories overlapped slightly, making the image clearer. Unknowingly, Yi Futian's thoughts fell into a mystical state where he felt like he had transformed into the rock breaking through the clouds into the heavens. Using the freedom meditation, he was able to decipher the true meanings behind the poem and the image on the stone walls. However, it was completely up to his own comprehension abilities to find out what they truly meant. Slowly, Yi Futian's eyes closed. To him, it no longer felt like he was standing on the boulder in front of the wall. He felt as if he was zooming through the clouds in the sky. A strong force of will came from the stone wall and rushed into his mind endlessly. The more he was able to decipher and understand from the image on the wall, the more powerful the fate and will would get. The black-winged eagle and Yushang were both doing their best as well. However, the artistic conception they had was more on the simple side. The beast was affected by its natural gifts, while Yusheng's gifts did not belong in this category. Around them, many cultivators who specialized in the element of wind were doing the same. From time to time, a light would shine from their bodies as these people attempted to incorporate their perceptions with their original abilities. After a long time, Yi Futian opened his eyes to see the black-winged eagle looking at himself with a pitiful expression. Using his spiritual energy, Yi Futian transferred the results of his meditation his beast companion. Following this, the black-winged eagle also began its own cultivation with the deciphered messages. Yushang, that wall really suits you, said Yi Futian. He was pointing to a stone wall in another direction. This wall was close to the ocean and on it were engravings of large, roaring waves. With one simple look, you could almost feel the artistic conception of the image rushing at you like a terrifying force. The two friends headed for that wall. Standing in front of it, the ocean waves rolled in and smacked against the side of Tsang Mountain. The great tides seemed to match with the artistic conception given off by the image on the wall. What do you feel? Asked Yi Futian. Ferocity and power, said Yushang. That's right, nodded Yi Futian. Because he was able to use the freedom meditation, he could see things more clearly. It was as if the image was moving,
Each wave was higher than the last. Its power was destructive. This image was not a sword, nor was it wind. It was pure ferocity and power.
The two studied it in silence, and after a long while, Yifutian left alone. He walked over to another stone wall by the ocean. This was the last Song Mountain wall with engravings. There was no one standing in front of this wall. The other three walls were somewhat comprehensible, but this one, no one understood. They couldn't feel any fate from this wall. The image on the stone wall depicted a figure clad in white seated with both hands on a guqin. There was no artistic conception. Yifutian used the freedom meditation, but he could only see the person in the image playing the guqin. He was not able to feel any will from the image. However, this made the image even more extraordinary. If even the freedom meditation didn't work, it only proved that Yifutian's level of cultivation was not yet high enough. Yifutian stood there quietly, simply looking at the stone wall. There was only him. Yiwuchen was in front of the sword wall, the black wind eagle at the golden rock wall, and Yuxing at the wave wall. The four of them each had a wall that enlightened them. Yifutian's world became very quiet, but in reality there were people everywhere at the Song Mountain relic. Ruochio's eyes wandered in Yifutian's direction. He stood out too much. He was the only one in front of that wall. No one has ever deciphered the message behind that image. But look at him, pretending he knows what he's doing. You should know the type of person he is now, she said to Ruoyu. They hadn't even been here for long, but Yifutian had already stopped in front of every wall. He was purely wasting time here. Ruoyu looked over at him briefly. She could not understand his actions. Senior brother Yen was able to get a bit of sword intent from studying the stone wall, said Ruochio. She had a smile on her face as she watched Yen Lu, who stood not too far away in front of her. Sword intent came from the stone wall and revolved around him. Yen Lu took a deep breath before saying, "This poem is indeed hiding a powerful artistic conception. By the studying its form, it is possible to feel the will of the sword. If I want to understand it completely, I'm afraid it will take a fairly long time. Senior brother Yen, you're so talented. Normal people can't even compare to you," smiled Ruochio. "I'm still lacking quite a bit in comparison to senior sister Yun." Yen Lu lifted his head to look at Yun Qianma. She was perched on top of a tall boulder. Yun Qianma had a wave of sword intent revolving around her. It was obvious that her understanding of the image on the stone wall was greater than that of Yen Lu. More and more people arrived at the Song Mountain relic, making the environment crowded and lively. Just then, a figure had grasped the attention of a large group of people. This person had looks that made them stand out. In terms of looks, even Yun Qianma didn't shine as brightly anymore in comparison. There were many powerful guards next to this newcomer. This person was the Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao. In the matter of outer appearance, it was only natural not a lot of people could compare to her. Her eyes drifted off to a certain direction and immediately saw Yiwuchen. Her glamorous body sauntered over next to him. Gu Chang, Ruochio, and the others looked over in their direction. A little while ago, Yifutian seemed to be acquainted with Yiwuchen. Now, this girl had also headed over to him. Who was this Yiwuchen? Was this shockingly beautiful girl also from the 100 Lands? Yiwuchen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Yueyao. She screamed and snapped her eyes shut. It felt as if a sword had pierced into her eyes. "Are you okay?" asked Yiwuchen. Lin Yueyao opened her eyes slowly. They were slightly red. She looked at him and replied, "Are you trying to kill me?" "I was cultivating, didn't know it was you," he explained. She was speechless. Then she turned to look at the stone wall and muttered lowly, "So this is the stone wall of the Song Mountain relic? How come I can't feel anything from it?" "How did you get the artistic conception?" "I actually didn't get much from it originally, but an unordinary guy showed up," he said. "An unordinary guy?" Lin Yueyao asked with a questioning look. Her eyes shifted elsewhere and she saw a lonely figure standing in front of a stone wall. He looked as if he was the only person on earth. A strange look crossed her face. Can this guy stop living in his own solitude world? Yiwuchen was right. He definitely was an unordinary guy. Lin Yueyao looked at Yifutian's backside. From Yiwuchen's words, she guessed that he was only enlightened with Yifutian's help. This guy was only in the glory plane. Why was he so scary? But from his performance at the Fenghua banquet and Tingfeng banquet,
He truly couldn't be treated like a regular person. What's he doing? Lin Yueyao asked quietly. He's probably getting inspired. This is the last stone wall, Yi Wuchen said calmly. Lin Yueyao's gaze moved to the other walls. She saw Yushang and the Black Wind Eagle. Was the Black Wind Eagle cultivating too? Being enlightened and inspired by the Tsang Mountain relic? It was one thing for the ones beside Yi Futian, Yushang, and Hua Jieyu to be so scarily talented, but now was his ordinary demon beast cultivating too? Yi Futian didn't know what Lin Yueyao was thinking. He didn't even know she was there. He was still quietly sensing the stone wall. Closing his eyes, he emptied everything. The mountains on all sides of him were imprinted in his mind. Waves crashed, one tide higher than the last. Gradually, a picture appeared in his mind. It was of a white-robed figure playing guqin on the Tsang Mountain. Someone was practicing the sword on the beach. The sword technique seemed desolate. The waves came and fell into the sword intent, transforming into 1,000 threads of rain. On the mountain, hundreds of meters tall, the blade flashed coldly and cut the pain of separation. He realized that the poem truly did have an artistic conception. A golden rock soared into the sky, wanting to bid farewell to the man. It cried beside the sea and transformed into countless afterimages, sweeping up the tides. All of this seemed to become a painting. The walls on all sides were not separate entities. Their artistic conceptions were one. There was a flash and Yi Futian's guqin spirit appeared. He sat, crossing his legs, and began playing his guqin alone. The graceful melody streamed out, attracting much attention. Many people gazed at him with an odd expression. A 9-star glory-playing musical sorcerer was playing his instrument before the stone wall that no one could decipher. Had he really sensed the artistic conception? Lin Yueyao's eyes sparkled. This guy really acted as if the others didn't exist. Interesting. Lu Yuan glanced at Yi Futian and smiled lightly. Shock also flashed past Yun Qianma's pretty eyes. There was some otherworldliness in the melody, as if it was being played from space. In the melody's artistic conception, waves crashed onto the empty mountain. Rocks soared in the air, and people cut the pain of separation with their swords. The emotion and scene went with the music perfectly. As Yu Futian played, the will inside the stone wall went together with his music, resonating. Shortly after, a burst of music intent landed inside Yu Futian's mind, strengthening the artistic conception. It was as if Yu Futian was playing the artistic conception directly. That was not all. In that moment, he seemed to be resonating with the other 3 walls as well. The sword intent, golden rock intent, and sea wave intent all rushed into his mind, coming back out as music. An image appeared with the music. It snuck into Yu Sheng's mind and he shook violently. He instantly felt the artistic conceptions of the sea wave wall and golden rock wall appear clearly in his mind, allowing him to directly sense them. The same artistic conception entered the Black Wind Eagle's mind. It flapped its wings, appearing to be excited. After that, Yi Wuchen, standing to the side, suddenly felt sword intent enter his ear with the music. His eyes flashed and he turned to look at the sword wall. It was as if he could feel an extremely clear picture. An illusory figure was practicing a set of sword techniques. Ruoyu had the same treatment as Yi Wuchen, but she didn't understand it at first. When the artistic conception in the music became stronger and stronger, she looked at Yi Futian in shock and finally understood. Then she looked to the sword wall and started sensing. However, the others didn't know about the changes in their bodies. They continued to sense quietly, but their savviness seemed to improve under the music. They could sense deeper things and they rejoiced inwardly, continuing to cultivate quietly. A strange sight appeared. There was no other sound in this area except for the soothing guqin. Seemingly after a long time, the music finally stopped. Yi Futian felt the changes in his body and smiled faintly. It appeared that he didn't have to worry about not receiving a fate in the ancient barren world. Luo Junlin received the noble fate in the ancient barren world and caught the attention of the royal Shen temple. Which force would notice Yi Futian? As the music stopped, people smiled one after another. They had all improved, but they didn't know it was the effect brought upon by the music's artistic conception. They thought they were enlightened by themselves.
Only a small minority felt that the music had done something and that the music's artistic conception matched the scene. A string of sword intent flowed up and down Yi Wuchen's body and then disappeared. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt that Yi Futian wasn't normal. This wasn't something a normal person could do. Yi Wuchen understood that Yi Futian had most likely understood the entire Tsang Mountain relic. No one had ever done this before, but he did it. What happened? Lin Yueyao asked. That guy taught me how to cultivate swordsmanship, Yi Wuchen said softly. He taught you? Lin Yueyao was surprised. When Yi Wuchen nodded seriously, she understood immediately and shot a resentful gaze at Yi Futian. She was part of the Fenghua rank too. Why couldn't he help her too? Sword intent flowed across Yen Lu's body. Eyes sharp, he looked at his group. How do you feel? Senior brother, I have some enlightenment, Gu Jiang said. Me too. Ruo Qi was a bit excited. Not bad. Ruo Yu, what about you? Yen Lu nodded and turned to Ruo Yu to see her eyes wide open, still in shock. Had she really cultivated the sword technique from the wall? She felt crazy. How did she receive enlightenment just like that? The music had brought the artistic conception right into her mind, and then she looked at the wall and saw the sword technique. Okay. Ruo Yu was still out of it. What do you even think about all day? Ruo Qiu couldn't help but say, seeing her sister so dazed. Yun Qianma, Lu Yuan said, looking at her again. Want to fight and see how enlightened you are? Don't have time, Yun Qianmo replied coolly. Lu Yuan smiled. Wind whistled around him and everyone looked over. A strong wind intent appeared on him, causing a violent wind to scream around him. The fate bloomed and actually fused into the wind intent. A shocking black windstorm swept toward Yun Qianma. Every strand of wind in the terrifying tornado transformed into sharp blades. They were extremely sharp and converged into a storm that could rip apart everything. It was frightening, melding fate into the wind intent and casting a spell. He attacked without caring if Yun Qianma agreed or not. Such strong intent, as expected of the Lu family of the Qianmeng area. Everyone looked at Lu Yuan. It was obvious that he had comprehended quite a bit. Yun Qianma turned around. Her robes fluttered in the wild wind and a sword appeared in her hand. Her fate also bloomed and fused into the sword intent. Then it whistled as she waved her sword and a curtain of swords appeared around her. The tornado ripped towards her and collided with the sword intent. The world changed and the boulders were pulverized. Yun Qianma soared into the air, her long hair flying. The sword intent strengthened and cut the tornado up bit by bit. When the storm disappeared, Yun Qianma hovered in the air alone. As expected of senior sister Yun, Ruo Qiu gasped. I seem to feel the artistic conception of the wall in those sword techniques. Ruo Yu's eyes flashed and she mumbled, her techniques were wrong. What nonsense. Ruo Qiu glared at her. Let's only test the strength that we comprehended here, Lu Yuan said. As soon as he spoke, he rushed into the air, charging at Yun Qianma like a rock. For a moment, he seemed to have transformed into a rock. Wielding her sword, it seemed that the sword's artistic conception descended around Yun Qianma. Seeing the rock cut through the air, she swung her sword and the blade transformed into a light that sliced the sky. Various afterimages came out of the rock. The two moved instantaneously and were too fast for the naked eye to keep up. Boom. Lu Yuan's body had already left, but Yun Qianma's beautiful body continued to descend. On the other hand, Lu Yuan was hovering arrogantly in the air. He smiled thinly. Yun Qianma, it appears that you didn't comprehend enough. The senior disciple of your clan is just SOSO. Everyone looked at them. Even though Lu Yuan had the upper hand, it didn't mean that Yun Qianma's enlightenment wasn't as good as his. Other than the tablet that no one could understand, the sword stone was the most difficult one. Its artistic conception was hidden inside the poem and thus it was unfair. Lu Yuan had taken advantage of this. It was as if he did that before Yun Qianma on purpose. The disciples of the Qianmeng area's sword clan were all enraged. Ruo Yu was upset as well, and she said, Senior sister Yun, your sword technique can be improved. Yun Qianma gazed at her. Yen Lu and the others did so as well, wondering what nonsense this girl was saying. Ignoring all their looks, Ruo Yu produced a sword filled with the sword intent. She swung the blade, and at that moment countless shadows appeared. The sword transformed into threads of rain and each drop was filled with the power to cut through the air. Paired with the sword intent in her body, it was clearly more advanced than Yun Qianma's artistic conception. Many people were surprised at this. Ruoqiu also looked at her sister in shock. Ruoyu's talent couldn't be compared to Yun Qianma's, but her technique was clearly more powerful. If Yun Qianma had used this, Lu Yuan would have been completely obliterated. Junior sister, how did you comprehend this? Yan Lu and the others all came over to scrutinize Ruoyu. Yun Qianma looked at her too and asked, how did you do it? Everyone's gazes fell upon her. How could a young disciple of the Sword Clan in the first-level Dharma plane decipher the swordsmanship technique of the sword wall? Seeing that almost everyone was looking at herself, Ruoyu immediately felt a great wave of pressure. Her eyes drifted over to Yi Futian, but she instantly withdrew her gaze. If she told the truth, it was bound to bring him trouble. She was in her own clan. The sword clan of the Qianmeng area was a great power and not many people dared to start trouble with them. I don't know either. I was just suddenly enlightened, said Ruoyu in a low voice. Ruoqiu looked at Ruoyu strangely. Enlightened? As twins, Ruoqiu was very clear about Ruoyu's abilities. How would she be suddenly enlightened? However, Ruoyu was by her side the whole time and did not come into contact with anyone else. Other than enlightenment, there was no other explanation. Lin Yueyao looked over at Ruoyu and then back at Yi Futian. Could it be that she was able taught by the sound of Yi Futian's guqin? It is a good thing to get such a rare opportunity, said Yun Qianma. She did not question Ruoyu any further. If Ruoyu did, in fact, know the secret to deciphering the meaning behind the stone walls, this was not the place to question her. Yun Qianma glanced at Lu Yuan, having no intentions to continue their fight. Her attention shifted back to the sword wall. Even Ruoyu had been enlightened. Yet she had achieved nothing. Yan Lu and the others all had strange looks on their faces as they continued their cultivation. You know, you guys should actually reconsider what Yi Futian said earlier, Ruoyu mumbled lowly. Ruoqiu and the rest of their group furrowed their brows and all turned their attention to Yi Futian. At that same moment, Yi Futian had descended from the large boulder in front of the stone wall and was headed their way. Yu Shang and the Black Wind Eagle were also by his side. They had both already been enlightened on the true meanings behind the images on the walls with the help of Yi Futian. Hello, my little friend. Gu Jiang smiled at Yi Futian. Done with all 4 walls? Yeah. Yi Futian nodded with a smile on his face. Seeing that Yi Futian had actually nodded, Gu Jiang could not help but let out a look of interest. This guy is really thick-skinned. How much information did you get? Gu Jiang continued to ask. A little bit from each of the walls, I guess, Yi Futian answered nonchalantly. He looked at Ruoyu and said, Ruoyu, I'm heading back first. Good luck with your cultivation. I'm done as well. I'll head back with you, she said as she stepped up closer to him. Yi Futian transferred the knowledge of the sword techniques to her today. It was definitely a great favor. This guy, not far away. Lin Yueyao watched this scene and everything was now crystal clear. Ruoyu was indeed taught by Yi Futian. Ruoqiu frowned at her sister's words. Had her younger sister gone crazy? Have you had enough? Ruoqiu asked Yi Futian coldly. He looked at her with no words to say. How did I piss her off now? Sis, what are you doing? Ruoyu was angry with the way her older sister acted. Ruoqiu looked at Ruoyu and said, Did he really put some spell over you? I just want you to see how fake he really is. Yi Futian, since you said that you were enlightened by the stone walls, all we have to do in order to know if you're telling the truth is to fight. Gu Jiang, give it a go, said Ruoqiu. Gu Jiang chuckled with his reply, all right. I also want to know what type of enlightenment you had, my little friend. Gu Jiang smiled at Yi Futian. What's going on? Lin Yueyao saw what was going on and asked Yi Wuchen, who was standing beside her. Yi Wuchen could not hold in his smile. He said some things to Lin Yueyao and after she heard what he had to say, a strange expression crossed her face. She looked at Ruoqiu and busted out in laughter. Lin Yueyao looked at Yi Futian. Who would have thought this day would come for that rascal? Yi Futian glanced at Gu Jiang and then at Ruoqiu. A smile spread across his face before that word slipped out of his mouth. Idiots! He turned around and walked towards Yi Wuchen. Gu Jiang frowned. Ruoqiu had an icy look in her eyes. Did Yi Futian just call them idiots? A sharp ray of sword intent released from Gu Jiang as he took one step in Yi Futian's direction. With the sword intent revolving his body, he warned Yi Futian, "Watch out, my little friend." He finished what he had to say and released his sword techniques. At the same time, a black shadow whisked by at an unbelievable speed. It was a demon beast. Maybe a rock? Ha! Ruoqiu and her friends furrowed their brows in confusion. A storm seemed to have started in the area around them. Gu Jiang hadn't even released his sword when the shadow descended from the sky with its claws charging straight down. It struck Gu Jiang in the chest, propelling him backward. He now had blood streaming down the front of his chest. Whoosh! A strong wind blew past and the shadow of the rock had returned. It floated in the air behind Yi Futian. It was a demon beast all right, but it was not a rock. It was a black wind eagle. The artistic conception of the stone wall. The members of the Sword Clan lifted their heads to look at the wall where Lu Yuan was. The image of a large golden rock. The beast behind Yi Futian had released that artistic conception. How could an ordinary black wind eagle have such an understanding? Gu Jiang. Gu Chang and the others walked over next to Gu Jiang. He climbed up from the ground and looked at Yi Futian's silhouette with cold eyes. This black wind eagle is strange. It has such strong comprehension skills to understand the artistic conception, said Gu Jiang. Yen Lu nodded in agreement. He had also noticed this fact. The group headed towards Yi Futian. Ruoyu did not look too good in this current situation. Are the members of the Sword Clan going to start a conflict with Yi Futian? They watched as Yi Futian stopped in place. He did not spare them a glance, but instead looked at Yi Wuqian and asked, "Together?" "Sure." Yi Wuqian nodded. He was obviously not going to turn down Yi Futian's invitation. He was also thinking the same thing. "Hey, I heard someone have you the cold shoulder." Lin Yueyao chuckled at Yi Futian. "Taking pleasure in my misfortune?" Yi Futian smiled at her. "Is it her?" Lin Yueyao looked at Ruoqiu. Ruoqiu saw Lin Yueyao looking over and frowned. What does she mean? "Since when has your taste gotten so bad?" Lin Yueyao teased. She had finally gotten her revenge. "This rascal is always ignoring me. Now he'll know what it's like to get the cold shoulder." The group of Sword Clan members witnessed everything. Was she insulting Ruoqiu? However, in comparison to this girl in front of them, Ruoqiu's looks were a far cry from her beauty. Is it funny? Yi Futian never thought Lin Weiyao had the side to her. It seemed like this girl had held quite a grudge. "It's pretty funny." She nodded seriously. She then asked, "Can you bring me along too?" Yi Futian looked at her with a strange look in his eyes. What goes on in this girl's brain? To be honest, the Lin Yueyao before would have never made such a request. But seeing Yi Futian help Yi Wuqian become enlightened with his Guqin, and even a girl he met in the ancient barren world, it did not make her feel great. Did she really lack the appeal? She was always getting ignored by this jerk. Seeing the look in Yi Futian's eyes, Lin Yueyao gave him a glare. "Don't worry. I know I'm not as pretty as your girlfriend. I won't have any crazy thoughts about you. I just want to train with you in the ancient barren world." Yi Futian glanced at Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian said nothing and stared at him almost as if he were saying, "Do what you want." Only then did Yi Futian nod his head. "Fine. Can you not say it so reluctantly?" Lin Yueyao said as she bites her lip. Upset. Yi Futian shrugged. "Whatever. You." Lin Yueyao did not know what to say to him. The anger on her face gave her a unique look. The Sword Clan members standing on the side were stupefied just looking at her. Ruoqiu was also frozen. A strange expression fell on the faces of Yen Lu and his group. Yi Futian did not seem to give a crap about Lin Yueyao's looks. It also seemed like this beautiful girl had been previously rejected by Yi Futian. She even said that Yi Futian's girlfriend was more beautiful than she was and that she wouldn't have any crazy thoughts about him. Would Yi Futian really try something with Ruoqiu and her sister? It was obvious now. Ruoqiu was thinking too much, especially when Lin Yueyao had looked at her with the smile that wasn't really a smile. Ruoqiu felt insulted. "Are you happy now?" Ruoyu asked her sister. It was obvious that Yi Futian had no ulterior motives being with them. All he wanted were travel companions. He even taught her the sword technique from the stone wall. Yi Futian. Just then, Gu Chang walked up and spoke to him with a cold demeanor. "How could you allow that demon beast to attack Gu Jiang?" Scram. Yi Futian gave him a quick
emotionless glance. He did not want to waste his breath on these people. If it weren't for Ruoyu, he wouldn't have bothered to say a single word to these people after the inn incident. At the sight of how arrogant Yi Futian was acting, the Sword Clan members were enraged. Where did this 9-star glory plane get such courage?
That demon beast, leave it with us, said Wang Ju. He didn't want to discuss any further either. Stepping up, Sword Intent was released from his body. Feeling the power of the 4th-level Dharma plane, Yi Wuchen frowned. With one step forward, a strong force of sword will erupted from his body. In an instant, the whole area was enveloped by the powerful force. This force of will was like that of the sword wall. Do you have a death wish? Asked Yi Wuchen. His tone was sharp like the blade of a sword. The will dominated Wang Ju. He was using the will of sword to repress Wang Ju's sword intent. Yen Lu and the others looked at Yi Wuchen in great shock. How was he also enlightened by the Stonewall sword will? This attracted many people to look over. Yun Qianma also made her way over. Seeing that the conflict was growing, Ruoyu grew worried. You have also been enlightened by the Stonewall sword will? Asked Yen Lu. In just one day, 2 people have been enlightened. There was also the Black Wind Eagle. It was enlightened by the artistic conception hidden in the golden rock wall. Yen Lu stepped forward and a stronger force of sword intent was released. The destructive power of the 6th-level Dharma plane rolled towards Yi Futian's group. Everything that happened today could only be described as strange. Since things had already come to this, they could not let Yi Futian get away so easily. Yen Lu needed answers now. Yi Futian felt Yen Lu's sword intent coming in their direction, as if he wanted to encapsulate them, forcing them to stay. Seems like I was being too nice. Yi Futian's gaze sharpened and he looked over at Yen Lu to say, Do you have a death wish? After Yi Futian spoke, the surrounding gazes all fell on him. A 9-star glory plane cultivator had asked a level 6 Dharma plane cultivator if he wanted to die. However, Yi Futian's eyes were sharp. His aura really made one feel a slight pressure as if it wasn't just a threat. Where did he get the confidence from? At least, where did he get the qualifications to say those words? Yen Lu arched an eyebrow. The sword intent was still present on his body. He gazed behind Lin Yueyao and a few guards walked forward. This was probably the source of Yi Futian's confidence. You can try, Yen Lu uttered coldly, staring at Yi Futian. As he spoke, the air around him seemed to turn solid. The people on the stone walls watched the fight quietly. Cold animosity bloomed on Yi Futian's face. Enough! Ruoyu walked forward at this moment and stood before Yi Futian. Senior brother Yen, you've crossed the line. Come back! Ruoqiu reprimanded when she saw Ruoyu run out. Shut up, Ruoyu said to Ruoqiu. This all started because of you. Yi Futian invited us to a meal at our first meeting. Instead of being grateful, you said those ugly words at the inn. What ulterior motive would he have? Didn't you want to know how I comprehended my swordsmanship technique? Yi Futian taught me. Everyone was fixated. Yi Futian taught Ruoyu to comprehend the techniques from the stone wall? How was this possible? You're joking, Ruoqiu said coldly. You think I'm joking? Ruoyu shot back. Ruoqiu and everyone else was in disbelief. Did Yi Futian really teach it to Ruoyu? Are you speaking the truth? Yun Qianma asked. She walked forward and looked down from her position in the air. Absolutely. Otherwise, how can I do it? Ruoyu said to her. Senior sister Yun, this is all my sister's fault. Yi Futian never did anything to us. Please tell senior brother Yen to stop. Yun Qianma gazed at Yi Futian and saw him standing there quietly. Sensing her eyes, he looked up at her. Was it the musical sorcery? Yun Qianma looked at him and subtly guessed that the music from before was unordinary. Do you want to learn? Yi Futian looked at her with a smile. Yun Qianma met his eyes and said, if you're willing, you'll be the Sword Clan's friend. We will protect your safety in the Qianmeng city. If they became friends, today's scuffle would end and there'd be no need for more words. Yi Futian looked up at Yun Qianma. She was very pretty with some coldness. As the top disciple of the Sword Clan, she was qualified to say those words. If you want to learn, then sure. Yi Futian smiled and walked toward the music wall near the sea. Yi Wuchen, Lin Yuyo, and the others followed him. The Guqin wall was in the highest spot. Yi Futian sat down,
crossing his legs, and released his Guqin spirit. He strummed the strings and music streamed out, creating an artistic conception. Then, there seemed to be unique artistic conception strength on the Guqin wall. It resonated with Yifutian's music. It was of a figure clothed in white, playing his Guqin. Sword intent was born and a rock appeared. Waves crashed against land. When this artistic conception descended, the walls on each side seemed to resonate with the music. The sword intent and music went from the sword wall to Yen Lu, digging into his ears. At that moment, he felt himself in that special artistic conception. He saw the sword in the stone wall's artistic conception. The sword transformed into thousands of threads of rain, cutting everything apart. No, that moment everyone heard Yen Lu cry out. Their hearts trembled and they looked over. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. They saw Yen Lu's body spiral up as the sword aura shot crazily out of him. However, endless rain-like sword intent appeared, tearing out of him. His clothing ripped apart and cuts appeared on his body. There was even blood on his neck. With a pained cry, he dropped to the ground. He grasped his wrist with blood flowing out. He trembled violently, fear filling his eyes. In the artistic conception in his mind, endless threads of sword intent were about to drown him. The sword created by the sword intent was unstoppable. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the sword wall. They realized with astonishment that terrifying sword intent radiated from the poem. It bloomed and fused with the music. There was the faint shine of a dazzling sword. Yifutian used the music to guide the stone wall's intent and attacked Yen Lu. Would you like to try? The music stopped. Yifutian looked down on Yen Lu and everyone trembled inwardly. Earlier, Yen Lu had told him to try and now he really did. Ruoqiu, Ruoyu, Wangju, and the others were all shaking inside too. They looked at Yen Lu's pathetic state, then back at Yifutian. The boy who was still smiling and seemed easy to talk to completely changed when he began playing the Guqin. His handsome features radiated coldness and once-in-a-century talent. Behind him, Yu Shang, Yu Wuchen, and Lin Yueyao stood quietly. For a moment, everyone understood why Lin Yueyao said that to Yifutian. Probably only those who were willing to cultivate with him knew just how amazing Yifutian was. He used his music to transmit the artistic conception and even helped Ruoyu learn the sword technique that Yun Qianma couldn't comprehend. He had comprehended the stone wall that no one had ever been able to and communicated with it. He even resonated with the walls on all sides. Only he completely understood the Tsang Mountain relic. He was an unparalleled talent. For so many years, countless people from the Qianmeng territory entered the ancient barren world and studied the Tsang Mountain relic, but no one could do what he did today. It was only one relic in the ancient barren world, but it proved how monstrously talented this handsome boy was. Ghastly pale, Yen Lu felt chilled. Everyone looked at him, but he kept his mouth shut. Did you think I was joking? I'll give you another chance. Do you want to die? Yifutian asked indifferently. Earlier, he had asked if Yen Lu wanted to die, and Yen Lu told him to try. Did he have the courage to reply that again? Yifutian placed his hands on the strings again, as if he could start again at any time. Face pale, Yen Lu lowered his head and replied. No. Yifutian looked at him mockingly, and then looked away as if Yen Lu didn't deserve his attention. Yen Lu was livid and extremely humiliated. Behind him, Ruoqiu and the others watched this without a word. Yun Qianma, Lu Yuan, and everyone else in the Tsang Mountain relic looked at Yifutian. You comprehended all four walls. Does that mean that you found the artistic conception of the golden rock? Someone asked. It was Lu Yuan. He could only find the powerful wind intent from the wall. If he could comprehend it, it would be very helpful to him. It wouldn't only increase his fate. What do you think? How strong are you with the wall's intent? Lu Yuan asked, staring at him. Do you want to try? Yifutian asked. I just want to be friends, Lu Yuan suddenly said with a smile. Friends? Yifutian sneered. They had to be friends for him to transmit the wall's intent? Would they be enemies otherwise? Yifutian lowered his head and played the instrument, creating another melody. As the music streamed out, the wall's intent descended again. Light glowed from the walls at once. Waves of artistic conception descended. They snaked into ears of Yi Wuchen and Lin Yueyao's group. Even the guards behind Lin Yueyao could sense the artistic conception. Hearts trembling, They glanced at the walls and started studying with no regard for the outside world. Seeing this, everyone furrowed their brows. Was he teaching the artistic conception with music in front of everyone?
Many people were envious and jealous. If they could comprehend that Song Mountain relic, they could receive a lot of fate. The intent was suitable for cultivation as well and could increase their combat ability. It was beneficial to their future cultivation too. In addition, many present were suitable for cultivating the intent of these walls. For example, the Sword Clan was great for the sword wall. Ironically though, the Sword Clan could have become his friend but chose to be his enemy. Since Yi Futian had taught it to Ruoyu, it showed that he didn't really care. He could help anyone who was his friend. This was only one relic site in the ancient barren world. With Yi Futian's talent, he wouldn't have to steal the fate. He could use his savviness to figure out the noble fate himself. Happy now, Ruoyu looked at her sister coldly. What did Yi Futian want from you? Ruoqiu was embarrassed. Yen Lu, whom they'd thought was extremely talented, had been easily defeated by Yi Futian and humiliated. A beauty like Lin Huiya willingly followed Yi Futian. What would he want from her? What did she have that Yi Futian could want? Thinking of this now, she realized that she had just been petty. She could have comprehended all of the Tsang Mountain relic and even cultivate with Yi Futian. Looking around, she saw countless figures who wanted to learn but no one dared to move. Someone from the glory plane had played his guqin alone and stunned everyone. What are your requirements? Yun Qianma suddenly asked. Yi Futian looked up from his guqin and smiled. He said, earlier you gave me a choice, so I'll give you a choice too. I'm unfamiliar with the ancient barren world and need a maid. I can consider you. With his words, Yun Qianma, Ruoqiu, and the others all hardened their eyes. Everyone stared at him, speechless. He wanted the top disciple of the Sword Clan, the pride of the world, Yun Qianma, to be his maid? This guy. Everyone froze as they stared at Yi Futian. A 9-star glory plane wanted Yun Qianma to be his maid. This was too crazy. Even though Yi Futian had outstanding gifts, his level of cultivation was still too low. Plus, he was younger. It was too much for him to say such a thing. Despite what Yun Qianma had previously said, she had merely offered the thought that he would be a friend of the Sword Clan and receive their protection if he was willing to teach a member of the call the sword technique from the stone wall. But Yi Futian? He jumped about 1,000,000 steps ahead and asked their top disciple to be his maid. Ruoqiu, Wang Ju, and others of the Sword Clan looked at Yi Futian. Was this the same person who had traveled alongside them? Yun Qianma stared at Yi Futian. She was the female prodigy of the Sword Clan. No one had ever dared to disrespect her in such a way. He wanted her to be a maid. However, the handsome figure at the guqin acted as if it was a given. His innocent eyes smiled at her. Of course, Yun Qianma could feel the arrogance in his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to make such a disrespectful, preposterous request. In his eyes, her identity as a female prodigy made her no different from a regular person. Was this the confidence he had in his own gifts? Although the Tsang Mountain relic was only one of the relics in the ancient barren world, there was no one else in history who had been able to understand the artistic conception of all 4 walls in one day. He was even able to harmonize every image. From this, he definitely had the right to be arrogant. Over the years, many prodigies from the Qianmeng area had stepped into Qianmeng City. They had all come to the Tsang Mountain relic in hopes of understanding the artistic conception of the stone walls, but none of them had been able to do what Yi Futian had done today. Not only so, but he was able to use the sound of his guqin to teach the will of the walls to others. Even a nobody from the Sword Clan like Ruoyu was able to cultivate the sword technique of the wall because of him. It was far better than Yun Qianma, who tried so hard to comprehend. This meant that if Yi Futian was willing to help her, Yun Qianma would be able to achieve so much more. She would reach a level incomparable by Ruoyu. However, it was also impossible for her to sacrifice herself to become a maid just to learn the sword technique. But what if he would also teach her to understand the will of the other 3 walls as well? If that wasn't enough, then what about all the other things the other relics of the ancient barren world could bring her in the future? Thinking of these things was the only way Yun Qianma managed to keep calm in a situation where she should be angry. Her gaze shifted to the people behind Yi Futian. Their gifts may not compare to hers, they may also not be as capable,
But with Yi Futian, she would be able to achieve everything they would. She may even acquire noble fate in the end. You really are out of line here, Lu Yuan said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't think too much of it. After all, the person he made a request to was Yun Qianma and not Lu Yuan. In Lu Yuan's opinion, Yun Qianma was a prodigy. She was beautiful and talented. So Yi Futian's words were a joke. Don't worry, you won't get the chance to be my maid even if you wanted to. I won't be able to get used to it, Yi Futian replied to Lu Yuan with a smile. Females could be maids. What could males do? Lu Yuan was dumbfounded by what he said. He snorted and looked to Yun Qianma. We should just team up and break the flow of his music, then take him down. Isn't that much easier? I will take your offer. Yun Qianma had spoken. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted to her.
She actually said yes?
Has she gone mad?
Female prodigy of the Qianmeng area's sword clan actually agreed to be someone else's maid?
Moreover, this person was at a cultivation level too much lower than herself. A mere glory plane cultivator. This was definitely not something to be proud of, especially for someone of Yun Qianma's status. Senior sister Yun, Ruoqiu, Yen Lu, and the others stared at her in shock.
They were dazed by everything that just happened. In their hearts, Yun Qianma was an existence they could not reach out to touch. Was she actually going to be a maid?
And for someone they had previously not wanted to associate with, Yi Futian. This was truly a 180-degree change. They could not wrap their heads around this immediately. They could not understand. Even Yi Futian was shocked.
He was unfamiliar with the ancient barren world and indeed wanted a person to help guide him through, but he was just joking when he said what he did. He did not think that Yun Qianma would actually agree to do it. He was completely taken by surprise.
But to have a female prodigy as a maid should save him a lot of trouble. At the very least, he wouldn't have to have people roll their eyes at him in contempt when he tried to get information. The past experience with Ruoqiu's group was not a happy one. Ruoyu was very kind, but she was also too weak. Plus, there were many things she could not decide for herself. To have Yun Qianma serve as their guide would actually be quite fitting. Yi Futian smiled and began to play his instrument.
A wave of artistic conception accompanied the music as it crept into Yun Qianma's mind. She could feel the force. She looked over at the sword wall immediately, and in that split second, the words on the wall seemed to have transformed into words. They continuously flowed into her mind. In Yun Qianma's mind, the sword technique had appeared. Such a strong artistic conception. Swords could be seen in her beautiful eyes. She was shocked. No wonder Ruoyu was able to succeed in cultivation of the sword technique. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. He had just offered to join hands with Yun Qianma, but she turned around and agreed to Yi Futian's request. What's more, she was immediately able to be enlightened. What did that make him? In mere moments, Yun Qianma was taken over by fate. Sword will circled her petite body. She had a better understanding of the way of the sword to begin with, and was also of a higher cultivation level than Ruoyu. With the help of Yi Futian's Guqin, her road to enlightenment was naturally smooth. Try out your new skills on him, said Yi Futian. Yun Qianma knew what he meant. She turned to Lu Yuan. The sword will was still flowing into her ears along with the music. A sword appeared in her hand, and in the blink of an eye, sword will swept over the entire area around them. At the sight of this, Lu Yuan turned green. The wind will he acquired through enlightenment released, and a storm brewed around him. It formed into a destructive force of hurricane sorcery and rolled towards Yun Qianma. She advanced toward him as endless amounts of sword intent collected around her. The sword flew out of her hand, and the chi from it turned into a light rain, falling to the ground from the skies above. The hurricane storm was actually torn to pieces. Lu Yuan seemed to have transformed into a rock, appearing in front of Yun Qianma abruptly. He threw out a terrifying attack, but it was stopped by an impenetrable force field created by the rain. Lu Yuan replicated himself, and the different images surrounded Yun Qianma. He released a teleportation spell using the wind will, making the different versions of himself move around her even faster. This did not seem to have any effect on Yun Qianma. She did not attack him. Instead, she waved her sword around, and in combination with the incredible force of sword will, every drop of rain came down sharp, like a sword. Each drop contained the power of sword will.
The replicated images of Li Yuan danced around Yun Qianma's body but could never find the right time to attack. Meanwhile, her sword will was getting stronger as the sword-like rainstorm grew. Yun Qianma, you're degrading yourself. Goodbye. Lu Yuan took the shape of a rock and turned to leave. The sword in Yun Qianma's hand flew out after him. In an instant, the rain formed into a line. The gleam of a sword's blade shot towards Lu Yuan at a speed greater than his own. Whoosh! A low sound was heard. Lu Yuan's body was still advancing forward at an unbelievable speed. After he had gotten a decent distance away, he stopped in midair. He turned around with cold eyes and looked down onto a spot on his chest. There, he was pierced by the sword will. The blood gushed from his wound continuously. This was actually the result on a Yun Qianma who was holding back. If she had attacked at full force, he would have been done with. In a flash, Lu Yuan scurried away. His voice resonated through the air as he disappeared. Until next time. Seeing that her opponent had disappeared, she felt chills. Under the influence of the Guqin, she had tested her newly acquired sword techniques perfectly. She had perfected the sword technique of the stone wall. Continue with the other two walls, said Yi Futian. Once again, he used the sound of his Guqin to transmit the artistic conceptions of the stone walls into her mind. Yun Qianma immediately looked over at another wall. Everyone around had their eyes fixated on her. When she had made her decision earlier, everyone was confused by her choice. But by the looks of the battle just now, they slowly began to understand why she agreed to Yi Futian's request. Yi Futian could make her stronger. In the pursuit of power, she decided to give up certain things. Things such as her pride as a prodigy. Although it was difficult, this was the choice she made. Also, Yi Futian did not let her down. That battle proved his worth. Watching Yun Qianma continue to her path to enlightenment with the two other walls, many people shared the same though. Is this really worth it? Only time would tell. Noticing that everyone around Yi Futian was working hard to comprehend the hidden messages the stone walls through meditation, everyone else began to so as well. At this moment, they could faintly feel that the sound of the Guqin was helpful to their comprehension of the walls. The music was gentle. As more people arrived at the Tsang Mountain relic, they were met with this strange scene. The atmosphere at this location was strange as well. Just then, a group of people arrived loudly. The formation consisted of tens of people, all of high cultivation. These people had also come to see the Tsang Mountain relic. Immediately, they saw the figure seated on top of the tallest wall, playing on his Guqin. Yi Futian. A smile escaped on the face of the group leader. Their efforts had not been in vain. Let's see how he'll try to escape this time. Several other people from the Kangyi Kingdom are here as well, chuckled another person. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen were the ones who ruined the Tingfeng banquet's reputation. Now they were all here. The Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty was here as well. These newcomers were powerful cultivators of the Nanda nation. They were also the Dharma plan prodigies chosen from the second event held by Emperor Luo after the Tingfeng banquet. Emperor Luo had spoken, whoever killed Yi Futian would receive a heavy reward upon their return to the Nanda nation. This was an opportunity they could not miss out on. The group headed upward. Yi Futian looked toward them and recognized some faces. Among the group was Shi Lu from the Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet. What do you guys want? Chuckled Yi Futian. To take your life, someone said coldly. They charged forward suddenly, not wanting to give Yi Futian any opportunity to escape. Around the stone walls, everyone's attention was drawn to the Nanda group. They looked at the group with questioning eyes. It wasn't going to be easy to take Yi Futian's life at the Tsang Mountain relics. When Yi Futian heard the others' words, cold murderous intent flashed past his eyes. It seemed that Emperor Luo's desire to kill him was still as strong as before. He'd tried once at the Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet. He had tested Emperor Ye's bottom line. If Emperor Yi hadn't done everything he could to protect Yi Futian, Emperor Luo probably would have acted. These people before Yi Futian were strangers but wanted to kill him. It was obvious they were sent by Emperor Luo. If that was the case, then... Yun Qianma, Yi Futian called. Yun Qianma was standing on a boulder not too far from Yi Futian. She faced the group charging at them, her sword intent growing. In a moment, a frightening sword intent loomed in the sky. Kill them all, Yifutian uttered, but his fingers didn't stop strumming the instrument strings. While he played, the intent of the sword wall seemed to meld into his music. It rushed wildly into Yun Qianma's mind, strengthening her sword intent. A sword came down, obstructing all the charging people. Then Yun Qianma flashed. Her clothing fluttered, and she descended like a gust of wind. The swords were like threads of rain, splashing at the others. The strong cultivator's expression changed slightly. He pushed his palms forward, and a burst of terrifying fire swept through. A fire elemental dragon followed. The swords came down like raining, piercing everything. They extinguished the fire and spell and went through the man's body. In a moment, blood flowed endlessly from the figure. His body shook violently, and he looked down, discovering that his body was riddled with thousands of holes. No! Terror rose and despair appeared in his eyes. Then he fell down from the sky. This scene made the charging people halt, all looking up to the beautiful figure. Yun Qianma didn't stop though. Her sword intent surged, filling the vast sky. The threads of rain turned into strings. Yun Qianma swung her sword again. Her movements were light and agile. Another strong cultivator was stabbed between his eyes. Yun Qianma was already in the level 8 Dharma plane. Paired with the sword intent given by Yifutian through the music and the sword technique she'd comprehended by herself, her abilities evolved. She was so much stronger than the pride of the sword clan from before. Thus, despite appearing weak, every move from her was fatal when she rushed into the crowd. The prides of the Nandu nation cast spells crazily to stop her, but her sword was like rain. It covered the entire space and was both strong in attack and defense. No one would overcome her. Kill Yifutian first. The expressions of all the Nandu people changed. They looked to Yifutian. His music could strengthen Yun Qianma. Sorcerers skilled in wind spells rushed to Yifutian.
Yun Qianma leapt and brought her sword down continuously but couldn't stop everyone. Two figures charged at Yifutian. He glanced at them and said indifferently, "Is it worth it to die for Luo?" As soon as he spoke, his fingers strummed the instrument strings. In an instant, the two enemies sank into the artistic conception of the music. Violent waves swept at them. Their faces turned aghast and they stumbled back. But at that instant, sword light seemed to come out of the words on the sword wall. It transformed into a tangible sword intent that burst from the stone. Cut through everything, sweeping at the two figures. Rain fell down. The two scrambled back but couldn't escape from the rain. When the raindrops fell onto them, they went through the body. The men dropped from the sky. "He's that powerful?" Everyone looked at Yifutian in shock. The power of the stone wall's intent was a known fact, but they didn't expect Yifutian to wield it so powerfully. It seemed that even if Yun Qianma hadn't acted earlier, Lu Yuan still wouldn't be Yifutian's match. The Nanda people shook inwardly.
They didn't know what had happened when they first arrived. After seeing Yifutian, they immediately thought of Emperor Luo's words and wanted to kill him for the achievement. They didn't expect to be forced into this dead end. "Let's go." The figures all retreated. They clearly understood the situation. "Why leave after coming? Why don't you all stay?" As Yifutian spoke, his sword intent grew stronger until it enveloped the entire Tsang Mountain relic. It crisscrossed and Yun Qianma flashed continuously. The surrounding people kept seeing people drop down until everyone who went to kill Yifutian had fallen. The air was dead silent. Under Yifutian and Yun Qianma's cooperation, the dozens of strong cultivators in the Dharma plane had all been killed. There were even those at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane within them. This was done by relying on the stone wall's intent, but it was still terrifying. The others were thankful they didn't go against Yifutian. Otherwise, it would be tragic. At this time, Yifutian's eyes fell upon someone in the distance. Shilu. He was the only one who didn't act, so he was still alive. "Why didn't you do anything?" Yifutian asked. "Even when we're out of here, I promise I'll never work for Emperor Luo." Shilu didn't seem to answer the question but was speaking for survival. "Okay. If I see you work for the Luo family in the future, I will take your life. Go now," Yifutian said with a smile. Shilu retreated immediately. He didn't stop at all. He had a lower plane, so he didn't try. He didn't expect this to save his life. Naturally, he could tell that either Yi Futian or Emperor Luo could kill each other, so he knew what to say if he wanted to live. After Shi Lu left, Yun Qianma floated into the distance. Yi Futian looked at her and asked, "Did you comprehend everything?" Yun Qianma nodded lightly. Her gaze at Yi Futian was very calm, neither arrogant nor lowly. She had agreed to be Yi Futian's maid, but this didn't mean she would be under him. Yi Futian had given her the stone wall's intent, so she fulfilled her responsibility. When Yi Futian gave her an order, she acted without any hesitation. Good. Yi Futian stopped playing and the Guqin spirit disappeared. "Let's return to the Qianmeng city," he said. Everyone had comprehended the Tsang Mountain relic and received some fate. It was meaningless to stay there.
Yun Qianma stepped forward and quietly went behind Yi Futian as if she wanted to play the role of a maid well. "Ruoyu, what do you plan on doing?" Yi Futian asked with a smile. "I plan on leaving the ancient barren world. I feel that I'm not suited for here," Ruoyu replied, smiling.
She had some feelings after experiencing all this. "Okay, let's meet again if we have the chance," Yi Futian said. Then his group climbed onto the black winged eagle. Wind came and it flapped its wings, going forward at a much faster speed than before. Seeing the figure in the air, Ruoyu smiled and waved. This short experience was quite unforgettable.
She didn't know if they would have the chance to meet again. Beside her, the anger of Ruoqiu, Wang Ju, and the others had faded. They felt numb inside. Earlier, Yi Futian and Yun Qianma had worked together and killed so many Dharma cultivators in the snap of a finger. They were so shocked.
The amazing figure that sat before the stone wall was so foreign. It seemed that he was born to look down from the top despite not being in a high plane. The black-winged eagle rode the wind in the air. "Aren't you afraid I'll turn back on you?" Yun Qianma asked curiously, looking at Yi Futian from behind. "You agreed to be my maid, sacrificing your reputation. If it's just for the Tsang Mountain relic, then do whatever you want," Yi Futian said to Yun Qianma with a smile. Yun Qianma studied the handsome face and said, "I agreed, but there are some things I won't do." "Such as?" Yi Futian's expression grew strange as he looked at her. "You know what I'm saying." Yun Qianma looked away. "As for anything else, I'll do my best." Yi Futian blinked.
Glancing at Lin Yuyao, he muttered, "Do I seem like that kind of person?"
"Yes."
Lin Yuyao smiled and nodded. Yi Futian frowned. "Don't worry. You won't have the chance even if you want to," he muttered. "Oh, Yun Qianma, what exactly is the noble fate?" Yi Futian's fate bloomed.
It was dazzling and towered from miles high. Yun Qianma looked at it with shock. How did he receive so much fate so quickly?
"Didn't Ruoyu tell you?" she asked. "She only told me how to receive the fate," Yi Futian answered. Yun Qianma nodded lightly. "When the fate becomes strong enough, it'll change in quality and become the noble fate with noble intent. This is the power belonging to those in the noble plane. Receiving the noble intent in the Dharma plane means that you can at least be a noble in the future. Therefore, the most powerful in the Eastern Barren Territory choose those who receive the noble fate in the lower Ancient Barren World as their disciples. Those in the upper Ancient Barren World were already above the Arcana plane and entered to break into the noble plane. They didn't have as much potential as those talents who could receive the noble will in the lower Ancient Barren World. The noble fate has different levels too. You probably felt that the intent from the stone walls can be at the noble level.
Therefore, once you accumulate enough, it can transform into true noble will. This type of noble fate is a lower level." Yun Qianma continued. "Some even stronger geniuses can use the fate that they received to figure out the noble fate by themselves. For example, I'm a swordsman in training. I only perceive sword fate or use all fates to cultivate the sword intent until I create sword intent at the noble level. This is pure noble fate and is the middle level. Even more monstrous figures can perceive different types of noble will in the Dharma plane. These terrifying people will have the upper level noble fate. If someone can have this fate, all the top forces will fight for him, but this is too rare. I heard that even if someone like that exists, he'll be someone already trained by the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory." Yi Futian listened quietly. He only spoke when he was sure that Yun Qianma was finished with what she had to say. "Is there anything higher than the upper-level noble fate?" Yun Qianma froze. Looking at Yi Futian, she said in what was almost a whisper, "Higher. Yeah. nodded Yifutian. He looked right at her as he said, "How am I supposed to differentiate myself from the others otherwise?
Only upper-level noble fate can help me do that."
Yun Qianma blinked at the young man in front of her. Seeing the look in his eye, she really wanted to ask him if he was serious. Although Yifutian's gifts were extraordinary and he did what no one else had been able to do ever before at the Tsang Mountain Relic, the location was merely a historical site outside of Qianmeng City. The people in this city were all from the Qianmeng area. The most powerful cultivators here were still obviously weaker than those groomed in the Eastern Barren Territory. On the other hand, Yushang was undisturbed by what Yifutian had said. He was used to it. "I've never heard of it," said Yun Qianma. "Oh." Yifutian nodded and continued, "After we get back to Qianmeng City, can you get your hands on a map of the ancient barren world?" "I can, but it won't be absolutely accurate," nodded Yun Qianma. "Okay." Yifutian nodded as well and turned his attention away.
He was looking into the distance as if he were in deep thought. The battle between the Nanda Nation and the Kangi Kingdom should have begun by now. Luo Junlin should also already be cultivating at the Royal Xian Temple. Once Luo Junlin made a name for himself there and acquainted himself with people with any power at the Royal Xian Temple, it would be disastrous for the Kangi Kingdom. These powerful groups had many noble plain cultivators. If Luo Junlin's talents were outstanding enough, it was possible that these powerful cultivators would step up to help him. Although this was the worst-case scenario, it was not something to be ignored. In the ancient barren world, Yifutian must stand out against the others. At the very least, he had to exceed Luo Junlin. This was the only way he could take control of the narrative. Yifutian would not be the passive party again. The events of that day in Donghai City were not going to happen again. In the past, Emperor Luo's imperial order was a force of power he could not go against. If the Royal Xian Temple was anything like Emperor Luo, then the results would be the same. Yifutian refused to let such things happen to himself once again. However, all these pessimistic thoughts were only hypothetical at this point. Normally, the higher-ups of a great powerful force like the Royal Xian Temple would not meddle with wars between countries in the 100 Lands. After arriving back in Qianmeng City, Yifutian did not return to the inn from before. Yun Qianma found a private residence for him. It was very grand. Yifutian secretly praised his maid for a job well done. It was indeed very convenient to have the top disciple of a powerful clan of the Qianmeng area as a maid. Yifutian cultivated by himself in the court of the residence. He was practicing his sparring skills. There was an explosion of fate, climbing to new levels. His body was enveloped in a strong force of will which carried into every punch he threw forward. However, the power of the will was very mixed because they had different origins. There was the Guqin will, the sword will, wind will, and will from different demon beasts. The power of these wills joined to form fate. With the fate, Yifutian was much more powerful than before. Will was a true form of ability, could be used in combat. If he was able to acquire enough fate to form noble fate and noble level willpower, it would increase his powers to a terrifying new level. The ancient barren world was indeed a mystical world. After cultivation martial arts for a while, Yifutian began to practice on the Guqin. The melodious sound carried Guqin will, strengthening the artistic conception created by the song. Just then, a beautiful figure was headed towards Yifutian. It was Yun Qianma who had just returned. She stopped in front of Yifutian and quietly watched him play. When he played the Guqin, he was a completely different person. The music slowed until it came to stop. Yifutian lifted his head to see Yun Qianma. "This is a map of the ancient barren world," said Yun Qianma as she handed the object over to Yifutian. His Guqin spirit disappeared. Yifutian laid out the map on the table in front of him. "This is where we are now, Qianmeng City." Yun Qianma pointed to a spot on the map. Yifutian's eyes followed her finger. It was already labeled on the map. The words Qianmeng City were marked down. Yifutian continued looking downward from their location on the map and saw a large piece of barren land. The end of the barren land was the border of the ancient barren world. That should be where he entered. The entrance to the 100 Lands. The entrance to the 100 Lands had just opened, so it was not yet marked on the map. There were also no other cities, just a piece of barren land. Qianmeng City was the closest city to the 100 Lands. Looking north on the map, there were a couple of cities near Qianmeng City. Futian asked, do these cities also correspond to the outside world? Yes. Yun Qianma nodded and began to explain the places which these cities correspond to are similar to the Qianmeng area. Among these cities, this city here, Lulan City, is central.
It was built by the ancient Lulan in the outside world. Ancient Lulan governs many countries. In the outside world, it is a territory of extreme power and is also located at the center of those countries. Futian nodded at her explanation. His eyes continued north on the map and he pointed at a spot at the center of the map. To Qianmeng City, Lulan City is the center. But to this city here, Lulan City is merely an outlying city. The city Futian pointed at was surrounded by cities, all at close proximity.
If the cities around Lulan City formed a district, then there were many districts around this city. Yun Qianma's finger circled around that city as she said, look here. These cities are all entrances for powerful groups of the Eastern Barren Territory.
They have dominated a majority of the land and exist independently from each other. These cities form the central district of the ancient barren world and correspond to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory in the outside world. That city you were pointing at is the absolute center of the ancient barren world, the Barren City. Not a lot of people from the Qianmeng area have been there. Yun Qianma was the disciple of a powerful clan in the Qianmeng area. Someone like her was safer in Qianmeng City. Even someone in a lower level of cultivation like Ruo you would be able to get by because no one dared to mess with a disciple of these powerful clans. But things would be completely different once they stepped out of Qianmeng City. No one could predict what would happen.
Therefore, only those who were confident enough in their own abilities would travel to other cities in the ancient barren world. Powerful cultivators from the Qianmeng area would travel to the district center, Lulan City. However, no one dared to step into a place like Barren City carelessly.
Even the best of the best from the Qianmeng area could only keep a low profile once they stepped into Barren City. Futian nodded his head lightly. No wonder people said the ancient barren world was not only the road to the noble plane but also an access way.
In theory, you have access to anywhere in the Eastern Barren Territory from the ancient barren world. It was a huge shortcut. It was almost impossible for Dharma Plane cultivators to reach the Eastern Barren Territory in the outside world. If we get the chance, I'll bring you to Barren City, said Futian. He lifted his head to smile at Yun Qianma. She took one look at him. He wants to go to Barren City in the Glory Plane? They had not known each other for long, but she felt that this guy in front of her had a train of thought that ran on a different track than the mass majority. What historical site around Qianmeng City has the strongest fate? Asked Futian. Just let me know when you want to go, Yun Qianma said instead of answering his question. Futian gave her a curious look. It seemed like she had everything planned out already. Perhaps she was looking forward to this location as well.
All right, I have to cultivate for a while. I'll call for you when I need you, nodded Futian. The fate in his body took over once again. He wanted to familiarize himself with its power. He also wanted to stabilize his level of cultivation. After all, he had finally stepped into the peak of the glory plane. He could break into the Dharma plane at any time. The happenings of Qianmeng City's Tsang Mountain relic spread to many. It was said that a mere glory plane cultivator was able to comprehend the true meanings of all four stone walls, and was even able to us the will of the stone walls to fight after his enlightenment. He also took down multiple upper-level Dharma plane cultivators in battle. Furthermore, female prodigy Yun Qianma of Qianmeng City's Sword Clan had agreed to be his maid. When the news got out, other prodigies gained interest on the topic. The Yun Qianma had actually become the maid of another person, and a glory plane cultivator at that. Countless people used this opportunity to mock the members of the Sword Clan. The Sword Clan members in Qianmeng City were embarrassed and helpless. Many of them tried to find out where Yun Qianma had gone. On this day, many people arrived outside the residence where Futian and his friends were staying. A group of them were having an exchange with Yun Qianma. Can I help you, senior brother Yang? Yun Qianma asked coldly. It seemed that she was speaking to a senior brother from the Sword Clan. He was another top disciple, prodigy Xianxia. Didn't you know that your decision would affect the clan's reputation? Xianxia asked her. This is personal and has nothing to do with the clan, said Yun Qianma. You're a member of the clan, of course it has to do with the clan. Gossip is a fearful thing. Don't you understand that? Xianxia was becoming angry. I don't care, she answered calmly. I care, he said. So what? Yun Qianmo replied. Just then, Yi Futian and others walked out from the residence. What's going on? Asked Yi Futian. It's nothing, Yun Qianmo answered. Xianxia looked over at Yi Futian. His gaze was sharp and hints of sword intent flew towards Yi Futian. Is this him? Asked Xianxia. It has nothing to do with you. Yun Qianmo's frown grew. His looks are not too shabby, Xianxia sneered. Yi Futian's expression turned into a strange one. He knew that he was handsome, but to hear something of the sorts come from the lips of a man was just plain weird. So, that's why you're willing to be a maid, to be at his every beck and call? Xianxia asked with a look of disgust. Naturally, Yun Qianmo understood what he was hinting at. Her expression turned ice cold and sword intent threatened to explode as it radiated from her. Xianxia's gave her a stern look before giving Yi Futian a once-over. With a cold demeanor, he asked, How does it feel having the female prodigy of the Sword Clan serving at your feet? Leave, said Yun Qianmo. Are you protecting him already? Xianxia asked with a fierce look in his eyes. He glared at Yi Futian before saying, I hope you can take it. After these words, he turned to leave with a murderous look in his eyes. He had pursued Yun Qianmo but was rejected. Now she had become the maid of another man. It was not hard to take a guess as to how Xianxia felt. The people around watched with interest. They were all thinking, had Yun Qianmo served Yi Futian? Yun Qianmo saw everyone looking at her and her expression grew colder. When she turned to look at Yi Futian, the coldness disappeared and became calm. Since she made her decision, she knew others would talk. She had considered all of this beforehand. If she cared, she wouldn't have agreed. Has he pursued you before? Yi Futian asked, chuckling. Xianxia's reaction had been too dramatic. Yun Qianmo looked at him and nodded lightly. He'll be even more too low for you in the future, Yi Futian said. Tomorrow, let's go to the place you mentioned. Okay. Yun Qianmo nodded and they returned to the pavilion. Yusheng walked up to Yi Futian and said, While cultivating these days, I realized that not only does fate increase your abilities, it also helps with cultivation. If you perceive the same elemental fate, it'll definitely help, Yi Futian said with a nod. Fate was the power of intent and the strength those of the noble plane had. It would obviously aid cultivation. For example, the sword wall would help those of the sword clan in future cultivation. We're almost in the Dharma plane. I have an idea. Yusheng looked at Yi Futian. Add the strength of the intent when agglomerating the Dharma? Yi Futian asked. Yes. Yusheng nodded. I don't know if it'll work. We can try. Yi Futian had had the same idea when cultivating earlier. The group returned to the pavilion and continued to cultivate. The second day, Yi Futian had Yun Qianmo gather everyone and they departed on the black-winged eagle. In the air, the eagle rode the wind and was unbelievably fast. It flew more smoothly than before as if it had melded into the wind. This made it more comfortable as well and it was excited about the future. Before, Yi Futian had controlled it forcefully. With the snow ape there, it couldn't fight back. Now that Yi Futian developed, it finally saw a way to evolve. The other demon beasts probably wouldn't have this chance. It could only pray that Yi Futian wouldn't look down on it and change to another demon. Yun Qianmo pointed out the direction. This time, they were going into the Qianmeng city rather than out. Where are we going? Yi Futian asked. He'd only told Yun Qianmo he wanted to go to the place with the strongest fate, but she didn't tell him the specific location. The Noble Grotto, Yun Qianmo said. It's inside the city and like you said, it's the place in the Qianmeng city with the strongest fate. It's much stronger than the Tsang Mountain relic. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. Why did Yen Lu go to the Tsang Mountain rather than here? The fate is strong, but it's not easy to attain. The Noble Grotto gathers the true creams of the crop. With Yen Lu's talent cultivation, he wouldn't receive anything even if he went, Yun Qianmo said. I went before but didn't accomplish anything. Yi Futian nodded. He was excited to see what the Noble Grotto was like. As the black-winged eagle flew, Yi Futian saw many people also riding demon beasts toward the same direction. We're almost there. Most go just for fun, Yun Qianma said, eyeing all the people in the sky. Yi Futian chuckled. After a while, the crowd became denser. Some in the front went down. An extremely large grotto appeared in his vision. It took up a large expanse of land. The air around it glowed faintly like fate. It filled the sky, making the grotto seem mysterious. As they neared it, the black-winged eagle started going downward and landed on the ground. At that moment, Yi Futian looked up at the large grotto. He actually felt a faint pressure. It was the noble intent pushing down. There were various carved head sculptures on top of the grotto. The strong noble intent seemed to come from them.
The closer he got to the grotto, the stronger the pressure was. If he was walking on the corridor above the grotto, it would probably be too strong to bear. It's indeed much more powerful than the Tsang Mountain relic, Yi Futian said.
He could feel just by standing here that the fate contained in the noble grotto was incomparable to the four walls of the Tsang Mountain relic. There were more people here too, and they all had unique auras. Many seemed to be perceiving the intent hidden inside the grotto from the top as well. In the near distance, a figure walked towards them. Coldness flashed past his eyes and he laughed. Oh, it's Yun Qianma. It was Lu Yuan, the one wounded by Yun Qianma at the Tsang Mountain relic. His voice attracted many people's attention. Mostly everyone here was from the strong forces of the Qianmeng area. They were familiar with Yun Qianma from the Sword Clan. Many people looked over in interest. Lu Yuan continued with a smile. How does it feel being a servant? Coldness flashed past Yun Qianma's eyes. Her sword intent grew more obvious. Lu Yuan wasn't intimidated. This wasn't the Tsang Mountain relic. Without Yi Futian and the intent of the sword wall, he didn't think he would be defeated like before. The battle from days ago was honestly humiliating. Yun Qianma. Another voice rang out at that moment. A youth with an impressive presence stood in the distance and smiled at her. Yun Qianma, you are the pride of the Sword Clan. Don't you feel undignified to be someone's servant? This was Mo Fan, another powerful clansman of the Qianmeng area.
I'm more curious about who took you in as a maid. I heard it's someone in the glory plane. Someone else mocked and looked at their group. Who are they? Someone asked. Yi Futian was annoyed. Was Yun Qianma really that well-known?
News of what happened at the Tsang Mountain relic had spread. Do you have any problems? Yi Futian asked. Countless eyes fell on him instantly, sizing him up. Some were curious. Others were mocking. I heard that you're in the glory plane but drove the intent of the four walls in the Tsang Mountain relic? Someone asked. I was lucky, Yi Futian said with a smile. This modesty is different from the rumors. I heard that you were really arrogant there, a girl said, smiling at him. The rumors had said that Yi Futian was arrogant and domineering at the Tsang Mountain relic and made someone like Yun Qianma become his servant. Do I look arrogant? Yi Futian smiled at the girl. He was handsome and his eyes were clear. He was easy on the eye and the girl chuckled, shaking her head. No, she glanced at Yun Qianma and asked, Yun Qianma, I'm curious as to why you made that choice. It has nothing to do with you, she replied coldly. The girl was the pride of another clan. Her name was Li Lieni.
I'm just curious, Li Lieni said with a smile. Let's go, Yun Qianma said to Yi Futian. The youth nodded and their group continued forward. Many people looked at them in amusement. Shortly after, many people followed them. Yi Futian could comprehend the walls of the Tsang Mountain relic, so what about here?
They wanted to see if he was truly talented or if luck also came into play. After a few steps, Yi Futian stopped again. There were familiar people up ahead. Chu Kuangren, prince of the Yunchu nation, stared coldly at Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen's group. It was unexpected to meet them here.
Chu Kuangren looked in another direction. Yi Futian followed his eyes and saw more people looking at him. Zuo Fan and Yu Jiang of the Kangi College, as well as some other students, were present. If they were here, Yi Xiao, eldest prince of the Kangi kingdom, would also be there. Yi Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. He looked forward into the grotto, appearing to be focused. A moment later, he turned around slowly and looked toward Yi Futian. He also saw Yi Wuchen and Lin Huiyao and found it odd. Was Yi Wuchen and Lin Huiyao really following Yi Futian?
Your Highness. Seeing Yi Xiao look over, Yi Futian nodded with a smile. No matter what his attitude was, Yi Futian had to follow the rules. After all, he was the prince of the Kangyi kingdom. Yi Xiao looked at him coolly. He was surprised Yi Futian could arrive at Qianmeng City so quickly and still be alive. He hadn't heard about the Tsang Mountain Relic event. Even though many people knew about it, they focused more on Yun Qianma. Yi Futian's name was rarely mentioned. Yi Xiao didn't know Yun Qianma, so he didn't pay attention. Wuchen, Lin Yueyao, how have you been? Yi Xiao didn't look at Yi Futian again. He asked about the others instead. I'm fine, Yi Wuchen answered coolly. Me too. Lin Yueyao nodded and smiled. She felt that the atmosphere was off. She obviously knew about what Yi Xiao had done after entering the ancient barren world. One was the prince, while the other was highly valued by Emperor Yi, and this prince didn't like Yi Futian. Follow me from now on, Yi Xiao said to them. Yi Wuchen was his cousin and extremely talented. He deserved to be roped in. If he got too close to Yi Futian, he would probably turn into someone like Yi Danshan. As for Lin Yueyao, she was the daughter of the Lin family. With her beautiful face, she deserved to be asked personally by Yi Xiao. He had considered having her become the future queen with her talent and beauty. Yi Futian was a bit shocked when he heard Yi Xiao's words. Was he headhunting right in front of Yi Futian? There was no dignity left for him at all. As for Zhou Qianfan and Yu Jiang behind Yi Xiao, they laughed. Since the prince asked personally, Yi Wuchen and Lin Yueyao should know to make the right decision. Yi Xiao would most likely become the future crown prince of the Kangyi kingdom. If he received the noble fate in the ancient barren world, there would be no competition.